Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? I'm still paying attention to YouTube chat, even though you're not on screen. Promise. I feel like I have to say this at the top of every stream for the next couple of streams until people realize that. Straighterade, what is the most socially acceptable place to approach women? Help a brother out. That's above my pay grade, Astral Flick. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. But if you drop in YouTube chat where you've tried and failed, which would be very funny to hear potentially, I would be interested in knowing that. Let's see. Okay, really quick. I want to like speed run through some like random stories today before we get to like the Sam Harris shit. Anna Kasparian also went on this random thing called Tangled News and was like talking about Emma Vigeland, and like maybe we look at that. And then Ben Shapiro and Jon Favreau of Pod Save America were on this like Hollywood Reporter video. I don't know. There's like a bunch of weird people, or not weird people. There's people collaborating in weird areas. So let's see what we're going to do first. Leave Emma alone, Anna. How else will she get clicks? You know, it's funny. Like she said those comments and like they didn't even put it in like the title or anything. All right. Epstein updates really, really quick. Why is this here? Go away. Okay. The Oversight Committee subpoena of the Epstein files requires the DOJ to turn over documents regardless of any federal investigations. Even if Mamdani tries to slow down the bill passed by Congress, she can't do the same on our subpoena. Release the files now. So I found this because Ken Klippenstein is like, look this is what leadership looks like when you don't have like a fossil there. And his snark at elderly Dems aside, I guess this is going to be potentially a really big way to prevent the Trump administration, if it pans out, from trying to use there's an ongoing investigation, so I guess we can't release any of this stuff, you guys. Sorry, we really want to. Let's see what he has to say, though.
In the law that was passed in the Khanna and Massey bill, there is a provision in there that essentially speaks to that the Department of Justice is able to possibly withhold some materials if there is an ongoing federal investigation. This has been discussed at length. And so folks are worried, is Pam Bondi, is Donald Trump, are they launching an investigation, particularly this one against Democrats, to use it as a way to stop the release of the files and of this bill? And that is a critical concern. What has not been discussed in the last few days, and we've been focused on this bill, I want to remind the Attorney General and the public that our subpoena does not have that language. And so if the Attorney General wants to use her sham investigation in the Southern District of New York to withhold evidence and documents on the bill that the president will hopefully just about to sign, she can't do the same for our subpoena. She is still legally obligated, regardless of any investigation, to produce every single document, photo, video, or material that she has in her possession of the DOJ to the Oversight Committee. That's something that we have not talked about a lot in the last.
To the committee, to be clear, not necessarily to the general public, and then maybe from there's additional classifications that could happen or redactions, but I guess it would be with some oversight and independent review instead of just solely at the discretion of Pam Bondi.
2 days, because our focus is on this bill, but you can believe that in the next few days and weeks ahead, we're going to remind the DOJ that her investigation she might try to use to stop the effort in the full House.
It's not even a might. They definitely will.
Can't use that to stop the effort we have in the Oversight Committee.
That is good. I might have a bad take, but I think Majority Report has a habit of not standing up for their friends in online media. Dude, they stood up for Anna Kasparian. If you go to my YouTube channel and you look at the VOD that's titled like Graham Plattner Drama, and I'm pretty sure I timestamped that VOD as well. There's points where we go back and see if Anna's claims that Majority Report like came for her and tried to cancel her by making a bunch of videos on her held up to scrutiny, and it doesn't, because when the birthing person drama, which sounds so online if you don't know what I'm talking about, but this tweet that got Anna into some hot water with the left, with trans people, with progressives, etc. 2 years ago now, when all of that popped off, Majority Report defended her and gave her the benefit of the doubt that it was a difference of opinion, but not that she wasn't transphobic. Definitely feels like they think Schumer failed them and they're going their own way. Any of them can grab spotlight like this. They just haven't until now. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that like it shouldn't have taken, or maybe it's has more to do with like the media being willing to like, give them more airtime. Because who wants to hear from these people anyway? Like Hakeem Jeffries and stuff. I want to see. Okay, so Larry Summers ends up resigning from Harvard after all, or like he's not resigning from Harvard, but like he's not going to be completing the end of the semester or something like that. I don't know that you can. I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know that you can resign from Harvard, but of course you can. But I don't know that that's what he is doing. I need to look into it. Larry Summers discusses a statement of regret for his disturbing messages to Jeffrey Epstein with Harvard students.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in the class. Some of you will.
What the hell do you even say to this when this is what your professor is caught up in? You timestamp everything. You ever think about cutting it up and making YouTube VOD / YouTube shorts? Oh, I think about it all the time. Thinking about it is not the issue. Doing it is the actual thing that I need to get around to. I need to stop just thinking about it and actually act on the thoughts. Friendly reminder that universities have been unceremoniously firing / expelling professors, students for speaking out against the genocide for over 2 years. Oh yeah, that's how I found this. This is 100% true. But okay, so there is a New York Times article that goes through the many scandals of Larry Summers that I'm interested in seeing because I don't know the tea on this guy other than the fact that he is depicted in The Social Network. Lawrence Summers came back from scandals. Will Epstein emails prevent that? So this was published today. One of the many prominent roles Lawrence H. Summers has held over his career in government and Harvard University, the part he has played the longest is omnipresent public intellectual, appearing practically anywhere there is a microphone to deliver confident takes on the economy or global events. Not even, and I gotta say, this is probably true. It's just that I can't think of a single instance in recent memory where I can think of like was waiting for the Larry Summers analysis on like anything that was trending or news. I'm sure it did though. Not even a knack for picking fights and provoking controversy has kept one of the country's best-known economists from TV screens, newspapers, podcasts, social media, and elite forums, perhaps until now. Embarrassing revelations about his chumminess with the notorious sex offender, the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, could quiet him. They have, for the moment, cost him his lofty teaching position at Harvard. Okay, what does this say? Okay, so Larry Summers to stop teaching at Harvard while it investigates his Epstein ties. Will step back. University's former president will step back from teaching duties while the university investigates his ties to the disgraced financier and sex offender Epstein, a spokesman for Mr. Summers said Wednesday. This is so weird. Like, what does the internal investigation of, like, Harvard looking into their staff's connection to Jeffrey Epstein look like? And, like, how many resources does that take? Like, what would constitute, like, a violation of, like, ethics or rules? I don't know. The spokesman, Stephen Goldberg, said in a statement that Mr. Summers would also leave his role as director of the Mossavar Rahmani Center for Business and Government at the Harvard Kennedy School. A Harvard spokesman confirmed that Mr. Summers has told the university of his decision, which was first reported by the Harvard Crimson. His spokesman said that his co-teachers will finish instructing his classes this semester, but he was not scheduled to teach next semester. Mr. Summers will keep his tenured status, which is what I was saying yesterday, at Harvard while he pauses teaching during the investigation. He is only on leave at the Mossavar Rahmani Center. Mr. Summers has expressed regret for maintaining his connection to Mr. Epstein after the financier had gone to jail. Just hours earlier, Mr. Summers had resigned from the board of OpenAI, which I bet you anything this will turn out to be a blessing in disguise once the AI bubble pops, which he joined in 2023 after a failed boardroom coup briefly ousted the company's chief executive, Sam Altman. Summers' connection with Epstein had been known for years, but a tranche of emails that a House committee released last week revealed a cozy relationship between the two men who exchanged messages after Mr. Epstein served jail time for sex crimes with minors. Among other topics, the men discussed a woman in whom Mr. Summers, who is married, was romantically interested. Mr. Epstein described himself as Mr. Summers' wingman. So weird. At OpenAI, Mr. Summers was seen as instrumental to repairing the fractured board, working with additional independent directors, including Brett Taylor, a former Salesforce executive, and Paul M. Nakasone, retired U.S. Army general. He sat on different board committees, including one responsible for auditing the company's finances. Over the past 2 years, OpenAI has since stabilized and gone on to attract tens of billions of dollars in private capital investment while developing closer ties with the federal government. President Trump has said that the AI development is key to the country's economic future. Mr. Summers was also part of helping the company, which started as a nonprofit, adopt a new for-profit structure last month. I still don't understand how they make money. How do these AI what are they making that makes money? Maybe there's like an obvious answer to this and I just don't know, but I mean, I will admit I'm like totally ignorant as to like how you were supposed to monetize this stuff. The long-sought change allows OpenAI to operate like a more traditional business while it continues to raise the enormous sums of money it needs to develop artificial intelligence. The company is currently valued at more than $500 billion. The Times has sued OpenAI and Microsoft, claiming copyright infringement of news content related to AI systems. The two companies have denied the suit's claims. OpenAI is currently unprofitable. Eventually, they will monetize services to companies, I imagine. Yeah, but what services? Like, what do they have to offer? I don't what would I even buy from them? What would anyone buy from them? I don't get it. What do they sell? Note-taking. Mr. Summers has shed a number of other positions this week after saying on Monday that he was stepping back from public commitments to focus on rebuilding trust and repairing relations. He has severed relationships with the Center for American Progress and Center for Global Development, two think tanks. The New York Times opinion section said in a statement that it would not renew Mr. Summers' contract as a contributing writer. On Monday, I didn't even know that he had that. On Monday, Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Massachusetts Dem, urged Harvard to cut ties with Mr. Summers. Videos posted, even Lizzie is coming for him. Videos posted online Tuesday showed Mr. Summers briefly addressing his communications with Mr. Epstein to a lecture hall of students. Some of you will have seen my statement of regret expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, Mr. Summers told the class, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities, but for a time, but that I think it's very important that I fulfill my teaching obligations. He changed his mind a day later. Mr. Epstein, who died by suicide in jail in 2019, had a long relationship with Harvard, donating more than $9 million before he pled guilty to sex crimes in 2008, according to a 2020 Harvard report. So Harvard, who has received money from disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, is going to be investigating Larry Summers for his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. This is sure to end well. $9 million. Do you think Harvard anywhere has like made a pledge to, I mean, you wouldn't want to return it to Jeffrey Epstein or his estate, but like, you know, put it in like a victims fund or like to some sort of like nonprofit or NGO? You think that exists anywhere? You think anyone's calling on them to do that? So let's see. They have for the moment cost him his lofty teaching position at Harvard and positions on prominent boards, including OpenAI. Harvard said it's going to review the connections between Mr. Epstein and people at the university that were revealed in thousands of files documenting Mr. Epstein's communications with others, which Congress released last week. Even as he steps back, Mr. Summers will remain a tenured professor, which would make efforts to remove him difficult and laborious, which is what I figured. So he wasn't fired and he wasn't even permanently resigning. It is kind of like what Ogre Boy said in the chat. It's like a sabbatical and it's like a break. He's like furloughed essentially, but he's still going to get pay. And he is among, even if they find like some, you know, that he is in violation of something, getting rid of tenure, like trying to get rid of a tenured professor, especially somebody who's as wealthy and well-connected as Larry Summers' tenure from Harvard, would be very difficult to do. And he is among a vast group of powerful men who have faced seemingly career-threatening scandals over comments or actions related to their treatment of women. Isn't it funny how like no one really ever seems to go away, especially when that's what they've been up to? And yet have maintained a place in public life. This group includes Bill Clinton and President Trump. Yeah, no shit. No shit. There have been like lesser scandals that people have like, or bigger scandals, you know, beyond just like misogyny that people have managed to come back from. So a little thing like that, quote unquote, is probably not going to get in the way of Larry Summers returning to being some sort of reputable public intellectual in just a few years. Give it some time. But the case with Mr. Epstein, who has been linked to both presidents, could test that trend of public rehabilitation for men facing scandals. No, it won't. It won't. I fucking wish. It will not do that. I promise you. This idea that like, oh, yeah, men are really going to start to be held accountable for this kind of... No, they're not. They are not going to be. It's not starting now. I wish. Because of both the scale and severity of his crimes, the fate of Mr. Summers may offer like this has so little to do with like, you know, oh, Me Too and accountability. It's not about any of that. It is about, is it bad for Harvard's bottom line? Okay. Is it more expensive to try, if he did something, okay, how much money do they want to put in trying to get rid of his tenure? Do they want to have a big public brawl with him, which they absolutely would turn into to get rid of that for him? Is he bad for Harvard's bottom line? That's the only question that will need to be answered. And he wasn't even going to teach next semester, so he was probably, may have even been ready to retire soon. How old is he? The dude's 70. The fate of Mr. Summers may offer a clue about how the fallout could touch others as more information about Mr. Epstein's network comes out. Even so, Mr. Summers' sharpest critics are wary of predicting the demise of his public-facing career. It's always premature to say a powerful person is finished in the 21st century, said Jeff Hauser. Correct. Executive director of the Revolving Door Project, a progressive org that works against corporate influence in politics. That said, he added, on a planet of 8 billion people, Summers is not a unique source of reliable insight. Mr. Hauser said he hopes Mr. Summers will quietly grapple with the privileges he has abused, while the media world finds new expert voices to elevate. Brad DeLong, a professor of economics at the University of California, Berkeley, defended Mr. Summers, with whom he has written papers. Mr. DeLong said that his former collaborator built his enormous public profile by, quote, having smart and wise things to say. Yeah, as I would... How about, what do you want to give your appraisal of the things that he was saying to Jeffrey Epstein? Adding that he thinks people should still listen to Mr. Summers. Larry will continue to have worthwhile thoughts. This is like, oh my God, this is like the best that you can say. It's like some nothing statement. This is literally the scene in Succession where, is it Cameron? I can't think of, it's not Cameron. It's the guy who plays, I think, Cameron in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, one of the brothers, who wants to like run for political office, who at Moe's funeral, the Mo Lester character has to give like a speech, and he gives basically like these empty platitudes that neither come off like endorsements nor condemnations, because they are literally just descriptive statements of fact. They're not really imbued with any sort of like emotional attachment or weight at all. So he certainly has smart and wise things to say. Not going to list any of them here. And he will continue to have worthwhile thoughts. It's like, what is like, you're not saying anything. Last week, a House committee released a tranche of emails between Mr. Summers and Mr. Epstein among 20,000 pages of docs received from Mr. Epstein's estate. In the emails, Mr. Summers appears to be leaning on a trusted friend, confiding to Mr. Epstein that a woman he was interested in had put him in the rear view mirror category. Oh. How old was he? This was 2019? Okay, dude. This was when he was in his like 60s. In a 2019 email, Mr. Summers, who was married at the time, complained about the woman's involvement with someone else. How dare she be involved with anybody else except him? I said, what are you up to? She said, I'm busy. He wrote to Mr. Epstein. I said, awfully coy you are. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. This is like a 6-year-old man doing this to a married woman. I'm busy means fuck off. That's the nice way of saying it, Larry. That means go away. Mr. Epstein wrote back, she's smart, making you pay for past errors. Ignore the daddy. I'm going to go out with the motorcycle guy. You reacted well. Oh my God. Mr. Summers declined an interview request, though, through a spokeswoman, but facing a barrage of criticism, he issued a statement on Monday suggesting he was retreating from public life, saying he was deeply ashamed and taking, quote, full responsibility for my misguided decision to continue communicating with Mr. Epstein. He will step back from, quote, public commitments, he said, to focus on repairing relationships and rebuilding trust. To be fair, he could have been a stud in his 60s. It can't be ignored that maybe that's the case, right? Such a stud that he couldn't even bag this this woman who's like, I'm busy, go away, basically. Like rebuilding trust. Okay. Mr. Summers has, like, again, by rebuilding trust in this context means I'm going to leave for a like hot minute. And then hopefully when I try to come back, there's not too much discussion about what I did in the first place that made me need to leave public view. Mr. Summers made a slight edit when repeating a statement of regret to his students this week, according to online videos, saying he was stepping back from public activities for a time. On Wednesday, his spokeswoman said his co-teachers would take over his coursework, that he did not have any classes to teach next semester. At Harvard, Mr. Summers is not necessarily a beloved figure. He has often been a critic of his own institution and colleagues. What's this in reference to? Oh my God. Did he actually support the president resigning? I wonder. But he's also withstood controversies in the past. In January 2005, when he was president of Harvard, Mr. Summers made a comment at an academic conference suggesting that innate differences between the sexes may explain why fewer women are successful in math and science. Why don't you stick to what you know, Larry? He apologized and said his ideas had been mischaracterized. The Faculty of Arts and Sciences voted no confidence in him, and Mr. Summers announced his resignation in 2006. 2 years later, though, President-elect Barack Obama named Mr. Summers director of the National Economic Council. In 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Mr. Summers had asked Mr. Epstein in 2014 for advice on raising money for a poetry project run by his wife, Eliza New, who is also a Harvard professor. In response, Mr. Summers said he regretted being in touch with Mr. Epstein after the financier had gone to jail for a sex crime. The emails released last week show that Ms. New and Mr. Epstein were personally in touch in 2015. The latest revelations about his behavior have once again drawn angry reactions among his peers. Larry Summers' creepy abuse of his professional power is infuriating. Jonathan A. Parker, an economist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, wrote on X, "Such a record of stupidity from this man." I mean, do I consider it to be good behavior? No. Do I consider it to be an abuse of his professional power to talk to? I guess that just wouldn't be the way that I characterize it. Unless he has, unless they're talking about something else. Harvard has had a year full, like the other example, I think, where he's like making these comments about like the differences between men and women and their skull shapes or whatever the fuck, being uncharitable. Maybe that's closer to that, but like, I don't know that I would call that. It's not good though. Harvard has had a year full of headaches, and the new emails with Mr. Epstein are another one. They put back into the spotlight the university's extensive ties to Mr. Epstein after a 2020 Harvard report revealed that the financier had donated more than $9 million to the school before he pleaded guilty to sex crimes involving minors in 2008. The report also said he most likely had visited Harvard some 40 times after getting out of jail in 2009. Mr. Epstein died in his jail cell in 2019 in what was ruled as a suicide. Harvard faced intensifying calls to take action against Mr. Summers this week. Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Massachusetts Dem, has urged the university to cut ties with him. What exactly did she just say that? Like, what exactly did Warren say? Did she make like a statement? For decades, Larry Summers has demonstrated his attraction to serving the wealthy and well-connected, but his willingness to cozy up to a convicted sex offender demonstrates monumentally bad judgment. If he had so little ability to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein, even after all that was publicly known about Epstein's sex offenses involving underage girls, then Summers cannot be trusted to advise our nation's politicians, policymakers, and institutions, or teach a generation of students at Harvard or anywhere else, she added. Oh, hasn't Elizabeth Warren heard Separate the Art from the Artist? After a video posted of Mr. Summers teaching a class Tuesday, Alejandro Caraballo, a clinical instructor at Harvard Law School's Cyber Law Clinic, commented online that, quote, "It's not normal for a professor to start a class discussing how they regret being best buddies with a child sex trafficker." Todd Wolfson, the president of the American Association of University Professors, said universities have often proved that they could force people from campuses even without criminal convictions. In the past year, many professors have lost their jobs or positions inside schools, including over speech seen as offensive, but often the cases involving instructors without tenure protections. I mean, this is literally what that tweet that I liked in the first place talking about. No doubt this has to do with Palestine and Israel, and how that is unceremonious. But again, there are going to be people saying like, no, you shouldn't be untenured. Where there's a will, there's a way, Dr. Wolfson said, adding, right now, there's no way to justify having Larry Summers around students. But Harvard policy suggests that ousting Mr. Summers could be an ordeal. The provost's office says on its website that professors can be stripped of their appointments, quote, only for grave misconduct or neglect of duty, by the Harvard Corporation, the university's highest governing board. In May, however, a business professor lost tenure after being accused of falsifying data for her academic papers. That professor, who left the university, denied the claims. This week, Mr. Summers withdrew from a number of associations, including with the think tank Center for American Progress and the Center for Global Development. He resigned from the board of OpenAI, his spokeswoman confirmed, and the New York Times opinion section. That was the other one. If Summers is eyeing a future comeback to public life, his initial steps have sent the right messages, said Justine Griffin, a principal at Rasky Partners, a communications and PR firm in Boston, and a specialist in crisis and reputation management. His statement was good. He took accountability, which many do not, Ms. Griffin said in an email, and then described what he intended to do. Step back from public commitments. That was smart and also necessary because each one of the organizations associated with him would likely have sought it / found it necessary to cut ties. She said rebuilding a reputation after a scandal often requires lying low, at least for a while, and doing selfless work such as philanthropy. Whether another comeback is possible for Mr. Summers and others connected to Mr. Epstein is unclear. The Epstein case has rocked American politics, and additional revelations are likely to come out. This week, the Senate approved and Mr. Trump signed a bill to release more evidence collected against Mr. Epstein. This idea that he's like not going to be back is so silly. He obviously will be. People who come out of these Ivy League schools, in particular Harvard, are very shoddy. It's almost like their school is all about pedigree and to provide jobs for rich people instead of being a legitimate learning institution. Tenure is bullshit. I mean, it's a social club more than anything else, right? You go there to like network, not because you're getting like necessarily the best education. So what if Trump was in the Epstein files? Maybe he made a small mistake a long time ago. He is a good man, a Christian. Was Barack Hussein a Christian? Oh, depressed 4-inch 40. I really hope you're still in chat. Please elaborate on that, on these great points that you're making. Okay, so we saw this yesterday. This is the more fallout from the quiet Piggy comments that he made.
Quiet, Piggy. Okay.
Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really what did he mean when he spent all the time with Bill Clinton, with the president of Harvard, you know, that is Summers, Larry Summers, whatever his name is, and all of the other people that he spent time with. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years. But he also saw strike because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos to himself. Give me a break.
Give me a break.
You got to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan Chase.
Sir,
Yeah, Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead. Go ahead.
incriminating in the file, sir?
Venezuela,
Why
sir?
not why
Quiet,
acting as a
quiet, Piggy.
On Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela.
After this exchange, Trump has since reversed his stance on releasing the Epstein files. But Karoline Leavitt was asked point blank about these comments, and I want to see what she said. Like it's mad.
Thank you, Caroline. What did the president mean when he called reporter Piggy?
Look, the president is very frank and honest with everyone in this room. You've all seen it yourself.
Yeah.
You've all experienced it yourselves, and I think it's one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president, because of his frankness. And he calls out fake news when he sees it. He gets frustrated with reporters when you lie about him, when you spread fake news about him and his administration. But he also is the most transparent president in history, and he gives all of you in this room, as you all know, unprecedented access. You are in the Oval Office almost every day asking...
Well, really, you should be thanking him, really, for, you know, him even being willing to give transparency to you, the reporters and members of the American press.
The president questions. And so I think the president being frank and open and honest to your faces rather than hiding behind your backs is frankly a lot more respectful than what you saw in the last administration, where you had a president who lied to your...
She really said, he says it to your face. You got to respect that at the very least. He's not talking shit behind your back. He just says it right to you.
Face and then didn't speak to you for weeks and hid upstairs and didn't take your questions. So I think everyone in this room should appreciate the frankness and the openness that you get from President Trump on a near daily basis.
And
Go ahead.
As a follow-up,
Yeah.
There's something going on with her mouth and lips. IDK, I think it was a lip lift, but she has this uncanny look. I don't think it's filler.
The president being...
I think it's because she had a lip filler at one point and then dissolved it, and it like left her like after you do that, there's like wrinkles and like deflation that ends up happening because the skin was stretched out for an extended period of time. But I mean, she's like literally a year older than me, and she looks way older than that. Like when I first, I thought she was in her like late 30s, but she's like my age, like 20, 27 or something. Okay, and this is also not terrifying at all. CDC changes website to reflect Kennedy's vaccine skepticism. What they mean by this is that it now includes false claims that link autism and vaccines as of today. A CDC website that previously said that vaccines do not cause autism walked back that statement, contradicting the agency's previous efforts to fight misinformation about a connection between the two. The agency's webpage on vaccines and autism, updated on Wednesday, now repeats the skepticism that Health Secretary RFK Jr. has voiced about the safety of vaccines, though dozens of scientific studies have failed to find evidence of a link. A previous version of the webpage said that studies had shown, quote, no link between receiving vaccines and developing autism spectrum disorder. It cited a 2012 National Academy of Medicine review of scientific papers and a CDC study from 2013. On Thursday, the live version of the page stated, the claim, vaccines do not cause autism, is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. The updated text also claimed that the health authorities have, quote, ignored studies supporting a link and said that the Department of Health and Human Services, or HHS, was conducting a, quote, comprehensive assessment of the causes of autism. He's also simultaneously going after the abortion pill. And what do you want to bet? They're probably going to find a link between those two. Where there's a will, there's a way. Studies over the past 3 decades consistently have not found any connection between vaccines and autism, including one from 2019 in Denmark that examined the country's entire child population for over a decade. The phrase "vaccines do not cause autism" still appeared on the new CDC page. A footnote explained that the language had not been removed because of an agreement with Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican of Louisiana, that it remained on the CDC website. Senator Cassidy is a medical doctor and is the chairman of the Senate's Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Is this person a Republican? Probably not, but they're from Louisiana. They're a Republican. I'm actually shocked that it's a Republican that's a stopgap from that not being removed. At least one other CDC page continued to say there was no link, as did a page on the website for the FDA, which Mr. Kennedy also oversees. Senator Cassidy's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Why do they do this? This is when they should be bragging, but it's like such an indictment, the fact that he probably can't talk about it, because if too much attention is drawn to the fact that he pushed back on it, he'll get calls from angry constituents that are mad that he's not greenlighting RFK Jr.'s delusions. Andrew Nixon, the comms director for the Health and Human Services Agency, defended the change and reiterated that it had begun a, quote, comprehensive assessment of the causes of autism. The new webpage pleased anti-vaccine activists. Finally, the CDC is beginning to acknowledge the truth about this condition that affects millions, said Children's Health Defense, an anti-vaccine organization founded by Mr. Kennedy, on social media on Wednesday. Okay, when they were saying this please anti-vaccine activists, I gotta say, pretty stunning that the anti-vaccine activists in question are still connected to RFK Jr. Doctors, epidemiologists, and public health experts condemned it. This revision represents political pressure overriding scientific consensus, Dr. Jake Scott, an infectious disease physician at Stanford University, said on social media on Thursday, calling the change a dangerous precedent for evidence-based medicine. In a statement, RFK Jr., being the head of HHS, is what is the dangerous precedent for evidence-based medicine. It started a long time before they altered this website. Him being able to actually be the Secretary of Health and Human Services is the real problem. In a statement, the Autism Science Foundation, awesome name, said it was, quote, appalled by the new webpage, saying the page is now filled with anti-vaccine rhetoric and outright lies about vaccines and autism. The facts don't change because the admin does. Allison Singer, the foundation's president, said in a statement. The CDC also took down a page that advised pregnant women on the benefits of COVID-19 vaccination. The page's content is currently being updated to align with recent recommendations from the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices. The page now says, it is unclear when the revised content might appear. Weird. It's like, does anybody read these? No. You read the reports on the fact that they have changed it, but the fact that this is what they're trying to do under the radar speaks to, one, their botched priorities, but two, is still deeply concerning nonetheless. Let's see. But you know what? Let's have a little fun. Mamdani introducing Arabic numerals to New York schools. Dude, this was clearly a joke, and even the Krasenstein brothers are falling for it. Breaking, Mamdani is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. As a Jewish American, I still support this 100%. He is not, this is not a joke from Brian Krasenstein, as far as I can tell. He's just trying to be an ally. I fully support kids learning a second language. Good bait. Oh, Wick, I don't know that he's baiting. I'll be real. Was this real? I genuinely can't tell. I did not think it was bait. I don't think this is bait. I think that they just fell for it, and there are people assuming it's bait. Oh, who could fall for that? I don't think it's bait. I think he probably actually thought this and genuinely means it. Wait, no, this isn't what I want to put up. Hold on. Where did this even come from, though? Fact check. Arabic numerals. Who's this? Is Mamdani introducing Arabic numerals to New York schools? A claim circulating on social media alleging that New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is pushing legislation to require the use of Arabic numerals in the state's public schools has raised a few eyebrows online. Newsweek has contacted representatives of Mamdani for comment via email outside of regular working hours. The post circulating on social media claim Mamdani is expected to introduce new rules when he becomes New York mayor in 2026 that will require all public elementary schools in the state to learn Arabic numerals. It appears to stem from a misunderstanding or a deliberate attempt to provoke controversy or generate ridicule by using a term that some readers may find unfamiliar, even though it refers to the numbers Americans already use. But some social media users may have taken it seriously. Breaking. Zohran Mamdani is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. One post on X from member of the West Virginia House of Delegates, Derek Evans, read. Evans was also part of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The post has over 300,000 views as of Thursday morning. Another post from betting market company Polymarket read, and this is what I saw. Breaking. Zohran Mamdani to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. The post has almost 14 million views. Some ex-users condemning Mamdani, others celebrating it. Obviously, digits 0 through 9. Okay, so he didn't say this. I thought maybe he had like played with it or something like that. It came from somebody else who is, but like it was like, it's coming from a Republican. I thought maybe it was bait from somebody close to him, maybe even him himself that he was like reposting and playing with. But no, it's from some fucking J6er. We need Christian numerals. That's what I've been saying. Return to tradition, Roman numerals. This is we're doing woke Sharia. We have to leave all of that in the past. Okay. Other Mamdani updates. He's going to be meeting Trump and visit the White House tomorrow.
Do you think a lot of people go into meetings with Donald Trump, I think, thinking they're going to be the one to get over on him. And I sometimes often think, I've watched this now for 10 years, they screw up because they think they underestimate him. Like, what is your goal for a meeting with Donald Trump? What do you want to come out of a meeting with Donald Trump?
I want to just speak plainly to the president about what it means to actually stand up for New Yorkers and the way in which New Yorkers are struggling to afford this city. And frankly, cost of living is something that I heard time and time again from New Yorkers about why they voted for Donald Trump. And this is something that is only continued in the last few months of this year, where we're hearing about childcare concerns, rent concerns, Con Ed concerns, even just getting on the bus just $2.90. And just to make it clear to the president that this is what we're talking about, these are the stakes.
Could you imagine Mamdani trying to say this to Trump?
For New Yorkers and their ability to keep calling this city their home.
Do you think?
I can't even. And then on top of it, fucking Karoline Leavitt's already like taking swipes at him. But before we get into that, apparently he elaborated more on what they want to talk about. Ready for anything in his meeting with Trump at the White House.
Mamdani now set to meet with President Trump tomorrow. It is a meeting that Mr. Mamdani says he requested in hopes of finding common ground on affordability, despite their deep political differences. The incoming mayor says that he's ready to work with the White House and leave all the back and forth over the past few months during the campaign. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett has more on what could go down during this high-stakes meeting.
Zohran Mamdani told reporters that he requested tomorrow's meeting, that he's hoping to find common ground with President Trump, despite their major differences.
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker.
Mr. Trump has ridiculed Mamdani for months, supporting former Governor Andrew Cuomo in the campaign and incorrectly labeling Mamdani a communist at seemingly every opportunity.
I call him my
It's so funny that they're actually fact-checking him on that.
little communist. He's my little communist mayor.
If a communist gets elected to run New York,
that like sounded affectionate the way he said he's my little communist mayor.
Labeling Mamdani a communist at seemingly every opportunity.
I call him my little communist. He's my little communist mayor.
If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same, but we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to.
But Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, has pushed back.
Wait, we have what? We have tremendous what to run when we need to?
It can never be the same, but we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to.
We have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. I mean, I didn't really hear you like coming out hard for Sliwa or Cuomo to the last minute. What does that even mean?
Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, has pushed back, goading the president on election night.
If there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
The president stepped.
What you just saw genuinely frightened some people. They said that was divisive and rude.
Up immigration raids and threats to cut federal aid and even send troops to New York are a potential flashpoint. Reminded about the president's hostile Oval Office meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Mamdani's answer was matter of fact.
I'll stand up for New Yorkers every single day.
Mamdani is hoping to head off the president's threats while signaling that he is ready to stand up to Mr. Trump should it come to that.
I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so.
The White House press secretary today hinted at a showdown.
It speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country.
Mamdani says he wants to talk policy with the president tomorrow, but Mr. Trump's agenda may be more about politics and optics. At City Hall, NJ Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Right now, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani.
Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Is there anything that Mayor-elect Mamdani could say tomorrow that would ease the president's concerns about his future leadership in New York?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president or get ahead of this meeting that we are currently working on.
Don't you literally speak for the president if you're the White House press secretary? I'm not being cute or trying to play dumb. I'm just like, isn't that literally what your job is? Or is it like different because it's not exactly the president, it's the administration?
Tomorrow.
But what a weird carve out to say in the first place.
Saw the president put out a statement tomorrow that the mayor-elect will be coming to the Oval Office, and so our teams are arranging those details. I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated.
I thought she was gonna say in a blue city that's becoming much more red, but then I feel like she wanted to say that, but then she realized, wait, I just aligned the Republicans with red, obviously, and that's what people associate it with. They won't get that I'm like doing red scare shit.
In his many years of living in New York himself. Nancy.
She's just like Aaron today. Do not ever say anything like that again. I genuinely will ban you, and I will burn this shirt if anybody else like agrees with that. Okay. Now, obviously, follow up. PBD was talking about this on the podcast. This is important to get his take on how he feels about Mamdani going to the White House before it's even happened.
We're right with this. So let's start off with New York. So Mamdani wins the mayoral seat. Okay, so he's the mayor of New York. He's in there, takes out Sliwa, takes out Andrew Cuomo. And the moment he's in, President Trump now tweets this, I think yesterday on his Truth Social. Communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Kwame, very important to put that middle name in there, Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. What do you think that meeting is going to look like?
So I have spent a lot of time with President Trump where the topic of New York City comes up, and this is...
Who is this guy again? Lee Zeldin? Got a whole episode to himself. Oh, he's the head of the APA? Is he the current head of the APA? Yeah. Burger Reich.
Personal. This is his...
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised Trump has gone onto this podcast or whatever. Ron DeSantis has gone onto this podcast. It's just weird for like, yeah, the sitting admin of the EPA to like go on the PPD podcast and like riff with him.
Life history, his business, his family, his upbringing. If you ask President Trump about what he wants for the future of New York City, he genuinely, deeply wants to see safer streets. He wants to see economic prosperity. He wants New York to succeed and thrive. His concern over the issue...
Do you think at any point we're going to substantively agree with or properly articulate Zoran Mamdani's platform or be made to address how Trump's stated goals for New York City and for the country are at odds with what Mamdani ran on?
Issues that will come up at that table. It's not like this is some business meeting, a professional meeting that lacks that strong personal connection that the president has. Like, he wants to help, and he is concerned with the direction of the city, as we all are. I mean, I saw it during 8 years of de Blasio, and it was amazing that the city survived those 8 years, especially what we experienced there in 2020. When I was running for governor in 2022, inside New York City, there were so many Democrats, independents, people who are not Republicans, who were supporting our campaign because they wanted to be able to get to their job without fear of getting attacked. They wanted to ride.
The question he was asked is, how do you feel about Zoran Mamdani visiting the White House, and how do you think it's going to go? And we're on, people just want to be able to support Donald Trump without the fear of being attacked.
A subway. They wanted to be able to afford to survive. Now they're adding this like congestion pricing, this tax in order to be able to get into the city, and it's hitting people who are struggling to make ends meet. It's like one more thing that gets them closer to that final last straw where they leave. So when I'm running New York State at that time, 2022, it's 22% Republican, 3.5 million more Democrats than Republicans.
New York State.
And
yeah, write that down, PVD.
You have so many people who have gone to Florida, Texas, the Carolinas, Tennessee, because they feel like
why do people think that there aren't these conservative pockets of New York State, or the fact that like they think that like the New York City is like the most liberal or progressive city for whatever fucking reason, even though there's no shortage of like reactionary New Yorkers, for one, and for two, there's like this again. It cannot ever go ignored. They elected Bloomberg, Eric Adams, and Rudy Giuliani as their mayor. This is not like the bluest city in America. I don't know why they seem to think this.
Their money will go further. They'll live life freer and safer. And this isn't about putting New York City in timeout. Like, they're gone permanently, not looking back. And what so many people are worried about in this moment, with Mamdani coming in and wanting to increase taxes on people who shockingly are still there after all of it, is that it will be
increase taxes on people who are there. The people in question are like billionaires.
That breaking point for more people when that billionaire,
we're talking about like a handful of people, literally. How can you believe that Zoran Mamdani will not construct policy around the feelings of these very, very wealthy plutocrats?
It's like, oh, the billionaire can afford to pay taxes. Yeah, but the billionaire, would you rather have the billionaire give you whatever he's giving you today or she's giving you today, or zero? Because they're leaving down to Florida and elsewhere so easily. The business, the jobs, and you're not going to be able to get back. So I think for the president,
one of the world's largest economies, now that Zoran Mamdani is mayor-elect, that's definitely all going to be changing. That's all over. Capitalism is over. Pack it up in New York City because of the election of this man. Even though they'll say in one breath he's not going to be able to get any of his agenda done, and then in the next they're being like, there's going to be all this Capitol flight, everybody's going to leave, they're going to go to Florida.
Is personal in a very positive way. Like, he's the president of the United States, and you have his full focus and attention, and he genuinely wants to help. But I'll tell you what, like, don't expect this president to play along with the destruction of the city. Like, if you come in and like, this is going to be some kind of negotiation, we're going to talk to the president into playing along with something that's going to set the city back. Don't try to go down, try to open up that door with this guy, because that isn't a door.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, what gave me that feeling is this tweet.
Why are we under the impression that Mamdani is going to be asking Trump for assistance on municipal governance at all?
He doesn't say the mayor of New York City, Mamdani, is coming for a meeting. He said the communist mayor. So this tweet isn't for us.
Who's this idiot? This is the head of the EPA.
This isn't for you. Is coming for a meeting. He said the communist mayor. So this tweet isn't for us. This isn't for you. This isn't for the voters. This is only for one person that he voted the way that he did. It's to Mamdani. He wants Mamdani to know, you're not coming here in a friendly place for us to sit down. Come and see what you're going to be doing.
Patrick, you're so right. Because before Donald Trump had authored that Truth Social post, Mamdani did not even realize, it didn't even occur to him that he would probably have an adversarial relationship with President Donald Trump.
How much does Mamdani need him? Because, when he got elected, he said, we're going to raise taxes by 2% on billionaires, and that's going to give us this much. And then we're going to raise the corporate taxes and match what it is in New Jersey because it's going to be an increase of 4.2, 4.3%. And that's going to give us our $6 billion or $5 billion that he needs. I don't know the exact numbers, but to be able to fund the free buses,
Oh my God. Thank you for linking this. This is a Forbes article. The cities with the most billionaires in 2025. This was published April 2nd of this year. The world's 3,028 billionaires are spread across more than 800 cities around the globe. Then they list things that I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Yet nearly a quarter of them, worth a combined $3.3 trillion, have chosen to make their primary residence in just one of 10 cities in 6 countries, according to Forbes' latest World Billionaire list. The Big Apple is home to the most billionaires yet again, with 123 of them, worth a combined $759 billion. New York City is ranked as the top city for billionaires for all but one of the past 12 years. Beijing was number 1 in 2021. Of the billionaire New Yorkers, 68 are finance and investment magnates, 13 are real estate moguls, and 12 are in fashion and retail. Moscow comes in second with 90 billionaires, 16 more than a year ago. The growth in billionaire residents pushed Moscow ahead of Hong Kong, which tied for the number 2 city last year. Moscow's billionaires are worth $409 billion, and then Hong Kong. But holy shit. This is what they're whining about. Like, can you, like, God forbid all of these people leave. Of course, they're not, like, these people are, not that they have the ability to really grapple with this idea, but like they never stop. I wonder if anybody in their audience ever stops and questions like, is it really good to have that amount, like that type of concentration of wealth that just a few people moving out of the city could bring it to its fucking knees? Because that's how reliant the city is now, is on these private capitalists. That never even enters into the fucking discussion.
To this, right? And then Hochul, while he's running, she's not saying anything. And then he wins. Then she says, no, we're not raising taxes on billionaires on the city. Now, 4 days ago, they had a meeting. Now she's saying she's willing to entertain raising taxes, corporate taxes on businesses in New York City. She's willing to entertain it right there. Considering
she's saying the shit because she wants to win.
Raising corporate taxes, sources says of November 14 after the meeting. So, but how much does Mamdani, obviously he needs Hochul, but how much does he need President Trump?
So here's the first threshold question. What's more important to Mamdani? Is it to get reelected in 4 years? Is it to win a Democratic primary for New York City mayor or something else in the future? Or
please say he wants to run for president and let it stand that he wasn't even born here. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen, but he's not eligible to run for president. I would love to see a clip of the head of the EPA not realizing that Zoran Mamdani cannot run for president, but nonetheless would not let anything like that stop him from fear-mongering about him.
Is his priority right now the future of New York City? Is he prioritizing his job? Like he cares about the city he was just elected to be mayor of. Because if it's the latter, then he needs President Trump a lot. If he's only focused on trying to win a Democratic primary, then Mamdani's coming into this meeting and he's thinking, okay, I don't really care what happens behind closed doors. But as soon as it's over, I can't wait to get to the media cameras. This is like the Senator Schumer play. This is what you see. I was inside of
this is the play anytime there's closed door meetings with the head of state and somebody that has like publicly criticized them, and that there has been tension between them.
West Wing, when Senator Schumer came into the White House and like he was sprinting past me to get out with, and Hakeem Jeffries was right behind him. He was sprinting out to get to the cameras right outside of the West Wing. And then after he does his talk with the journalists, the reporters, whatever, he comes back in and he's like at a third the speed and he's like catching his breath. If Mamdani's focus...
I'm skeptical of this story if for no other reason. I do not see the effort that he's saying Chuck Schumer puts into like being in front of me, like cameras like that and trying to make the most out of his encounters with Trump. But even if I were to grant that all of that happened in exactly the way that he said, what is wrong with that again?
Going into that meeting is just to sprint out to the cameras afterwards, then, maybe it doesn't matter in his mind what happens inside, because all he cares about is speaking to that base. But what's most important? Like there's time for government, and there's time for politics. If it's the day before a Democratic primary and you're messaging to those Democratic voters, we all get it, we expect it. The election is over. Now it's time to lead the city. And as it relates to the money that the federal government ends up sending towards the state, if it's about the partnership, it's safety, I mean, President Trump is securing big cities. I've seen it inside of Washington, D.C. When President Trump sent in the National Guard in August, like overnight, all of a sudden, things just started to immediately get safer. And he's doing that in other cities as well.
It got safer when we mobilized the National Guard in D.C., even though literally nobody wanted that. Yes, you saw an acute drop in crime because everybody was terrified that a city within the United States was suddenly occupied by a military force. Yes, you will see a drop in people willing to even go outside, let alone commit crimes. Correct.
Oh, like the president doesn't want to bring these resources to New York City for the purpose of, setting a city back. He's not doing it for a bad intention. Like he wants to clean up the city that he loves. And there's so many federal resources, even beyond money, where, having the support, building those bridges shows that you're a real leader. I mean, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, whether you're elected to become a mayor, a governor, or a president, having that the ability to reach out across party lines and build a coalition.
They're teaching the kids Arabic numerals. Yeah, I wonder if Trump's going to give his stance on whether or not he supports woke Sharia law being enforced by Zohar Mamdani in New York City after this.
President Trump, I've seen it so often. When a member of Congress calls, I remember there was this member of Congress comes in the first term, and he says, "Can you introduce me to President Trump?" I said, "You're a member of Congress. Just call the White House." I gave him the number. I said, "Just say it's Congressman so-and-so, and I'd like to speak to the president."
Exactly. You're a member of Congress. The denominator for Congress, dude, is over 500. Why would that mean that you can get a private audience or phone call with the president that easily?
He'll probably either come.
That would be difficult for even a governor or a senator to do, just as they wanted to. And you're talking about just some random congressional rep. Why would that be easy?
Right on the phone immediately, or he's busy with something. He is actually busy with something, and he'll call you right back. You're a member of Congress. And sure enough, I mean, it was that easy. And this member of Congress who's never spoken to, never met President Trump, is instantly on the phone having a conversation with the President of the United States. The president, he is so accessible, and he's a great listener. There's a great opportunity for Mamdani to come in to state a case.
He's a great listener. This is literally said without a shred of irony after he said "Quiet, Piggy" to an ABC reporter who asked him a question he didn't like.
On anything and everything where there can be common ground and bridges built, and then this president who wants to see New York City successful.
Yeah, Donald Trump's all about building bridges. That's all he wants to do.
This guy he's a man of his word. The president will come through and help New York City thrive. So the important question is, what do you need?
Well, I mean, what he needs, I don't think the president agrees with, because you said something. It's what does he want to do, right? So after he won, remember then when he gave that divisive speech,
how is it that we ended with him believing that what's going to happen with Mamdani's trip is that even though Donald Trump has gone around calling him a communist, even though PBD seems to think that this is the first time Donald Trump has called him a communist, because he was like, he's writing this Truth Social post just for Zohar Mamdani. It's not for me. It's not for you. It's literally sending a message directly to him when he says that, to be intimidating or whatever, to be some alpha posturing. By the end of it, the head of the EPA is saying that Trump is so magnanimous to his enemies that he is going to be helping him institute the woke Sharia law and communism in New York City, because that's just the kind of guy that Donald Trump is. How did we end on that?
Oh, there's one person listening right now, and that's President Trump. I got 4 words for you. Turn up the volume. And then boom, whatever he said about volume, and they start raising, and then afterwards, I said we didn't need any more money. We need money. And then now he's talking about $65 million he wants to raise for.
Oh my God. He's literally, when he says, I said we didn't need any more money, we need money. He's talking about the fact that Zohar Mamdani, once he won and became mayor-elect and announced his transition team, he began soliciting donations again. He wasn't talking about taxation.
Transgender, gender-affirming surgeries.
What?
And then afterwards, I said we didn't need any more money. We need money. And then now he's talking about $65 million he wants to raise for his transgender, gender-affirming surgeries, whatever he's talking about. This was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, y'all heard about this? Mamdani doing fundraisers for gender-affirming surgeries?
So what can he ask for that the president's going to say yes to? President's not going to agree to raising tax.
Okay, at least PPD is like, okay, you got a little bit too carried away there, saying that Trump is so magnanimous that he's just like, even if he disagrees, Trump is always there to listen. He's always there to help the American people, and he puts country first. And if Mamdani has a favor to ask of him, Donald Trump is going to do the best that he can to fulfill it. And PBD is like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't agree on anything. Why are you saying this?
Access on the city. I mean, he can't be involved in that because that's the state. That's Hochul. What can he agree with? Where could there be something that they have a commonality with?
I mean, if I had to guess, Mamdani comes in wanting to talk about supportive congestion pricing. He wanting to talk about infrastructure projects.
Supportive congestion? Why would Mamdani want to talk about a thing that's already been instituted in New York City and is doing fine? That wasn't even under him. Why would Mamdani come and talk about that? What?
Stuff like rebuilding Penn Station, the 2nd Avenue subway. I imagine there'll be some type of a conversation about law enforcement, whether or not Mamdani wants to get into it where it's divisive and he's not trying to agree on anything and just wanting to have a debate and just wants to.
Does he literally think that transition team means that Mamdani's I hadn't even thought about that. But the same way that Donald Trump, clearly every time he talks about asylums, he always mentions like insane asylums when they're talking about like illegal migrants and whatever, like, and he clearly thinks that the asylum process is synonymous with a bunch of people are being released from an insane asylum. I would not be surprised if PBD thinks that Zohran Mamdani fundraising for his transition he's conflating that with Zohran Mamdani was also fundraising for gender transition and gender affirming surgeries. Holy shit. I don't even know how I didn't put that together, but PBD is a beautiful mind, and I would not be surprised if that's where he was going with that, or that's where he was coming from with it.
Trash talk the great, amazing ICE officers and others in law enforcement. I mean, that would be non-productive, but if he wants to broach some of these other topics and find...
Oh shit, Mina, thank you so much for the $10. Chat, hit the like button and subscribe. Share the stream to your mom and her dog's boyfriend's cousin. Give the Prime sub. Write your credit card number and chat with the 3 numbers, your social security number. Email your boss and quit your job. I completely endorse this donation from Mina, friend of the stream. Thank you very much.
Common ground. I mean, right now there's investment. The president of the United States is bringing in trillions of dollars investment all throughout the entire country. Yep. Since I was confirmed in February, I've been to all 50 states. And whether I'm in Idaho Falls,
Dude,
Idaho,
why
where
do they keep saying this?
New nuclear
that like Donald Trump is bringing in trillions in revenue.
Facility just broke ground in Cheyenne, Wyoming with a new data center. West Memphis, Arkansas with a new data center. I'm going to these locations not where it's like, hey, in 3 years we're planning on spending $4 billion. I was just in West Virginia where multiple.
There's no text to speech SMH. That's coming. That's coming.
Businesses I was visiting are all ramping up. They're all scaling up. And I was with the president in Pittsburgh for an AI summit, and they were announcing $93 billion coming to the Keystone State that day. And I'm sitting there as a New Yorker for a moment, putting that hat on, and I'm thinking, man, none of this money is getting announced to go to New York. Why is that? It's not a coincidence. The reason why the money's going to Pennsylvania and not New York is because of the policies. In New York, where you don't allow the extraction of natural gas, you're not approved.
Wow, you're telling me that funds were going to one place instead of another is because of the policies that were already decided on? This man is the head of the EPA.
Enough of these pipelines. You're banning gas hookups on new construction. You want to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles. You set climate goals that you will not achieve, and in the attempt to achieve it, you will cause a lot of economic pain on the people who can least afford it. Maybe Mamdani is smart enough to come in and say, hey, I see you're bringing in trillions of dollars to the United States of America. What do we need to do in New York City to be part of it? Because
maybe Mamdani's going to get into the White House and he's going to get on his knees and suck Donald Trump off. And then he'll say that to him in between.
I don't want to be pushing out.
This is a thing that's realistically, there's a chance of that happening.
People and businesses and jobs. I want to bring them into the city and and then Mamdani should just shut up for the moment and listen to the president, because the president has a lot of ideas and experience and ways he can help.
So then the question becomes, but if he, let's just say
billions in revenue, they're probably buying the tariff nods. I have to assume it's about the tariffs, but the tariffs haven't even raised like $100 billion.
He knows the optics as well. If it seems that they are too friendly and he's agreeable, that's not a good look for AOC. That's not a good look
I cannot believe they're game planning this long over a thing that has not happened yet. There's like not much to speculate on. They're still going.
Or the crew that wants to paint him as the enemy, because they can't, the risk their lives, and he's aware of this, because to me, Mamdani gives me vibes of our Zelensky, where Zelensky came the first time around and he said, well, you know, you yourself, and you don't have the cards. I'm not playing cards, Mr. President, right? That meeting, the first one. And then second one, he came, he wore.
So the evidence for comparing Zohran Mamdani to Zelensky is not anything that Mamdani has said and not anything that Zelensky really said, but how Trump responded to Zelensky. And that means that Zoran Mamdani and Zelensky are similar.
Pursuit. I think Mamdani is a Zelensky type of a guy that it's optics, and between the loyalty of the people that elected him, that want free things, versus also the people that kind of AOC kept retweeting his stuff. So AOC is a major kingmaker of New York in a strange way she is. She's got a lot of power and a lot of juice. He can't lose that. He can't.
The strange way she is.
Lose them. He sold Trump as the enemy. If all of a sudden now they're seeing mushy friendly, they're going to be like, wait a minute, you're a traitor. The likelihood of me seeing this going that way, I also think if he comes in trying to push too hard, would he want a face-off with Trump to say, I'm not afraid? I went to the White House and I told him to his face that if you don't do this to the great state of New York City, I see that. I see optics. I don't see diplomacy.
What optics? This is not, I don't think this is going to be filmed, is it? It's just going to be this private encounter and then they're both going to talk about it after the fact.
See, with him wanting to work with the president. Am I wrong?
I mean, there's a massive
just all this deluge of nonsense. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Have I said anything that's incorrect?
Range of possibilities of how this can go. And I don't know Mamdani well enough to know, like, when he wakes up tomorrow morning, like, who's, like, which shoulder? By the way, I don't know if it's like a dark voice.
Oh, thank you so much, David, for the $3 on Ko-fi. I really, really appreciate it.
Speaking to him on both shoulders, or if there's a part of him.
Am I excited up to side with Sam Harris? We'll see. I don't know that that's going to happen from a couple of clips that I saw. Maybe we'll see.
Somewhere, like who's like which shoulder? By the way, I don't know if it's like a dark voice speaking to him on both shoulders, or if there's a part of him somewhere, like there's a voice, there's
a dark voice speaking to him on both. It's usually. They're talking about like an angel and devil being on your shoulders, like whispering in your ear. There's never like two devils on the ear or like on your shoulders.
Counsel, somebody he listens to who would provide him good advice. Like, okay, the election's over. You now have to be the mayor of New York City. The best thing that you could do if you're thinking about your future years down the road is to be able to put together big successes, like real big successes.
He's returning back to his stupid point of like all of this is going to be Mamdani optimally positioning himself to win to re-election.
And if over the course of 4 years that you are the mayor, the city becomes less safe, you have massive more budget issues. People are fleeing, and you raise taxes, and people are leaving because of it.
Like when they say people are fleeing, they want you to conjure up this image of these like working class people desperately like bursting into their apartment that's about to be like foreclosed on, grabbing a suitcase out of their closet and just stuffing their belongings and heirlooms into it and like leaving as fast as they can. When he's talking about capital flight and billionaires.
This is an opportunity for you to show X, Y, and Z. Like if he's got that voice that maybe he wants to listen to tomorrow, I mean, then there's a totally different path and opportunity for him. But I don't know him well enough to know what side of the bed he's going to wake up on.
So for me, Rob, can you check one thing?
You don't know Mamdani at all. Unless he's talking about Trump.
This is a big thing. Has AOC ever met with Trump? Has AOC and Trump ever met?
Why is this relevant?
In person,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but maybe I'm wrong. So let's see here. Let's see if they've ever met in person. So there's no credible records of ever in person documented. Here's what we know: that they have engaged in substantial conflict, public, including back and forth. Oh, thank you so much. Tweets and commentary. AOC referenced a meeting between Trump and Ted Cruz, but not herself. News. Okay. So this is very big, because if you would ask me who's going to meet with Trump first, AOC or Mamdani is meeting with Trump first. Okay, Hochul has obviously met with Trump many times as the governor of New York.
Why would AOC have a private audience with Donald Trump? Why would they meet privately?
And it makes me also go to the next step with Mamdani. I think his last phone calls are going to be AOC is going to be one of them. I think if he's asking about what do you think, one of them is going to be AOC. But when you're saying long term with Mamdani, what is his long term? He can't run for president. If you think about mayors of New York City, typically.
Damn it. Okay. He knows that he wasn't born in the United States, so they're not going to pursue that.
Run for president. De Blasio ran for president. Bloomberg ran for.
What even is this analysis? I mean, this isn't even like Sunday morning quarterbacking. This is like we're quarterbacking and speculating about a thing that literally has not happened, and we don't have any insight into like what is going to happen, how long it's going to be. Like they haven't talked about what they're going to discuss other than broadly, we're going to talk about how to deliver for New Yorkers.
President. Giuliani ran for president. I don't think Adams is going to run for president, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point if he just goes in there and says, I'm going to run for president, gets his 1 point Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either if Adams made yet another boneheaded move in his fucking career, even though he's a disgraced politician now in light of how poorly he ran New York City into the fucking ground. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but he wouldn't win.
It's his presidential candidate, and he's off to the races, right? We don't know that. So I don't know what his role is going to be long term.
And he's off to he couldn't even win in New York City. He couldn't even win re-election. Why would he be off to the races in a presidential context? And you just said all of these previous mayors have tried to run for the presidency and they've never been successful.
Don't see him being that willing to work with the president because it changes the brand that he has. If I have to put a split, it'd be a 70-30 split of him coming in to try to do more showmanship than anything else and then go back and say, I met with the president. And I told him to his face, I see something like that he tries to do. And if he does, we'll see what happens. Let's talk about New York State. So you go up against Governor Hochul.
Okay, so they talk about that. Is there anything else in this? Oh my God. Okay, no, that was it. Holy shit. Just schizophrenia hour, man. Okay. All right, let's do... I just want to see Sam Harris Triggernometry. Okay, let's just get into it. Sam Harris on Hunter Biden controversy, Trump corruption, and the problem with podcasts. This was uploaded a day ago and has 158,000 views. I pretty much despise Sam Harris, but I despise the Triggernometry boys even more. So let's see who I end up hating less over the course of these next 2 hours.
I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back. There was no Democrat who was going to do it.
Already great start.
If you are concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop, it still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now out in the open. You know, the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter. We are doing massive brand damage to our country. Very prominent people.
Massive brand. Of course, Sam Harris is concerned about like Truth Social posts and like mean tweets, which don't get me wrong, that is embarrassing. And that does, undermine U.S. credibility or whatever, but it's like the least of it.
President and Elon on down treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. This was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria. It was their George Floyd moment. Again, yes, without the riots and obviously.
Well, that's quite a big deal, Sam.
Before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, without the riots, just with the like mass firing of people,
Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine.
For not saying that Charlie Kirk was like a great American patriot who certainly wasn't racist or a propagandist.
Republicans died more than Democrats.
But at least nobody broke a window.
Rogan is implicated in all of this. Joe was a super spreader of those ideas.
Quick reminder, thank you to CyberGhost VPN for sponsoring
a couple of years, right?
It's been a couple of years. Last time we saw it was with Eric, so that was a kind of different conversation. And of course, there was the time before that. Now, I wouldn't bring it up actually, but I saw you had a bit on your YouTube channel in which you addressed the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing that happened on our show recently. So I have to bring it up because of that.
Okay.
Coming back to this thing, you make these comments, they kind of blew up.
I never noticed anything. so sorry if that caused a headache, but you've caused me a headache in case you forgotten. So
how do you reflect on what happened?
Well, it's just in many respects, it's like a massive misunderstanding. I mean, people are living and dying by clips these days, and no one apparently can take the time to view the clip in context. So I would think that a significant percentage of your audience, and certainly a significant percentage of people right of center, simply don't understand what I was saying on your podcast. And
they don't really give any context to this, if I had to guess, he was saying the Hunter Biden shit is either overblown, a distraction, or it doesn't compare to anything that Trump has done.
In their defense, the truth is I was speaking somewhat less carefully and clearly than I'm capable of. So, but I think in context, it was clear what I was saying. my position really hasn't changed on the matter. I mean, if you care about...
Did I speak as clearly as I wanted to? No, but I was still basically clear. You're so humble.
What was on Hunter Biden's laptop, because it suggested some level of possible corruption for Joe Biden, as president or as vice president at the time. So, I mean, if you are concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop because it suggested there's some level of corruption coming from Biden himself, well, then you should be concerned about the level of corruption that we know to be true of Trump and his family, right? And we've known this for years. I mean, we've known it for, honestly, it precedes his entry into politics. So what I was saying in that context is that I would be willing to bet that there's virtually nothing on that laptop that rises to the level of what I already know to be true of Trump.
I mean, this is correct. I'm curious to see how the Triggernometry boys say that you really should be more concerned about this laptop and this never-ending non-controversy, truly. More concerned about that than what the current head of state is up to.
And his family. I think I compared to, it was like, comparing a firefly to the sun or something. It's like, I know how the comparison is going to come out without even seeing what's on this laptop. And it was also a scandal involving Hunter Biden, and it wasn't even clear that it reached to Joe Biden. And I'm still not sure there's anything on that laptop that I care about. I certainly haven't heard anything that was, dispositive with respect to Biden's corruption, apart from this, somewhat ambiguous phrase, 10% for the big guy. But read into that as a sinister a practice as you
For
want.
Context, Sam basically said he wouldn't care if Hunter Biden was a child molester and Joe covered it up. No, he didn't. Really?
Compare to what Trump is doing right now out in the open. I mean, his adventures in cryptocurrency.
I love how that gets, again, he was like, did I speak as eloquently as I intended to? No, but the point still stands. And he if that's how it came out, he completely dodges that, and maybe they'll bring it back up. They'll yeah, but you said something pretty inflammatory.
He and his families. I mean, it is, if that were the only thing we knew about him as president, it should be the scandal that no one stops talking about. I mean, it's just...
Oh, okay. Not kidding. Dude has shaved and taken Ozempic since then. Sam Harris, Hunter Biden literally could have had corpses of children in his basement. I wouldn't have cared. Why would he say this? Let's see.
At that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared, right? It's like, there's nothing. First of all, it's Hunter Biden, right? It's not Joe Biden. But even if Joe Biden,
But okay, but the thing is that only a right winger is willing to clip this. I need to see the context before, because what is the context of him saying? He's obviously comparing it to something. If I put Sam Harris Triggernometry.
your capacity.
Okay, where did they say this? I'll just put basement. Suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story.
This is the public square, then it is the law. If it is the public square, then it is law. Now, you're arguing it's not the public square, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
Right? That's fine.
Oh my God, Twitter objectively is not the public square. You can say it functionally serves that role in society today, given how big, how much traffic they control online. Okay, but it is not. You cannot buy the public town square. These are private companies.
Look, why don't we move on? Because I think we've done enough.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
You
of
sucked
course.
up a lot of it.
He's got a habit of doing that.
Yeah, no, but I'll just say, just finally, I do, again, it's like a coin toss for me, the Hunter Biden.
He's being dramatic because he's a twat and thinks he's very clever being hyperbolic while coming off genuinely unhinged as fuck. I mean, you just summarized literally every single piece of media or interview I've ever seen from Sam Harris. It's like he speaks in hyperbole constantly, and his defense of everything is literally just the Mott and Bailey. He will stake out some very controversial claim, he gets flack for it, and then he retreats back to a more defensible position and tries to launder and whitewash what he said and pretend like everybody's just all up in arms because they're so fucking sensitive and PC these days and just can't handle anyone who disagrees with them, when in reality he is being inflammatory.
Laptop thing, because I do understand how corrosive it is for an institution like the New York Times.
Content react suggestion for you. Ryan Grimm got destroyed on Bad Faith Pod IMO by a hot girl for Zoran who graduated high school 6 months ago on the topic of male loneliness. He said that when he hears Dems talk about men/boys, what he hears is Ben Shapiro talking about Muslims. I probably don't even disagree with Ryan. If the point that he's making is that they are bad at messaging to that particular demographic, that's probably not incorrect. We're not skipping to that, but I'll put on my watch later.
Corrosive it is for an institution like the New York Times to show obvious bias and inconsistency and dishonesty in how it's like they couldn't even frame it honestly. It's not like it's like the way I would frame it is, listen, I don't care what's in Hunter Biden's. I mean, Hunter Biden at that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared, right? It's like there's nothing. First of all, it's Hunter Biden, right? It's not Joe Biden. But even if whatever scope of Joe Biden's corruption is, like if we could just go down that rabbit hole endlessly and understand that he's getting kickbacks from Hunter Biden's deals in Ukraine or wherever else, right, or China, it is infinitesimal compared to the corruption we know Trump is involved in. It's like a firefly to the sun, right? I mean, like there's just it doesn't even stack up against Trump University, right? Trump University as a story.
Why did he have to say this stupid shit? Because again, like the underlying point is defensible. That given that we're talking about a controversy, not of Joe Biden, but of his son, right? It allegedly implicates him in this massive way, even though they've never been able to substantiate how exactly. If he's saying at that point, the controversy literally could have been that it comes to light that Hunter Biden is like a serial killer, and it still would not even come close to the amount of corruption that is occurring from the Trump administration. I agree with that. But why do you have to say, I wouldn't care about that? That is so weird.
Is worse than anything that could be in Hunter Biden's laptop, in my view, right? Now, that doesn't answer the people who say it's still completely unfair to not have looked at the laptop in a timely way and to have shut down the New York Post's Twitter account. Like that's just a conspiracy. That's a left-wing conspiracy to deny the presidency to Donald Trump. Absolutely, it was. Absolutely, right? But I think it was warranted, right? And again, it's a coin toss as to whether or not
Sam, I'm sorry.
That particular piece.
I'm really sorry. I was the one that said we should move on, but you've just
Go
said something I really struggle with there, which is
the kids in the basement.
No, fuck the kids in the basement. I'm interested in democracy. You're saying you are content with it.
I mean, everyone's just saying stupid shit here. Cool.
Left-wing conspiracy to prevent somebody being democratically re-elected as president.
Well, no, I'm content. Well, but the thing is, it's just not left-wing, right? So Liz Cheney is not left-wing, right? Liz Cheney is doing everything in her power.
You're content with a conspiracy to prevent somebody being democratically elected.
But there's nothing. Conspiracy. It's not. It was a conspiracy out in the open. But it doesn't matter if it was. It doesn't matter what part's conspiracy, what part's out in the open. I mean, I think it's like if people get together and talk about what should we do about this phenomenon. If there was an asteroid hurtling toward Earth, and we got in a room together with all of our friends and had a conversation about what we could do to deflect its
If you mean conspiring in the most neutral sense of the word, what he's saying is unobjectionable, but obviously conspiracy is a colloquial understanding that is, one, it's negative and implies a degree of nefariousness. He is like impressively bad at delivering these, again, completely uncontroversial points if I boil them down to something that he really is not managing to say in this moment. But he is botching it at every single turn. He's saying things he doesn't need to say in the most sloppy way possible. And then again, when he's called on it, he retreats back to something else that is more coherent, but he didn't argue in the first place.
Wars, right? Is that a conspiracy? Like some of that conversation would be in public, some of it would be in private. We have a massive problem. We have an existential threat, right? Politically speaking, I consider Trump.
But like to these people, to this audience, all it sounds like you're doing is saying that that's not happening, but even if it were happening, so what?
Existential threat to our democracy. Right now, he's not going to destroy the world, very likely.
If he destroyed democracy in the process of protecting democracy.
No, but that doesn't destroy. No, what I'm not suggesting, at no point was I suggesting we should stuff ballots or actually break the machinery of democracy. But political opinion is already being just completely inundated with misinformation, biased takes, half-truths, and outright lies, right? Like, or just the amplification of bad or misleading information based on the algorithm, right?
The algorithm.
So it's already just an abattoir of opinion, right? And now the question is, what can you do with your own biases and your own to get the outcome you think is actually better, not just for yourself personally, but for the world, right? So like I'm completely unconflicted in the claim that a first Trump term was bad and a second Trump term would be bad, and it literally doesn't matter what else
this
was on.
This is so painful to me. Like, again, he's saying, and he's already said things that are like offensive or whatever, but he's saying it so crudely. He's saying so much and so little at the same time. I have to go back to this when he is not so foggy. He is like on a fucking, like, coming out of a fucking like bed. Like, I don't even know what's wrong with him, but he just is like short circuiting.
It's
like I don't even know what he's trying to say or why he's being so long-winded about the argument that, like, yeah, we live in an era where there's a lot of disinformation online. It's hard for people to tell. They don't have media literacy. It's hard for them to tell what's, fact from fiction. Why is that taking you like 3 minutes to say?
Corrupt thing imaginable.
Sam, can I just pause you there? Because there are people who are going to be listening to this who have maybe heard of it loosely or maybe haven't followed this story at all. So could you just expand upon that and explain to the listener or the viewer why it's so egregious?
Okay, so right before he was sworn in, I think the day before he was sworn in.
And the context is, what makes Trump's venture into cryptocurrency like so corrupt?
They launched their meme coin, which is just a pure mechanism by which people can give Trump and his family money directly in a way that is unaccountable, and it just it's a pure mechanism for corruption and bribery, right? So any grifter or foreign agent or anyone can decide, okay, I'm just going to funnel money to the Trumps and tell them about it and buy my way into their favor. And Trump is so transactional, and he's done this so many times. Again, so much of it's out in the open. I mean, none of this is a conspiracy theory. This is just all proudly celebrated. I mean, he had dinner with the people who had given him the most money through this mechanism. And it's not the only mechanism. It's World Liberty Financial and their deal with Binance. And, we decide whether or not to give the UAE our access to our most advanced AI chips. And we decide
I am glad that he's talking about this story, though, because this had criminally low coverage. Hold on. A tale of two deals. I don't even know how many times I've talked about that on this stream. He's talking about this scandal that really went under the radar because this was happening around the time that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, unfortunately. So there is unprecedented amount of corruption occurring in the Trump administration as far as his business ties and leveraging the office of the presidency to line his own pockets alongside other people within the administration, which includes Steve Witkoff, his son, Binance, which is the company that they founded, or that they're in bed with, I can't remember, as well as who's the other guy? Newly created, where is it? And David Sachs. Yeah, this summer, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East envoy, paid a visit to the coast of Sardinia, a stretch of the Mediterranean Sea crowded with super yachts. On one of those extravagant vessels, Mr. Witkoff sat down with a number of the ultra-rich ruling family of the UAE. He was meeting with Sheikh Tahnoun bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a trim figure in dark glasses who controls $1.5 trillion of the Emirati Sovereign Wealth Fund. It was the latest engagement in a consequential alliance. Over the past few months, Mr. Witkoff and Sheikh Tahnoun had become both diplomatic allies and business partners, testing the limits of ethics rules while enriching the president, his family, and his inner circle, according to an investigation by the New York Times. At the heart of their relationship are two multi-billion-dollar deals. One involved a crypto company founded by the Witkoff and the Trump families that benefited both financially. The other involved the sale of valuable computer chips that benefited the Emiratis economically. While there's no evidence that one deal was explicitly offered in return for the other, the confluence of the two agreements is itself extraordinary. Taken together, they blurred the lines between personal and government business and raised questions about whether U.S. interests were really served. Then it also goes on to say that they were getting waivers from ethics committee, like ethics reviews internally by other people in the administration so that they could not have to relinquish either the business ties or the post that they were currently serving under and still participate in these business deals. And then on top of it, the Times reviewed correspondents and interviewed more than 75 people, many of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive matters. Again, 75 people who have inside access to and details of this deal. These have to be primarily people within the administration or that are close to Donald Trump, to Steve Witkoff, and for 75 people to be talking about this flagrant corruption and not named, it's crazy. It's like Watergate times 1,000. Loomer mention. And then on top of it, they said that, like, who was it? Like, which one was it that said, like, oh, they were going to divest from one of these companies, but, like, they never did? Yeah, this World Liberty said in May that Mr. Witkoff was fully divesting from the company. A disclosure document made public on Saturday showed that as of August, he still had a financial interest in the firm, though it did not reveal the value. The White House spokeswoman said in a statement that Mr. Witkoff was still in the process of divesting, even though he had already said that he was going to divest like months earlier, and they're never going to fucking divest from these companies. And the thing is, it's like, it's already inappropriate to have created these positions for Silicon Valley billionaires like David Sachs to be occupying, because regardless of whether or not they have a personal financial stake or tie, that's his entire industry. He has ties to the tech industry. So he's a financial incentive regardless of whether or not he personally holds any money in these companies to see that these deals get off the ground.
Do that, despite the fact that they do joint military exercises with the Chinese, who we don't want to get our most advanced AI chips.
Would you ever publish to Obsidian or make like a link bank to the Discord to keep track of all these articles and articles you want to share? I guess I should, right? I mean, I should really just like make my like stream links thing public, because this is like everything that I keep or whatever, like stuff that I want to show on stream.
And immediately $2 billion go from the UAE into the Trump-Witkoff family business to shore up Binance, with the World Liberty crypto coin. And there's just endless examples of this. This is corruption. This is, it makes sense in a transactional way, just purely in monetary terms, obviously. But then there are other things like, Trump imposes a 50% tariff on India because Narendra Modi declined to nominate him for the Peace Prize, right? So he's using the levers of U.S. power as a kind of extortion racket with dozens of countries at this point. I mean, he slapped a 46% tariff on Vietnam. What does Vietnam do to get that remediated? Well, they greenlight a $1.5 billion resort deal for the Trump family, right? So this is pure corruption, and what's amazing is he's using the power of the presidency to monetize the office in this way. He's using U.S. trade policy and foreign policy to extract concessions that redound to the advantage of him and his family and their friends. There's nothing in Biden's universe that rises to that level, whatever's in Biden's universe. I mean, I'm no fan of...
And when I covered this with Pisco on Just Press Play, because that was the first time I'd ever covered it, we talked about how this is literally what Joe Biden was accused of doing in collaboration with Hunter Biden, but it actually happened, and it's well documented with Donald Trump. Nothing from the right.
Biden's presidency, we could fill this whole podcast with what was wrong with that. But if you pretend to care about corruption in government, you should. There is only one elephant in the room, and that is Trump.
The thing is, Sam, with the Hunter Biden thing, I think that...
defend it. Okay, so are we even going to try to defend what Donald Trump is doing, or we're just going to pivot back to Hunter Biden and try to underscore the severity of that? Even though, again, Hunter Biden, until he was pardoned, faced consequences for it.
For many people, it wasn't actually about corruption at all. What it was about was the cover-up. What it was about was the fact that the news story about his laptop couldn't be shared.
Well,
but how is that Hunter Biden's problem? So what do you mean? It was not solely about criticism of the social media platforms that didn't even ban it. But my understanding is that if it was like if you tried to upload it, it was like deprioritized for a few hours and then they reversed the decision. But all of these companies voluntarily. What does that have to do with Hunter Biden?
Agree.
What does that have to do with Joe Biden?
We don't really disagree about the
corruption's okay if we're open about. I guess so. Yeah, like he's insinuating that like they wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't even be talking about this if they had just done it. You have to hand it to Trump that he just he just does it out in public.
Optics of the cover-up, but we disagree about the mechanics of it. I mean, I think a lot of this was good faith fumbling around a story that couldn't be characterized quickly enough. And given what had happened previously, given that we know that Jim Comey's reopening of the email, the Hillary Clinton email non-story, was decisive in her losing that election. I mean, you could just see that her poll numbers go down by the hour at the moment he started talking about it.
You could say there was a story in the New York Post, you just couldn't link it for a brief period because of the revenge porn aspect. But again, cover up by who? By who? That is not some new rule that Twitter was invoking or like creating for the sole purpose of not allowing users to circulate this particular story. It was existing TOS that had been around for years that they were enforcing. And like that has nothing to, literally zero, nothing to do with Joe Biden, with Hunter Biden.
10 days before the election. And we know this time around, Rudy Giuliani...
That is not corrupt. That is a complaint of capitalism. What you're actually angry about is the fact that private capitalists and private individuals are the ones that get to make decisions like that. But if you're uncomfortable with that amount of power and wealth being concentrated in the hands of just a few individuals or some boardroom members that you're never going to know about, then you really should be criticizing capitalism, not the individuals within it, really.
Giuliani held on to this bombshell as an October surprise and released it strategically close to the election. I think there were 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is like, it's like Twitter file shit, but it doesn't make any sense to me. How, like, again, how is this, like, how could they say that?
10 days before the election. And we know this time around, Rudy Giuliani held on to this bombshell as an October surprise and released it strategically close to the election. I think there were 2 weeks left in the election, knowing that, that there was simply enough time for the Democrats and the mainstream media to have a spaz attack and not get to ground truth on this.
And the funny thing is that Frank Luntz, because this is all happening in like 2020, right? Or around there, like 2019. Frank Luntz had been advising the Trump administration, stop talking about Hunter Biden. Stop trying to make this election a referendum on corruption. It's not landing. All of the evidence that I'm showing, based off my polling, based off my focus grouping, all of this is showing that when you lean into that, you are alienating voters. It is not landing with people. They are more concerned about the pandemic. They are more concerned about unemployment. They are more concerned about rent freezes. They're far more concerned with the economy. And you're over here talking about a thing that you can't even really tie to Biden. You're just talking about his son, the Biden crime family. And they would not get away from this pursuing this strategy in 2020, which is why he lost. So it's so funny that, like, again, they're talking about, you know, even if I granted that's corruption or whatever, it's like that was a losing strategy for the Trump administration or for Trump's team to lean into in the first place to try to launch his reelection bid. Or it wasn't even like they didn't launch with it, but they were trying to finish it off with it.
That, again, from my point of view, this is what I said in that original podcast. I don't think it made it to that nefarious clip, but
Frank Luntz, another monster that the media launders. He is, but he is absolutely correct that I have no reason to think otherwise, that Trump couldn't have been more competitive in 2020 if he hadn't wasted time talking about Hunter Biden. Like, these people thought, like, if we just show there exists a dick pic somewhere in all of this, that if we just show it to the American public, they will blame Joe Biden for all of this. And it just never happened.
For me, at the time, and it still is, a genuine coin toss journalistic judgment about what to do with this story 2 weeks before the election.
Journalistic judgment, yes, but this wasn't journalistic judgment.
Okay, so
this was big tech judgment.
Well, no, so there was
exactly. It's a big tech judgment. It's private companies. How is that a cover-up? What are you talking about?
Censorship.
There was Twitter knocking the New York Post off for whatever, 48 hours or 24 hours.
And preventing the story from being shared.
Right.
And again, like, why are they, and then they'll never say, why was it being prevented from being shared? You can say you disagree with them enforcing it, or you think it's selective enforcement of their terms of service, fine, but that's not what they're saying.
I think almost certainly is a mistake, however you look at it. And I believe I said that at the time. I mean, I thought there were gradations of this. There's what Twitter did, there's what the New York Times did or didn't do, etc. But I think it was, I mean, for instance, all those former intelligence officials who signed that open letter saying this looks like Russian disinformation, I don't think those guys were lying. I think those guys were genuinely thought this is completely crazy. We got Rudy Giuliani with a laptop he got from some computer store, and it's got.
I'll probably say, even if they're not lying, they have no business talking to these private companies for whatever reason. I don't know why that wouldn't be something that the government should be forbidden from doing or should be deemed unconstitutional or untoward because there's interaction occurring between the government and a private company. But he'll say that even if that's true, they should not be the ones, the government should not be in the business of like notifying companies about this or whatever. And again, they never even did that about that specific story. It was that in general, there was a warning put out from one of the agencies within the Biden administration saying that there are stories that are circulating around in the media currently that have the markings of Russian disinformation, but they never singled out that Hunter Biden laptop story ever and said, this particular story looks like it does, even though that claim applies to it perfectly.
It's got,
it's also why, again, every time that this is like what they're complaining about being corruption, there have been lawsuits launched and they failed. They failed to prove that is an example of government corruption, of the government, whether it be a Democratic administration or a Republican administration, communicating that there are security risks with information circulating online. That is not unconstitutional or corrupt behavior on part of an admin to a private company.
Smoking ruins of Hunter Biden's reputation. This certainly looks sketchy. I don't think those guys volunteered to have their reputations destroyed in plain view of everyone just to eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton.
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says I listen reputations destroyed in plain view of everyone just to eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton?
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says I listen? I'm going to take my reputation for discernment as the former head of the CIA or the NSA or both. I'm going to. Again, I don't remember the signatories to that letter specifically, but I mean, who's going to? It's just not in their. It's not in their interest. It's not likely to be decisive. It's not. It's just.
He cannot believe what he's hearing right now, even though he's the one that's made the most ridiculous claims on here so far. And he's not been made to really substantiate them. And Sam is too busy, listening to himself talk to actually follow up and ask secondary and tertiary questions that should follow as a natural line of inquiry if he's making the particular claims that he is. Because what he is saying is government corruption, again, has already been adjudicated in courts of laws within the United States because other people suspected that. And they launched lawsuits against the government and they lost.
And it so obviously looked kooky. Right? It looked completely. I mean, this did not look like a normal way you would discover the smoking laptop from hell. And again, there was simply not to have simply played connect the dots journalistically and even from Twitter's point of view, just slavishly just propagating this information or misinformation to the ends of the earth at that moment with the clock ticking. Given what had happened in the previous election. Journalistically, it could have seemed totally irresponsible. I mean, in hindsight, Jim Comey's re-airing of that fake email scandal was totally irresponsible. It's why we had President Trump.
It wasn't just irresponsible. I'm pretty sure what Comey was doing was illegal, or he was he was. Give me a second.
First place, he couldn't have known that at the time, perhaps, but in retrospect, it would have been better had he not done that. So, I have to think again. I'm not close. I mean, the other thing that was weird about that interview is people took what I was saying as somehow insider knowledge that there was this vast conspiracy to keep, of journalists and academics and scientists and media figures to keep, that we all met in a star chamber somewhere to keep Trump from getting reelected. I mean, if that happened, I wasn't privy to it, right? So that's not what I was saying. What I was saying I mean, there were a few places there where, because I went back and watched it because I needed to, once this thing was detonating in my life and I could see how radioactive it was being perceived to be, I had to see what I'd actually said in context. And there was at least one moment where I got interrupted and didn't complete a sentence. And so my half sentence and the thrust of what I was saying before that made it seem like I was making a more extreme statement than I was in fact making. So, but my views are unchanged from that hour. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk about anything.
If you were interrupted, it would almost certainly have been me.
Yeah,
so
it was.
I apologize.
It was. But
let me just recap it, very quickly summarize what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically a number of things. Number one, journalistically, in terms of publishing the story, you call it a coin toss. It looked kind of kooky. Therefore, is this a reasonable thing to publish with 2 weeks to go before an election, before you can properly check it, etc.? Number one. Number two, you didn't agree with social media companies preventing the story from being published or shared. Right. And you feel that if we're talking about the corruption element of it, what you were trying to say with an outrageous example is no matter how corrupt Hunter Biden turns out to have been, that will not be as bad as the Trump corruption. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, well, especially because, again, we're talking about Hunter Biden. I don't care about Hunter Biden.
Well, Hunter Biden did get a lot of money from a Ukrainian company in which he was employed as some sort of expert while knowing
hold
jack
that
shit.
up against what any of the Trumps have done in the
Oh my God, he knows jack shit about it. Does he have subject area expertise with respect to being a Ukrainian oil magnate? No, he does not. However, he has 20 years of experience with corporate law. It's not even and it's not even mutually exclusive. That was he selected to be put on the board of Burisma because of his was that influenced and a function of the fact that he has a Biden last name and he's the son of who he is, of Joe Biden? Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. But when they act like he doesn't know anything about that, is like that claim is like doesn't hold up to scrutiny to me based off what I know about Hunter Biden's background. This is what it was. So he didn't break the law. James Comey didn't break the law, but he like deviated from a lot of norms by announcing the Clinton probe in the manner that he did. Comey deviated from procedure in Clinton probe, but was not politically biased. IG says. Former FBI Director James Comey deviated from FBI and Justice Department procedures in handling the probe into Hillary Clinton, damaging the law enforcement agency's image of impartiality, even though he wasn't motivated by political bias. The department's watchdog found in a highly anticipated report. While we did not find that these decisions were the result of political bias on Comey's part, we nevertheless concluded that by departing so clearly and dramatically from FBI and department norms, the decisions negatively impacted the perception of the FBI and the department as fair administrators of justice. And Comey says he did this literally so he wouldn't be perceived as being partial to Republicans. Inspector General Michael Horowitz said in the report's conclusions, which were obtained Thursday by Bloomberg News, Horowitz's report examined actions taken by top officials before the 2016 election, including the handling of the investigation into Clinton's use of a private email server when she was Secretary of State. The investigation expanded to touch on an array of politically sensitive decisions by officials, including Comey and former AG Loretta Lynch. While the report being sent to Congress on Thursday doesn't deal with the origins of the probe into Russian meddling in the 2016 U.S. election and possible collusion with those around President Donald Trump, the president and his Republican supporters in Congress are primed to use it as evidence of poor judgment and anti-Trump bias within the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department. And there was also, like, where's the report? Okay, this is the thing. Top management, this is the OIG report. Top management performance challenges facing the Department of Justice in 2018. Like if I put chose to deviate. Where is it? The OIG's June 2018 review of various actions by the FBI and Department of Justice in advance of the 2016 election focused on the actions taken by FBI and Department during the course of the Clinton email investigation. The OIG made numerous findings in the pre-election report that involve violations of established policies. For example, we found that then FBI Director James Comey chose to deviate from the FBI's and the department's established procedures and norms and engaged in his own subjective ad hoc decision making when he decided to make a public announcement in July 2016 about his conclusion that prosecution was not warranted. In doing so, he also made statements about former Secretary Hillary Clinton's uncharged conduct. Moreover, in October and November 2016, shortly before the presidential election, former Director James Comey notified Congress of investigative developments in the case and steps the FBI was taking. The July announcement was inconsistent with his role as the FBI director, violated longstanding department policy, practice, and protocol. Similarly, Comey's subsequent notifications to Congress about the renewed investigation violated the established policy on not commenting on pending investigations. And then they ignored, they're not supposed to be talking to the media. They were talking to the media and lots of different like FBI. Let's see. And did they ever say at any point in subordinate? No, I thought in this they said he was insubordinate, but it just drives me fucking crazy. He's talking about this, but he doesn't know like the details. Like he could have gone harder on Comey for being partisan. Like if you want to talk about corruption or whatever, and you want to talk about like what had a bigger impact on the election in 2016, 2020? The Hunter Biden laptop story on a private social media company is deciding to not let it circulate for like 6 hours because of an invocation of an existing TOS, like terms of service rule that had already been established years earlier. That, or again, members of the government breaking protocol and taking these extraordinary actions, and there's some like and undermining public confidence, not only in those agencies, but also, again, making it out to be a bombshell that it wasn't.
Last hour. So, I mean, it's just...
Scuba Steve 23, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. I really, really appreciate it.
There's just no end. It was clear they were already these people, right, from the first time around and from, years previous. There's just no... I mean, what the magic of Trump is that because he I mean, the one thing you can say about him that sounds like praise, but in fact isn't, is that he's not a hypocrite, right? He's not a hypocrite because he's not pretending to be a good person, right? He's not pretending to follow any of the norms by which hypocrisy would normally be measured, right? So, and what's the reason why this is a kind of superpower is that there's nothing more galling, at least at this moment in our politics, than hypocrisy, especially left-wing hypocrisy. So the moment you can find that, a Democrat didn't floss his teeth when he said he did, right? All of a sudden, that's a 20 megaton scandal. Trump can just, basically like he's like the Dan Bilzerian of politics, right? Like there's no pretense of being ethical or
Interesting comparison.
Or monogamous or so I'm going to just show you how I live like a maniac, and you're not going to be able to measure any specific indiscretion because I don't view any of them as indiscretions, and they're not going to be, it all then functions by a different reputational physics. So you find him to have done something that's 10 times worse than the thing you say you care about on the other side of the aisle. And for some reason, it doesn't register, right? So he's created
It's almost like they don't care.
A political culture, right of center, where the very concept of corruption doesn't even exist anymore. The very concept of a conflict of interest or self-dealing, it's just that it's completely evaporated.
So let's set.
I think there's too much emphasis on like Trump as an individual villain, and not examining it as like a function and symptom of like the fact that the Republican parties of years prior already did not care about these sorts of things. Trump just kind of put it on steroids.
This is one of the things I really am keen to discuss with you. Let's move on from the first podcast and what happened, and just talk about President Trump as a president. Right? Because I hear this a lot. We posted that you were coming on the show. People message you, and they say, well, look, I love Sam, right? And I think his reaction to Trump as a person clouds his view of Trump as a politician, right?
Well, I can demonstrate that that's not so, but
please.
But what's upstream of that is a pretty important piece of confusion because
Trump why are we interested in examining Donald Trump as a human being and as a person, but not as a politician when he's the head of state? What the fuck does that even mean? As if those two things are not inextricably linked. How are you supposed to even disaggregate the two?
The real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view.
He's having I like Sam Harris, but he has a really hard time making his examinations of, Jeffrey Epstein as a human being and not as a criminal.
Is to think that the president's character doesn't matter, right? He's the most distractible, venal, corrupt, self-dealing, narcissistic, self-absorbed, petty person to ever occupy the office. And that doesn't matter, right? Now, the reason why his character matters is because he's got 3 more years in office. We have no idea what kinds of challenges we're going to face as a country, but we know that all of his decisions are downstream of who he is, of the kind of thinker he is, of how he engages with information, of what he knows and doesn't know, what he cares to know and doesn't care to know, right? So what does he know about Putin? What does he know about the Middle East? What does he know about...
Well, at least he's pushing back on it and saying, like, there's literally no way to examine the actions of a man without factoring in these things. Like, that there is no way to just simply look at somebody's, like, personality, but then judge their actions, like, separate and apart from that.
China. What is going to modify his judgment about what he should do? I mean,
so much of our judgment of people's actions, especially if we're offering condemnation, is not merely a judgment rendered on the action itself, but it also has to do with what you perceive or understand their state of mind to be. It's the difference between judging somebody harshly because they made an intentional choice to hurt somebody versus not judging them as harshly if they hurt somebody, but it was unintentional. Or if they did hurt somebody, but it was because of negligence.
How would we have bombed Iran if the mullahs had been smart enough to offer him a golf course deal in Iran? I actually don't know. I think it's even bet that our policy with respect to Iran could have been different had there been massive financial opportunity for the Trumps in Iran. Right? He might have had a Gulf Arab autocrat vibe, an MBS vibe with the mullahs in Iran. He could have seen the wisdom of that. Certainly, if it's a big enough deal, I wouldn't have put that.
Well, hold on, Sam. Yeah. But isn't that a little bit unfair in that you're judging somebody not on the things they actually did? But,
I will judge. I'm just telling you why you need to care about who he is as a person.
Okay, I understand. And look, I think a person's character really matters. I do. But I also...
Yeah, that's why he likes Trump.
think when you're evaluating a president, you have to look at deliverables. What are the deliverables? There's probably a lot to criticize, and I'm sure you've got them, lots of them. But getting the hostages back from Gaza.
Yeah. Well, so let me just deal with that because that's on everybody's mind, and square
the Nobel Peace Prize.
This statement.
Let me give you a list, and then you address them all. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, this one's worth just hitting off the tee.
Okay, Constantine is like getting antsy. He doesn't like that we've been at this for 20 minutes and Sam Harris has been allowed to ramble and he's not been allowed to grill him and get another clip like he did with that Hunter Biden thing, the first interview 3 years ago.
Right. I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back, right? I mean, I think that's...
me personally, I think, I heard that Putin, United States, they're working to draft a peace plan to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Me personally, I think Putin deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the conflict that he started.
I have no problem saying that, right? So square that with accusations of Trump derangement syndrome. I can readily admit that was a massive achievement. Whatever happens next, I mean, there's not going to be peace in the Middle East as a result of this ceasefire. So I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I know, but say why you think that. You think that these damn Muslims will never learn to stop killing each other or whatever?
And pessimistic about the outcome, but just that piece, getting all the living hostages back.
That totally makes sense. I mean, you're probably joking, but there are unironically people that feel this way about this. I mean, you just heard one of them. So if we're saying that Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for getting the hostages released, give me a break.
Was massive. There was no Democrat who was going to do it. President Kamala Harris wasn't going to do it. Biden wouldn't have done it. Many of his weaknesses as a president, as a person.
It's like Israel didn't want to do it. Israel did not want to do it.
Translated in that specific...
Israel could have had those hostages back literally the day after October 7th. That is when Hamas offered them, so they would not invade. They said no. They would rather invade.
Area into strengths, right? His unpredictability, his unprincipledness, the fact that he could just throw over the chessboard and walk away for another year, right? I mean, I think he got more out of Netanyahu and more out of all the parties to that negotiation than a more principled, more methodical, more process-oriented.
Okay, Donald Trump has that because he doesn't there's no one that can pressure him because he already gives the Israelis everything that they fucking want. So it's really, really difficult for them to pressure him and not just at that point be at the whims of his fucking ego and whatever he wants. Literary Hangover, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1.
Expert on geopolitics would have, very likely. So that's...
The YouTube chat deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for not having cool emails. They're coming. I'm going to turn memberships on.
That's one area where sort of the madman theory of politics,
right,
I think worked for him.
Okay.
And that's to the good. That does not compensate for all the other damage he's done to our country.
Okay, fair. And I want to hear both of these, right? Okay. But I want to put some more to you that I would say are positive things, right?
Okay.
We get asked a lot which VPN we actually...
Oi, bruv. Okay, very cool.
Or go to cyberghostvpn.com/trigonometry.
I can give you criticism as well. I mean, look, I was hopeful that he would do on Ukraine something more positive than he has done. I think Steve Witkoff hasn't done very well, put it gently and diplomatically. We haven't had any progress so far. I hope that changes, as you know.
He said he would end it day one.
But maybe, if the Middle East is tick, that's no tick. What about dealing with illegal immigration, right? The way it's being done, we can have a discussion about, but he's literally the first leader of a Western country to deal with illegal immigration.
We can have a huge discussion about that. I mean, so the fact that the Democrats treated any concern about the border as a symptom of racism and thought that it just wasn't.
This is where he will get to just say whatever he wants, and he's not going to be made to justify this. He's not going to be made to elaborate or name names or point to a specific Democratic politician or a specific statement that was made at the time that he's talking about. He will just get to say this uncritically, and it's going to be that's going to be unchallenged.
Problem to have untold numbers of people just streaming across the border for years at a time. I mean, that was just a colossal own goal that is just, in my view, politically inexplicable. I mean, it's just politically suicidal, right? It's just that's among other reasons. That is the reason why Trump got elected. But I mean, I still don't understand it. It's stupid. It's unethical. It serves no real sane purpose, right? I mean, even if you want the same numbers of people in the country because you really think we just have to have an immigration forward policy, there's no argument for not knowing who's coming into the country. You should want the people in the country who you want in the country.
Who made the argument that it is Republicans that do not want to know who is in the country? They're the ones saying that they should be excluded from the census, people that are undocumented, even though the census is just meant to measure who is within the interior of the United States. They are the party that does not care about keeping track of these people. They are the ones gutting the administrative state necessary to even manage the amount of immigration that we deal with as a country this size. It is not Democrats.
Right, and you should be able to screen out terrorists and et cetera. So
who are the Democrats saying that we shouldn't screen out terrorists?
Yeah, it is true that the Biden administration tried to pass a bill that would have done something, and then Trump.
But they are here illegally. So
got the Republicans to block it.
Why wouldn't you count them in the census?
Trump delayed progress on that point so that he could use it as an issue in the campaign, and that was a cynical bit of politics. But still, the Democrats were totally out to lunch on that issue for years.
How are you going to say that the Democrats were out to lunch after you just brought up that bipartisan border bill, a giveaway to the Republicans, gave them everything that they wanted on their racist little Christmas list, and you're still going to come away with the conclusion that it was Democrats causing this problem and not Republicans being willing to solve it, even though you just said Donald Trump, with his politicking and maneuvering, did not care and pressured the party to not pass this bill that would have given them everything they wanted and more. It was total capitulation from the Democrats.
At a stretch. Unforgivable, politically unforgivable, right? And so it is with all the other woke derangement in the Democratic Party. I mean, the irony here is that there's virtually nothing that any super red-pilled MAGA head for whom there's no daylight.
Libs hate when you call that bill right-wing. It was a right-wing bill, and it was just Munich, because they gave Republicans everything that they wanted on the border. Guess what came next? We want mass deportations too. That's what came after that.
Between them and Trump, there's nothing they can say about the far left of the Democratic Party that I don't agree with.
This is place where Sam Harris's brain gets stuck. Anything that has to do with Muslims, non-white people, the Middle East, yes. Immigrants.
Than haven't said myself on my podcast, right? So it's not like my animus toward Trump is based.
It's a complicated situation. Okay. Again, Blue Magic Man, explain to me why, because somebody is undocumented, they should not be counted in the census. You said, but they're illegal though, in response to me saying it's Republicans that don't actually care about keeping track of who is in the country because they are the ones opposed to the census including undocumented people, even though the census just measures who is in the interior of the United States. It's not as easy as it seems. Please elucidate. I want to understand. Why do they do that? What is the reason for them doing that? They say, I know the reason. Do you know the reason? I know why Republicans don't want them counted.
Based on some sort of progressive blindness about, the ethical primacy of DEI or anything else that he's steamrolling over. But I'll remind you that we didn't used to live in a country where masked men who won't identify themselves steal peaceful people off the sidewalk and disappear them and occasionally disappear them to foreign countries, right? I mean, that's not America, and that's happening, right? That's totally unacceptable.
He's like this 1,000-yard stare, and he's just nodding. He's just like waiting. He's not listening to any of this. He's just waiting for him to shut up so he can move on to his next gotcha question.
I mean, it's Orwellian and insane, and it's insane that anyone has acclimated to it, and it's insane that we've got attorney general who won't answer questions, but one brought before Congress, and she just is messaging to an audience of one and to her social.
No, she does answer questions. She just lies.
Media feed. She's just insulting senators. It's the optics of all of this are so Hunger Games and bizarre, right? I mean, we've got a White House that messages on social.
At least he didn't reference Harry Potter. He just referenced another terrible IP that I also find to be very horribly overrated and terrible. The Hunger Games.
Media, like the account's being run by 18-year-old trolls that just spend half their time on 4chan and then half their time on the official White House X feed. Right, we got a president who forwards AI videos of him shitting on his fellow Americans, right? And half of
they're just laughing. I mean, they're emblematic of everything that he's trying to complain about. How are you supposed to have a serious conversation with these people when what he is bringing up, saying that this is, like he's touching on mass thugs, like the mass deportations, ICE and their lawless behavior and the fact that nobody in this administration seems interested. Not like it's literally, not only are they not interested in holding them accountable or holding them to any standards, but they want them to act that way. They instruct them to act that way. They act that way because the Trump administration encourages it. And they're just like, and he's talking about like these stupid AI videos that get posted on official White House channels of communication on X and other platforms, and they're just laughing.
Country imagines some kind of progress in political communication, right? I mean, this is the official, I don't know if you've seen this, but the official White House page that talks about the rebuilding of the East.
What's unlawful about deporting invaders? Derp. I know who you are. I know that you are in the Discord, Baker Mayfield Goat 76. Why don't you come in and talk to me about it? There are lawful means to deport people if you would like to, but you cannot even make the assessment of whether or not they are a quote unquote invader, a terrorist, a MS-13 gang member, whatever label you want to slap on them. You have to let them have their day in court. They have due process rights. You can't just kick people out of this country without giving them a day in court.
The ballroom, it has become a troll account where it kind of gives the history of construction at the White House, but then intersperses that with like Hunter Biden bringing cocaine into the White House with a shot of him in the bathtub with a cigarette, and Bill Clinton getting a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. I mean, this is the official White House communication to the world, right? This is not I get that it's entertaining, right? But if there's no difference between the Babylon Bee and the official White House website, we've got a problem, and we are doing massive brand damage to our country.
Can I just walk into your house and stay there? Okay, Blue Magic Man. Okay. I have an answer to that question, but first you're going to come into this Discord server and you are going to listen to me give it to you one-on-one in front of all these people. Because you've had a lot to say, but a lot of hot takes that you want to make, but you don't seem to want to substantiate any of them, and I don't think we're getting anywhere doing this from chat. So you're going to come in this Discord, and if you don't, you will be banned. Can I just walk into your house and stay there? This is a conversation about immigration, by the way. Join there, go in the waiting room, come talk to me. Would love to talk to you about this. I have answers to your questions.
That's what I care about. I care about what's durable here, in terms of when Trump goes away, and let's say there's a sane Democrat or Republican next time around in 2028. But at the moment, I don't see much hope of that. What bells can't be unrung in any kind of near-term time frame? What damage has been done that we can't immediately...
Invaders is a crazy way to put immigration, LOL. It is crazy, but that is literally how our current president refers to it.
Apologize for a near-term time frame. What damage has been done that we can't immediately apologize for sufficiently, such that it's we have a proper reset. And I think a lot of damage has already been done that's hard to recover from. And we've announced to the world, at a minimum, we've announced to the world, we'll look at what Trump has done with the tariff policy, just tariffing every member of our species. And again, based on whims and imaginary political imperatives that only exist in his brain, and then in the brains of the people who pretend to understand what he's doing, because he's created a personality cult around him where no one is going to, everyone is Baghdad Bob, and no one is going to tell the boy king that he's lost his marbles. But he's basically ignoring all of our treaties and our.
Biden was so concerned about the border, he gave Republicans their wish. He took unconstitutional actions to forbid people from making their bid to asylum to come into the United States, because he was trying to forcefully act to secure the border.
Ally and our alliances, in a way that has announced to the entire world that basically our country is, in any 4-year period, it cannot be counted on to honor anything that has been agreed to before that clock starts, right? So with a new president, we can just completely reinvent ourselves and tear up everything. Every trade agreement, every expectation of an alliance. Are we going to, if Poland gets invaded by Russia, do we even care about NATO anymore? Probably not, right? I mean,
see, this is the issue though, Sam. You're making really good points that make perfect sense.
You didn't listen to any of that.
But the flip side of all of those structures...
You think these two are fans of NATO?
He's disrupting was, well, he's actually got Europeans to pay for their membership of NATO.
That's a good outcome.
Right? He's actually... masked men dragging people...
He is nominally attempting to make them pay a bigger share, even though they literally do not have the GDP to accommodate the payments that he is asking of them, and they are probably not going to be able to comply with it. So it's like an on paper win or whatever to these people, but it's not actually going to happen.
There's another way to do that, but apart from
no one
destroying a
was.
reputation.
But isn't this exactly the problem? No one was.
No
one was.
No, surely there was a way to make the case that our European allies.
Tune the fuck out. I was invested in the 2 new challengers fair. They'll never come in. They will not come in and talk to me. Waiting room still empty. They'll never actually do it. All they'll do is whine from the sidelines. But when I say, please come talk to me, please come debate me right now, I would love to talk to you about these things, they won't do it.
Weren't paying their fair share, short of destroying our reputation for being the world's lone superpower.
Okay, but was Kamala Harris going to do it? Was Kamala Harris
probably not.
Probably not. Was Kamala Harris going to close the border? I think we both agree she wouldn't. Was Kamala?
No, that I don't.
You can't close the border. You can't. Why would she take an unconstitutional action? You cannot do what they are saying they want them to do.
They were trying to do that because they saw that it was a disaster. No, I think they. I mean, everyone could see this was a disaster. I mean, you get Elon Musk at the border with his own iPhone showing a zombie movie of people streaming across the border. It was a four-alarm fire.
That should tell you everything that you need to know. We are not basing our opinion on the state of immigration in this country off of analysis, off of data analysis, off of news articles. We are basing it off of videos that Elon Musk took and put on his Twitter account.
Fire, was it 4-alarm fire? I don't know what's the most number of alarms. 5-alarm fire. Everyone could see that they were going to. I think they were going to get a handle on that, but still, it's unforgivable that they waited as long as they did. I mean,
but this is why I disagree with you. They waited as long as they did because they are ideologically pro-open borders.
Not the mainstream Democratic Party.
Like the rest of the.
I'm pro-open borders. This is not an open border country. This is not an open, like the Dems are not an open border fucking party.
Western world. All the left of center parties, they talk a good game, but they don't actually take action to close the border, not least because it looks ugly and it's very unpleasant, right? And so,
I don't see why it need to look ugly.
How do you deport millions of people without it looking
ugly? So deporting millions of people is separate from closing
the border. Why do you even
border.
want to do that in the first place? They don't even ask the question. It's just a given that that's what we ought to do.
But I don't think we should be deporting millions of people. I think we should close the border and then deport all the criminals, right? But then you don't need this chaos.
Literally, he's like a 5-year-old. I think we should close the border and then deport all the criminals. Awesome, dude.
Process. You don't need to say, if you happen to be in a Home Depot and look Latino, we might just bring you to the ground. 4 guys who, again, will not identify
these
them.
are the same people that will laugh at Zora Mamdani being like, yeah, we should have like better public transit and universal free childcare. They will like genuinely scoff and then turn around and say that their priorities are closing the border, an action that is flagrantly unconstitutional, not going to happen, and would not even solve the problem that they're worried about, because this is about people's visas being expired, and it's an administrative thing. It's not really like a port of entry. People are coming across the border left and right thing. That is like not even how the majority of illegal immigration is happening in this country, for one. And for two, get rid of all the criminals. Get rid of all, like, dude.
Themselves.
Is this serious?
Are going to break your arms and bring you to the ground. And when we find out that you're a
Baker Mayfield, I'm not reading any of that yap. Come into the Discord and yap on voice, or don't talk about it, and I just fucking time you out from chat.
Father of 3 and all 3 of your sons have served in the Marines, we still don't fucking care, right? I mean, that's awful. I mean, it's just absolutely awful. It's disgraceful. It's totally unethical. And this is not the country. I'm amazed. I would be amazed if it were in fact true that 50% of Americans want to live in a country that treats people that way, whatever their immigration status.
They don't. It is already swung in the opposite direction. Support for immigration is at like a 20 or 30-year high ever since he's instituted these mass deportations.
I mean, it's just not right. And yet there's no question we could close the border without doing that, right? I mean, the thing is, if you close the border, and really you have control over who's coming into the country. That's the first piece. If you accomplish that, you then don't have to make the experience being inside the border terrifying so as to send a message to the rest of the world not to come, right? You don't have to separate people from their kids, or lock people in cages, or disappear people to foreign gulags, or any of that stuff.
I mean, you don't, but like the party that you're talking about has no interest. Again, what do you do when you're him? And you have this reactionary goal that you're totally fine with mass deportations. It just needs to be done through all the right ways, when the Republican Party doesn't give a shit about that. because the mass deportations are flagrantly illegal. They're not even effective, and they are racially profiling people, and they're not even getting criminals. They're just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. And if anything, they are picking up and deporting undocumented citizens that are lawfully here and complying and going to their court dates and showing up to check in and doing all of the dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's so they can eventually become a U.S. citizen. But and then you look at the Democrats, and they are even willing to do everything that he's saying. But he says they're weak on this issue. They're bad on this issue.
Because you've closed the border, right? So this is why Tom Homan's argument that, you have to send a message by...
We just want to be safe. You have Blue Magic Man. You will join that Discord, or that's it. I'm banning you. I don't even know why you're in this chat.
Beating the shit out of people. Otherwise, people are going to keep coming. It doesn't matter.
What in the fuck are you talking about? How is illegal immigration making you less safe?
You've closed the border, right? So close the fucking border, right? Anyone could have done that without mistreating people inside our country. Then it's a separate question. What do you want to do inside this country? In a city like Los Angeles, I mean, we've got vast amount of productive work being accomplished right now by people who we know are here illegally. Most of the people who are in this town illegally are doing work we deem necessary, and most Americans don't want to do it right now. What should we do with that? I think we should, again, this is not, I'm sure there are corner conditions that we might want to debate, but generally speaking, if someone's been here for years, and again, the details here matter. A lot of these people have kids who are
But
citizens.
then at this point, it just because this also breaks out and is incoherent, because if you're just saying, even if you're here illegally, even if you cross the port of entry illegally, if you managed to evade police and if you behaved and you were on your best behavior and you got a job and you flew under the radar, then you should be allowed to stay. How does it even make any sense? It's so internally contradictory. It doesn't even make any sense to me.
Right. So we're talking about people who've been here for years, have an illegal immigration status, but they've got young kids who are American citizens, and still these people are.
He's saying in one breath, shut down the border. We can't let anybody else come in here. But everybody else who's already in here, who's been here for years illegally, whether it be because they came through a port of entry illegally, and again, they managed to avoid being picked up or deported in that time period, or because they were here lawfully, they had obtained a green card or a visa, but it expired and they haven't gotten it renewed. But you have a family here, you had what they would pejoratively call your anchor babies, and you've been in the community enough, and you had a job, and you contribute to the country, and you don't get any benefits, then we'll allow it. Why? Why that arbitrary distinction? Just advocate for a process and a road to citizenship for everybody who wants it at that point. Why are you even doing these punitive measures off to the side anyway? It's so arbitrary. And you are rewarding at that point lawlessness. It just is. You are saying if you've been here long enough and we didn't catch you and you were on your best behavior, you should be able to become a citizen.
Risk or being deported. In 90% of those cases, well, I'm just guessing, maybe it's 99.9% of those cases, you've got people who are here doing productive work that we want done. We have whole industries predicated on that work being done: agriculture, the service industry, restaurants, etc. Americans are not lining up. We've got 4% unemployment. The 4% who are unemployed are not lining up to do those jobs, to be landscapers and dishwashers, etc. There should be some rational process of keeping these people here. And
literally just talking about, someone's got to scrub the toilets, right? We probably should let them in because Americans don't want to do this shit. This is always what they end up saying.
Getting their immigration status sorted out.
You're talking about this underclass that needs to exist to support the service-based economy that the United States has. But, not too many brown people. Not too many.
So call that amnesty, whatever you want to call it.
Just enough so that, God forbid, Americans don't have to do those jobs, the gross jobs,
But by all means, if somebody's here and has got, 4 DUIs and, was in prison for raping somebody, etc., get that person out immediately on the first plane. There's zero controversy around.
I don't even understand that. They committed a crime here. They should be convicted here. Unless they could be extradited, but I don't even understand that logic. Let them off the streets, send them back and not imprison them in the country that they came from. Why?
whether or not to deport criminals.
They came in here illegally the first time. Why would you think that, like, again, that's basically a different version of catch and release, but for somebody who has actually been accused of a very, very serious crime and what he's just outlined, what's to say that they wouldn't come back in after you did that?
Who are here illegally. None of this has to be inflammatory and divisive. The thing is, Stephen Miller and Donald Trump
I can't stand Tim Harris, man.
Clearly want this to be inflammatory and divisive. There's a political advantage, or at least they perceive a political advantage in making it so, right? And what I do think they want is, and have wanted, are, protests against this that get out of hand, where they can point to a city like Los Angeles and say, look at these, blue-haired maniacs who have been raised, to believe that there should be open borders, and they're throwing chunks of concrete at the cops. We have to use a heavy hand to respond. And I mean, so those demonstrations got out of hand slightly. This certainly wasn't as bad as it could have been. But yeah, I mean, I think fears that Trump is looking for an excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act are rational, right? Because he's just the sort of guy to do it, right? It's not, and that will be, I mean, there's several bright lines, but that will certainly be one bright line where we will have lost something, and it could be very hard to get it back.
Let me introduce you to the people I take control of your financial future today.
Yeah.
Francis, sorry, I know this has gone on for a long time with just me talking, but this is like a meme, me talking too much. But there's one other bit of this I want to explore with you before Francis takes over, which is the one thing. Look, I'm not American. Francis is not American. We love this country.
Yeah,
we have so many great American friends. The one thing that does really give me...
He's not American, but he goes around complaining about the border policies that we have. We know.
Pause is this conversation that I don't understand about...
Those gold companies are a bit scammy. That is understatement of the year.
Third term. Steve Bannon was pushing this idea a long time ago, and as we sat down to record this, President Trump was asked about this. He sort of gave a bit of a non-answer. He did say he wouldn't run as vice president, the sort of Russian Putin-Medvedev switcheroo that they did.
Baker Mayfield, GOAT 76. I have literally linked, this will be the third time I am linking you the Discord. I am literally just going to ban you if you do not click this link. I have already given it to you 3 times. Why didn't you say that? Why are you putting exclamation point Discord if it's not working? That wasn't even how you got it in the first place. I don't have a command for that in my chat.
Did way back when. But that to me is the one bit of...
The one out of 1,000 things that caught your attention? I mean, like...
Wait, what caught his attention?
We sat down to stand about a third term. Steve Bannon was pushing this idea a long time ago, and as we sat down to record this, President Trump was asked about this. He sort of gave a bit of a non-answer. He did say he wouldn't run as vice president, the sort of Russian Putin-Medvedev switcheroo that they did way back when. But that to me is the one bit of... The
one out of 1,000 things that caught your attention? I mean, like the fact that he's even, after January 6th, the fact that we're even having this conversation is insanity.
I'm trying to make my point in a way that is easier to access for people who may not agree with you. Okay, I'm trying to take some of the edge off Sam Harris.
You know your audience, all right?
I know.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Well, what I'm saying is, all of these other things, for example, take the corruption stuff, right? A lot of people are just going to go, I don't give a shit. I care about, he sorted the hostages, he's dealing with immigration. Sam Harris doesn't like the way he's dealing with it, but at least he's dealing with it in some way. He's got NATO to pay their way. Well, I could give you other examples, right? Repatriating manufacturing back to the US, whatever. But the one bit that I think a reasonable person, including after January 6th, would have to look at and be worried about is...
Why? If he's the right guy for the job?
I mean, this is how you know that they know that Sam Harris has a predominantly right-wing audience, because he's just trying to make it, he's trying to sweep all of their disagreements under the rug with Sam Harris basically supports it. He just doesn't like the way that he's going about it. But let's see if we can't find a point of agreement. If this were, criticisms, if Sam Harris voiced the same criticisms, but he weren't Sam Harris and it was some liberal, progressive, etc., they would go in on them. They would not be trying to find a middle ground. They would not be trying to find a point of agreement.
Why wouldn't we want him for a third term?
Because you have a constitution.
Yeah, but...
And an unwillingness to follow the constitution is an indicator of some...
All right, we have a challenger, finally. All right, you're in. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What were you even yapping about this time?
Okay, I think I even had you blocked because you seem like trouble, but I you were recommended when I got into Twitch as a channel, so I went in there. I just wanted to say my piece and leave, but I'll go ahead and elaborate. It's nice to see you about it.
Thank you.
Well, so what do you want to know from what I said? What about what I'm saying is not correct?
I can't even remember what the fuck you were saying. Give me a second. I think I can pull it up. So you said, what he was talking about is called deporting invaders, LOL. What's unlawful about deporting invaders, derp? It would be too easy to debate you. Plus, I'm not on your Discord. So you got proof that Obama gave those he deported a trial. Also, how do you know they were not taken to court before being deported? All you were seeing is videos of them being picked up, LOL. Okay, elaborate on all of that deluge of brilliance that you dropped into my chat.
Well, first of all, if you look it up, all it takes is a simple Google search to
I
find
am
out
not
that
the one making the claim. You are the one making the claim. So your entire contention with this has to do with
the claim. So I'm giving you a way to look it up to see
No,
for
it's
yourself.
not on me to verify the claims that you make. It's on you to substantiate them in the first place or shut the fuck up. You get this, right?
I'm substantiating the claims by telling you, for one, you can look it up on Google. They, in most cases, not in all cases.
So by telling me to do the work to verify your claims, correct?
They get a trial. You're seeing them being picked up. The media is only showing that. Are you seeing anything about them being in court? You're
Have
not
you
seeing
seen
that
any
because-
evidence that these people have been taken to court? The argument is not that there have been 0 instances since Donald Trump has become president of people being granted their due process rights as they were being deported. The argument is that there has been an unlawful mass deportation campaign launched where they don't give a fuck about the majority of processing people's due process rights and Fifth Amendment rights in the overwhelming majority of cases.
Well,
so even if you can find some instances where they did this, the fact that there is a large number where they are not doing it is why people are upset.
Okay. If you're done, I'll first say this. They don't have to do it because
Yes, they do.
don't have
They do actually.
They don't have rights.
They
don't
do
have
actually.
rights.
Yes, they do. You ever heard of the
They
Fifth
don't have
Amendment? You realize that also that applies to people inside this country.
Citizens do not have rights according to the Constitution. The Constitution is for American citizens.
No,
Legals
it is.
do
The
not have
Constitution
rights.
is for people inside the United States. There are different points where
No.
there's a distinction made by the founding
No.
fathers between
If that's
people
true, you could
and
let anybody come
citizens.
here and invade and just take over and give them all the rights in the world to
What
buy
the
guns.
fuck are
and do
you
whatever the
talking
hell
about
they
an
want to
invasion?
do.
These are literally a bunch of broke people coming across the border
Okay.
with nothing
I'm not
except
gonna
the
even
clothes on their
argue
back.
with you on that because that's not even what's happening. They are giving them a certain degree of due process, and not all instances, but in some.
But
So
I thought you
here's
didn't
the
care
thing.
about that because they don't even have those
are
rights.
talking over me.
But you said
You're
you don't even
making-
care about that.
Are making the claim that Trump is deporting these people.
He is.
And not giving them any due process, but yet you have no evidence to back that up because
I
you
can
are not
literally
showing.
name people. Do you want to talk about Comey Abrego Garcia?
You are not showing any kind of evidence at all that the courts are saying, hey, why? How come they're not coming into court? How come you're just
Okay, you
all
want
you're
evidence?
seeing
Stop
is
talking.
videos-
Stop talking. I'm gonna give you. I'm googling. I'm doing the work for you this time. Comey Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran man living in the United States, was illegally deported on March 15, 2025 by the U.S. government under the Trump administration, which called it an administrative error. So they admitted it was an error that he was deported. At the time, he had never been charged with or convicted of a crime in either country. Despite this, he was imprisoned without trial in the Salvadoran Terrorism Confinement Center, CCOT. His case became the most prominent of the hundreds of migrants the U.S. sent to be jailed without trial at CCOT under the country's agreement where the U.S. would pay the Salvadoran government to imprison U.S. deportees there. The administration
What's the source
defended
on that?
deportation and accused Garcia of being a member of MS-13, a U.S.-designated terrorist organization based on a determination made during a 2019 immigration court bail proceeding. Abrego Garcia has denied the allegation. You wanted your evidence? There's your evidence.
If he came here illegally, so to speak, if he didn't follow procedure for immigration, then he already broke the law for one.
So they can
If
just
he
do
came
whatever
in-
they want.
He broke U.S. law.
So you can
Yes.
just do it. They could just do whatever. So if they killed him in the United, if there was a summary
yeah.
execution of him and other people that came
Definitely,
illegally,
the government
you would defend
could
that.
Definitely get away with killing invaders.
I didn't ask
yes,
if they would
because
if they could get away with
they're
it.
not-
I'm asking you, would you defend if an illegal migrant who was in this country was executed by the United States government, and their reason, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Invaders should face a firing squad, or they should be deported.
And no trial. No trial. A government should be able to act against the interest of an individual, and they should not even have to get a day in court.
Trials or for citizens. Immigration is done legally, or it's not immigration. That is the whole point of it. It is a process. If you don't
how are you supposed to engage in the process if the government is not willing to hear out your claim?
Therefore, illegal immigration is non-existent. It's contradictory. There is no illegal immigration. There's immigration and there's invasion. But apparently you lefties and you commies or whatever like to make these things up like you do all the time. It's not like murder, right? It's abortion.
So walk me through how anyone is supposed to legally immigrate to this country.
What?
Walk me through how anyone is supposed to legally immigrate to the United States government if you've already said people that try to immigrate here don't have any rights, they don't have due process rights, and the U.S. government can do whatever they want, up to and including basically accusing them of being terrorists without proving that in a court of law and not giving them any trial. How are you supposed to legally immigrate here if you're not actually entitled to any process?
Okay. I don't even have to answer that question, but I will, because it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm already saying, well, you're making making the argument, okay, what am I supposed to do? How would I go about it if I was a citizen of another country that wanted to come to the U.S., right? That's what you're asking, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then how I would go about it, I guess there's a port of entry that I would have to go to, that I'd have to find. And if I was picked up, I'd be okay with giving these people that come here illegally after picking them up, taking them and giving them the opportunity to go to the port of entry and go through the legal process.
You realize, do you support the government, like any Donald Trump shutting down the border?
Why would I? Okay, am I okay with him shutting? Yes, of course I'm okay with shutting the border. We're not obligated
okay, so
to letting.
You realize that those two positions are mutually exclusive, because how are you supposed to legally enter through a port of entry into this country and then make an asylum plea if you're okay with the government shutting down the border entirely, at which point, one, that is already unlawful under federal U.S. law, but two, then nobody can even be allowed to make a plea to the government to try to immigrate here.
Yeah, I'm okay
so
with
you're
doing
not
away
actually
with
okay with anybody even immigrating here legally if you're saying there are points in time where you're okay with the president completely shutting down the border, like a total blanket closure, at which point there would be no asylum processing, no entry at any ports, and no exceptions, all of which violate U.S. asylum law and the Fifth Amendment.
No, that doesn't really violate the Fifth Amendment. What is the Fifth Amendment? You tell me, since you seem to know what it is.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. No person, not citizen, person, people within the interior of the United States or in the custody of the U.S. government.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
It was you that was confused about that because you thought it only applied to citizens. It doesn't. No person.
It's not no citizen.
Yeah, it's not no citizen. That's not what the Constitution says. Yeah, it applies to all people.
No. But anyways.
No, wait. So what's... care to elaborate? What's that? No? You just disagree with the Constitution, or you think I'm lying, or what's going on there?
Disagree with the Constitution. It's the Constitution was written for the people, not all people.
Okay, so now you're shifting the goalpost, and now even though you're having to concede that the Fifth Amendment and due process doesn't just apply to United States citizens, it applies to people, everybody in the interior.
The context of it was for the citizen. Now, people could immigrate and become citizens, and immigration implies that they would do it legally. There was a legal process to do it, to become citizens, and then you get rights. But it's not, the Constitution just doesn't give someone rights just because they're on U.S. soil. That's ridiculous. The founders were not big government. They were limited government. They didn't want to dictate to other countries to give their citizens rights here in the United States. that would be against the law to say that, hey, we're taking your citizens that are coming here, and we are saying that you have these rights, but their government, they're from another place. We don't dictate.
So explain
that
to
would
me
be like that would be like that
why
would be
in
like
the original draft of the Constitution, the founders made a difference between citizens and people at various different points.
Where at?
All throughout different sections. Like the First Amendment, like all throughout different amendments, they make different designations between people versus citizens.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Do illegal immigrants have Second Amendment?
Yes, they do. It's not the same
Okay.
to the extent that the United States, like an American citizen does, but they do have some
Well, let's
rights.
just not say it's the same. It would apply to them, right? It would apply to illegals, right? Or people who come here and immigrate.
The invaders,
without
as you call them,
actually-
right?
Right. It would apply to invaders. Basically, you call them illegal immigrants. I call them invaders. The Constitution clearly states the right for the people, and the people refers to United States citizens. Everything in there is about the citizens of the United States.
No.
It's not about if it was different.
Why
it
wouldn't
would-
they just
it
write
would
citizens
say-
if that were the case?
It
Why
wouldn't-
did they write people?
Well, if the people refers to the citizens of the United States. It's not all people. They would say all people if they meant all people.
So even though,
It does-
for example,
also,
the
they were
11th
not-
Amendment,
They do
the
not
11th
have
Amendment
the
refers
authority
to
in the US
citizens,
government to dictate
but
other
the Second
countries.
Amendment just refers to
Other
people. They
But people's
every single
rights
time they
are.
said people, they were referring to U.S. citizens.
So this is why they are here. Not only are they here illegally, they broke the law because there is no such thing as illegal immigration. It's an invasion, and that is breaking the law. Illegal immigration is like a nice way to say it. Well, they're immigrating, but they didn't the right way.
Have you ever gotten
We
a
have
ticket? This is just an aside. Have you ever gotten a ticket?
A ticket.
Yeah, for
a
like
speeding
speeding.
ticket?
Yeah, for speeding.
Okay. No, actually, I never have.
Have you ever gotten any sort of traffic violation? Any sort of ticket or citation,
No,
like traffic
absolutely not.
citation for anything?
I'll say this. I've been with someone, because I don't drive much. I've been with someone years ago when we got a ticket, but I wasn't the one driving. So
Okay, well, that's a crime. They broke the law. They were issued a citation. If the United States government decided to kill them on the spot for that, would that be okay? They committed a crime. They're a criminal. And I have insight into the criminal mind, and so do you, because you knew this person. Would that be fair for them to do without a
First
trial?
of all, no. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Okay. So no, because they're a U.S. citizen. That's all I need to know. No, it wouldn't be fair because they're a U.S. citizen. Fine. How about if your friend was not a U.S. citizen? Would the scenario I just outlined be fair all of a sudden to you? Yes or no?
If they kill him?
Yeah, because they broke the law. They were speeding. They got some sort of traffic citation. That is breaking the law.
Yeah,
That's a crime.
I'd be pissed off. But then again, if he was, when they did it, not a citizen, he was an invader, I wouldn't be a friend with you. That's like a real hypothetical stretch.
So yes, you would be okay
Would
if a cop decided
it's a
to
loaded
kill them on the
question.
spot after
Why would I
issuing
be
a
a
citation
friend?
to them because they felt like it because they weren't a citizen. Okay, so we have nothing else to talk about because we are never going to resolve that disagreement. See, I don't think it's okay for the government to just kill anybody on the spot, and that also extends and applies to undocumented
Right.
people, invaders, as you call them. We are literally never going to be able to reconcile this.
I think that I'm not saying that they should. What I'm saying is if they
You just wouldn't care. You would just play defense
not
for it. You would just
really-
understand.
No, I would care to a degree, but it's just like Palestine. I don't really I understand what's going on over there. I care for those people to an extent, but I don't have to. That's I'm not obligated to care. But the thing of it is, with these people, okay, yeah, it would be pretty fucked up, in my opinion, if they just started taking them and executing them, but it would be done, it would be illegal. It would not be illegal, I mean. It would be legal for them to do that. There would be nothing to say that that's not
And so
legal.
therefore, like what? It's moral
That's
because
not
it's illegal?
illegal.
Because you think there's a
No,
legal
no,
basis
that's-
for that?
I would say that is not morally wrong. But the law, the way it is, I'm for working around this and saying give them a chance. This is why they're deporting them. They're not killing.
Wait, can you elaborate on what you mean when you say I'm for working around this? What do you mean by that?
If it gets to the point where it becomes a big problem, where you have massive amounts of people coming into the U.S. and not doing it in a legal way, then I am for we calling it an invasion and defending ourselves by whatever means possible, because you do not know the intentions of anyone that comes here.
Okay.
Even if they do it legally, but it's even worse when it is illegal. So at a certain
You don't
point,
know the intentions of
I would be
anyone that you
okay with
interact with ever unless you personally know them, for one. For two, when you said they should work around it, what did you mean by that? Can you please elaborate on what you meant by who is they? Undocumented people should work around it, or the government?
To work around what? What was I saying?
You said that even though you say you personally don't agree with those laws, that the United States government was within their legal rights to do whatever the fuck they want to these quote unquote invaders, aka undocumented people. But you said, but they should work around it. That doesn't mean I always like it. They should work around it. So who is they?
Well, they are kind of working around it. The government right now, the Trump administration as well, because what they're doing is they're not killing them. They're,
and it being the
deporting
law.
them. And in some cases,
the law.
they may actually be getting a trial. It just depends on the situation.
So they should work around the law, is what you're saying?
But the people that are shooting at ICE...
Wait. So they should work around the law, is what you're saying?
Around the law.
You said they should work around it. And you said they refers to the government, and it refers to the law. So you're saying the government should work around the law when it comes to deportations. So are you saying the government should break the law when you say that? What do you mean by they should work around it?
No. I think what I'm saying is there's options of what can be done. And an option would be to kill them, but they're choosing not to do that. They're choosing to deport.
Yeah, without trials before they've actually proven
that
they're terrorists or anything like that. And they're putting them in torture chambers like CCOT that are basically modern day gulags.
Okay.
Also, what is the tipping point for this? You said we have a right to, we don't know the intentions of these quote unquote invaders. We should be allowed to defend ourselves. What is the tipping point where it's like, it's too much and people should just be able to do it by any means necessary, including breaking the law?
You know what happened in Colorado? Did you read anything about those houses
yes,
being
I know about
taken over?
The thing. Yes, I'm sure you are inundated with so much disinformation surrounding that particular event. I don't even know where to start, but I have heard of it.
That's
correct.
Fine. But if you know what I'm talking about, then if it gets to be that worse than that, and it's spread out throughout the entire country, then I would be fine morally with fighting back and using lethal force to stop them. It depends on what they're doing when they get here as well. It really does. I mean, that's the whole point. If I say an invader, I mean someone's coming here and not doing immigration. I'm not saying their intentions are necessarily bad, but if they broke the law to come here in the first place, it would make some think that their intentions might not be very good. And when you fly the flag of another country here and you do not like the flag or destroy
you've
or
already
said the flag of another country.
So wait. So now flying the flag of another country, so are you against tourists having any insignias or clothing that has the flag of their home country while they're being here? Now that's incendiary.
I was also finishing what I was saying, but if they come here and they fly the flag of another country exclusively and they don't care and they hate America and they are vocal about it, those are indeed people telling you and showing you that they are invaders. They want to change the country they are currently in to the country they fled. It's logical, which is something I know that you're not familiar with, but
I'm not familiar with that. I can't operate on this level of high logic, unfortunately. You're so right.
We don't have to agree on this, but I'm telling you my perspective of it. That was the whole entire point.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your perspective.
I didn't want to say.
You're fine with the summary execution of illegals, even though it piss you off a little bit. The United States government has the right to do that. And also these illegals, these invaders,
Wait.
they have no due
Think they're
process
executing
rights.
them right now?
You know.
Do you think they're executing them right now?
No, they're just grabbing them off the streets. These mass ICE agents.
Are
They
they
don't
de-
give
are
them
they
a
de-
reason as
they're
to why they're
deporting them
being
without due
detained,
process,
and then they
right?
deport them without due process. Yeah, and sometimes they send them off to El Salvador prisons that are notorious for human rights abuses, even though they've
right?
not actually
Are
been
you
convicted
for-
of any crimes.
Are you for due process for anyone that's here
Yes,
just on the
that's
soil?
kind of how it works.
Okay, no, that's not how it works. But okay, I understand what you're saying. What about the January 6th protest?
What about it? What does that have to do with immigration? You think I'm going to say
They didn't
that
do
I don't
pro-
think that
They
J6ers are
didn't
entitled
do-
to due process? I'm not. They should all have days in court, and they all did. And then Donald Trump pardoned all of them.
They were held without due process for a long time, and
Give
most
me a
of them were
single
citizens.
name of a J6er who was held without due process.
Oh,
and was not given due
gosh,
process.
seriously? I've
Just
actually
one name,
spoken to
just a
one
single
of them,
name.
but I can't think of his name. Hold on, I'll have to look him up. And he can tell you all about it. And you know what? Why am I even doing it? Well, I'll tell you what.
No, you're right. Why are we going to change the subject? I mean, you don't think tourists should get due process, right?
Tourists?
Yeah,
Tourists.
aka invaders, right?
So
They're
tourists
not
don't have to
citizens,
do
and
any-
they're coming to this country, and
Tourists
you know, as long as you have a
don't have-
passport, you can come here and speak ill of the government. You can even fly
don't
flags
have
while
to
you do it.
Any paperwork whatsoever to come here, right? They don't have to do any kind of legal process.
They
to
have
get here.
passports.
They do. Well, that's what it is. But
you said
yeah, I can't-
anybody
I
who's
can't
here
think of
and
his
is a
name. I'm not gonna
non-citizen and
justify
is
that.
saying they hate the country, that they want to change the country and flies a flag, as far as you're concerned, at that point is an invader, and we can do whatever we want to them at that
the
point.
thing of it
That
is, yeah, I mean-
definition, that criteria includes tourists. You realize that, right?
And I've talked to people that thought insurrectionists didn't have due process of law as well, because they weren't given any due process until they actually got to court when Trump became president again. But that's a whole nother story. Biden held them without due process of law.
Did he?
But there's a lot of
Biden
people-
personally. And again, you couldn't
there's
give me a
lot of
single name of
people
an individual
just
who was
to
denied their
now-
due process
just-
rights.
Well, you're saying Trump, anyways. Trump's doing everything like he's doing it personally, which you could be right. I don't know. Biden was president at the time, so he was allowing them to be held without any kind of due process, and that was a long period of time during his entire administration. And if I was these people, I would be pissed. Now they're United States
Why
citizens.
would you be
That's
pissed? They were
different.
all pardoned
But the
by this
hypocrisy of
president.
it- But the hypocrisy of it is, back then at the time, people, maybe not you, but people like you, were happy with them not having any due process, even though they were citizens. But yet people who are not citizens are supposed to get due process. No, we don't give Second Amendment to invaders because they're invaders. They're not here legally. They're not immigrants. They are invaders. It's common. It's not some kind of stupid stuff that these politicians write down in laws because they're fucking idiots. It's common sense that they are not here legally. Therefore, they didn't go through any immigration process. There's nothing involved with immigration with them. They are here invading the country.
Right,
Now,
right,
that
right. So
doesn't
did you
mean that
support
an
Donald
invader
Trump
is someone
pardoning
who
every single
legally-
J6er?
Do I support him? Yeah. of
He already did
course.
that. You supported that? Even though
Yeah,
they were
why not?
violent criminals, did you know that some of them have gone on to reoffend? At
who do they- I'm
literally,
sorry.
there are
You wanna really
J6ers that
talk
were
about this
pardoned
now?
and are now
Oh
being
my
charged
God.
again for like sex
Okay.
crimes. You know
Who
that,
they
right?
hurt? Who did they kill? Give me names. Give me examples. Who did they hurt? Who did they kill? Give me names and examples. One of them was killed, one of the insurrectionists.
Yes, Ashley
No,
Babbitt.
there's no
And then she
proof
got
that-
her
there's
family got
no
a fat
proof.
fucking payout for that. You realize that,
Oh, well,
right?
that's great. That's great, but she still lost her life. But the thing of it is, where's your proof that they hurt anybody? I've heard people saying things, but I
Do you
haven't
want
heard
me to
anybody
pull up footage from January 6th and we can look at it right now?
Any
Do you want to
names.
look at it right now?
Oh yeah, prove to me first of all they were armed, and prove to me they hurt other people. Yes.
Okay, cool.
They were being rowdy. I will agree with that. They were being rowdy. They were doing some stuff like breaking some windows. I don't agree with that. But for Ashley Babbitt to lose her life and be shot just because she was trying to get in through one of those windows is ridiculous. She
Okay.
could have been detained
All right. Okay.
in a way.
Okay. Do you have my stream pulled up? On Discord, I'm sharing the screen. Open up in the call. Open up the screen so you can see it. You said, "Do you have any evidence of violence on January 6th?" We're about to watch it.
No, I said, "Do you have any evidence that anybody was killed? That they hurt anybody?"
That they hurt people? Violence. Yes. That they killed somebody? No. I never said that they killed people, though. I said they were violent. You realize you can be violent without killing people, though, right?
Let's see who they hurt, or were they just defending them?
Okay.
Let's see what.
Okay, take a look at what. It's 2 minutes. Okay, we're gonna watch this for 2 minutes, and you're gonna tell me what you think of this.
Here, we're gonna give riot warning. We're gonna try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
35 to 50 be advised, Capitol Police one advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
We have a breach of the Capitol.
They're being let in.
Okay, they're calling to hang the Vice President of the United States. So did they kill the Vice President of the United States? No, they're just all chanting for him to be hung.
No, actually, it was the president at the time, wasn't it?
And they're repeating. They were repeating that.
The president-elect. I mean, the president-elect. Yeah, you said Vice President. Oh, you mean? Oh, okay. You mean
We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need Kirk support.
So this doesn't count as hurting other people. They're like getting into fights with cops. They're punching people.
We lost the line. All deputies get back.
Oh, I agree that there's a certain level of misconduct.
Not misconduct, violence.
Violence is, well, I don't know. Certain situations, yes, it depends.
You
I mean,
can't
there was
look
a
at
lot
that
of
and just
people.
say they're being violent. They are
was a
breaching
lot of
areas that they're
people
not supposed
there.
to be in. They are getting into physical brawls with law enforcement. That's not violence. At that point, that's just unruly behavior.
Unruly behavior. Okay, I'd agree with that. But to hold them without due process is wrong as well.
We're not on that yet. We're not on that yet. Just hold on.
These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
That's out of context. That's before this happened.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's already been proven as a fucking hoax. It's a bunch of feds that set up some people that were stupid. You know? They wanted to, I don't blame them.
So what we just saw, that wasn't violence to you. That was just unruly behavior, just to be clear. Unruly behavior. That was violent.
I would blame them if they actually hurt people. But if the police are trying to hurt them, I think they've got every right to fight them back. And we saw that. And that's
what if the police are not trying to hurt them, but are trying to prevent them from advancing further when they have already breached areas that they are not supposed to be going into in the first place? Do police have the right to restrain them at that point?
No, they're not supposed to be on there. Isn't that public property?
You do realize that there can be public property, and yet it's nonetheless restricted. The Pentagon is a public building. That is public property. I cannot just go in there without clearance. You realize that, right?
Invited inside. First of all, they were on the lawn. They were not inside. They were on the grounds, and they were invited in. And the ones that were invited in by who? Weren't even inside.
They were invited in by who?
Police were letting them in. There's video of it.
That video, I know what video you're referring to. That was not what you thought. What you think it is?
Oh, come on, please. What were they doing then? What was it? What were they doing? Were they going to kill politicians? Is that what's going to happen?
You just said 2 seconds earlier that the cops were assaulting these people, and now you're saying they were letting them in.
So you think they're insurrectionists?
So you just said that the cops were hurting people, and now you're saying actually the cops were letting them in. Which is it?
Well, they were letting people in, but they were also hurting other people outside because they were saying that they were quote unquote rioting, and some of them
so they
were
let them in. They wanted them to. They invited them in, even.
Rowdy.
But then when they invite them in, then they start attacking them. That's what happened. That's what you're saying happened.
No, I didn't even say that.
That is literally what you just said.
I have seen video of them being let in by authority, but I've also seen video of some of them, like you said, that were outside and they were protesting. You see,
I don't care if they protest. I just don't think they should be breaking into the Capitol building and attempting to delay and stall. No.
Some of them might have been trying. Let me finish.
Okay.
Some of them might have been trying to break in. I agree with that. And if that's true, they should go to jail. I have no problem, but they need to due process just like everybody else. Those were who were on the grounds and protesting, not trying to infiltrate the building, because that would be breaking the law.
Okay.
I agree that if they did that, those people, but if you're let in and you're being tricked by people, by feds, and you're being seen up, that's a different story. And they were detained because they were tricked and let in. They didn't force their way in. They were let in.
Right.
Now you can say, now here's the thing. We can't lump all of them together because some of them were there, but they weren't doing anything wrong. Some of them were there and they were doing stuff that was wrong. I agree with that. But to deny them due process, even if they were doing something wrong, that's the worst part of it. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But I didn't come in here to discuss January 6th, although I did bring it up because I just see hypocrisy when people on the left will say that they had no problem with them being denied due process. Yet they're complaining now that non-citizens are not getting due process. It seems like there's certain people that care more about non-citizens than actual citizens.
Are you still looking at my stream? Just curious.
Now I am.
Okay. What do you think of this?
Oh, he's breaking the window. I've already said that they were breaking windows.
Yeah, even though they were invited in by the cops, right?
Yeah, I would say that they should be arrested for that. But they also deserve due process. But you can't just pick and choose certain people. And some people that
I agree. You can't pick and choose with due process. Even people that have been accused of heinous crimes. Yes, they deserve due process.
Yeah.
That is what I've been saying this whole time.
That were held without due process that committed no actual crimes. There was no crime proven. They were being illegally detained. And Trump has not done that with citizens. You can say he's doing that with illegals, but I don't care if he's
the invaders.
They don't have, invaders. They don't, thank you. They don't have rights.
Proud Boys start fighting the police.
Proud Boys start fighting the police. Is this not violent behavior? Is this the police inviting them in?
In that situation, I don't think the police are inviting them in, but the police are fleeing.
I agree with you. I don't think that the police are inviting them at this point.
Now, I haven't seen all
this
this
guy that's got a hammer, you know.
What's to make you think? What's to make you think that some of these are not antique?
What's to make you think that they are? The fact that they're all holding Trump flags, that they're all chanting in unison.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I've seen video proof that they were changing into MAGA attire because they were not really MAGA, but wanted to present themselves.
Okay, so if it was Antifa, why did Donald Trump pardon all of them?
Well, he probably pardoned them because all of them were not given due process.
Right.
So the very fact that they did not get due process means they can be pardoned. Right. If they got process in the first place, then there wouldn't be any need to look into it, to pardon. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah. And so you support Donald Trump upholding due process and pardoning all of the Antifa, J6, agent provocateur, domestic terrorists because they were deprived of their due process. So there we go. Okay. I think we're done here. I think we're at a point that I don't know that we're ever going to agree on this, unfortunately.
Well, I think we agree on some certain things, but I think there are major issues that we don't agree on. Like little things we might agree on. But
Yeah.
big things, big important things, we probably disagree on. Like, you think citizens have rights, but you also think non-citizens have rights.
Correct. I do believe that, yes, citizens and non-citizens alike have due process rights under the Fifth Amendment. Correct. I do. That is my position.
I think citizens have rights. I do not think non-citizens have rights, but I think a non-citizen can easily become a citizen.
Yes.
It's immigration, it's a process of law.
So long as they're not invading. So long as they
It's
never
personal,
criticize this
it's
country,
being-
never fly the flag of another
being held
country,
accountable
and
for
only
what
say
you're
how much
doing.
they love America, then yes, maybe then.
I don't think any illegals that come here would actually say that they love America. If they did, they were lying, because if you love America, you don't show any respect for it, for following the law. You don't show any. Maybe some of them need to be educated about our laws and our system. I agree with it. There are people that come over here that do not know any better. I will say that. And that is very unfortunate, because when they come here and we let them stay and then deport them, we're breaking them up from family and friends. I get that.
Right.
But we should not be allowing them to stay in the first place, because when they come here, they don't understand our law. So I would agree with that. That is pretty fucked up that happened.
Pretty fucked up.
But anyways, thanks for the debate, but it has to happen because of law. But thanks for the debate. Nice seeing you again.
Nice seeing you again. Have a good one. Oh boy. Don't you just love viewer call-ins? Immigrating to a country that has directly championed being a safe haven for immigrants since its inception is not a crime. J6 was a crime fueled by the lie that the 2020 election was stolen. They can't objectively admit to reality. Well, it was all Antifa, And Donald Trump had no choice but to pardon them, even though he didn't want to pardon the Antifa, agent provocateur, super soldiers. But because, again, he is just so magnanimous, they had their due process rights violated, apparently. Had to be done. No, we're not banning people. He came on and disagreed with me, and I can at least respect that, even if the disagreement looks like that. Spirited something, not sure what it was. That certainly was something, and it's a great time to remind you that if you appreciate me subjecting myself to these conversations for your entertainment, that you can support me by following the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch. You can also gift subs throughout the chat or use your Amazon Prime sub if you want to support me. You can also send in super chats through the YouTube super chat link. Incoherent Voter, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. I really appreciate it after what I just went through. My own personal CCOT was that conversation. Mike K, 138, thank you so much for the $3. This is why the left shouldn't shy away from equity. Everyone deserves justice, and if it isn't possible, then it should be able to be remedied in the future through law, reparations, or more equal distribution of resources. I don't even disagree with you. Thank you so much for the $3. And Lead Vitamin, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. You're on a 7-month streak, and it's hard. I can't even believe that I've been streaming for 7 months. And we are very, very close to a hype train, you guys. So thank you so much. We have strayed so far from Sam Harris. I think that my favorite moment of that was when he was telling me how it actually was, just some unruly behavior, no violence, as we were watching a guy literally break the glass window to breach the Capitol and get in, and brawls between the Proud Boys and the cops. You love debating MAGA. It's too fun. I do. I really, really do. What can I say? And thank you, Yo Slider, for the bits. I really, really appreciate it. I'm new. Are you more liberal or leftist / democratic socialist? I'm a conservative. I'm just arguing in favor of due process. I'm just a conservative streamer. I'm not saying anything crazy here. Just think that Fifth Amendment applies to everybody.
Serious problems, wouldn't you say?
Well, I would say, but he views the Constitution like most rich people view the tax code, where you're just looking for loopholes. If there's a loophole, then why not use it, right? And some constitutional scholars think there's several significant loopholes in the Constitution that could allow for tyranny. I mean, the framers didn't anticipate. In some cases, they did anticipate, and they basically just said that there's no perfect way to deal with a sufficiently unethical president, right? But one could argue that they didn't anticipate anything like Trump and the full capture of the Republican Party into something like a personality cult. I mean, what they clearly didn't anticipate is that the separation of powers is broken down because Congress doesn't care to be its own power anymore, because the Republicans are just wanting to ratify whatever lies and indiscretions the executive branch throws up. So, Congress has been neutered, right? Congress owns tariff policy, right? Congress should be setting the tariffs. Probably these tariffs might, I'm not a lawyer, but it remains to be seen. I mean, there's now hundreds of cases in front of the courts. Much of what Trump has done already might be ruled illegal, but Congress is sitting on its hands for patently political reasons. I mean, every Republican who has any hope of maintaining a political career at this point knows that they can't cross.
I think what's so frustrating about the Sam Harris conversation is that he will just yap and yap and yap, but he never actually makes them answer questions, really. And he never forces them to actually contend with his arguments. Like, he's completely fine to just like yap away, and then they completely ignore what he says, and he loves hearing himself talk. So he actually likes when they like try to move on without addressing anything that he said to ask him more questions.
The MAGA base, some actually fear for their lives in crossing the MAGA base. And we know this, again, when we look at the people who said they would have impeached Trump after January 6th and didn't because they were afraid for their lives. And that's already a lurch toward tyranny in this country. I mean, that is an unraveling of democratic norms that we can't afford to let unravel. And the Constitution is no complete bulwark against any of that. We know this. I mean, the greatest lesson we've learned from now two experiments with Trumpism is that in the place of laws, we have norms in many, many places where you thought we were shored up against chaos and the unraveling of democracy by law. We really weren't. It was just everyone before Trump had the decency not to do that thing because it would look so terrible, right? I mean, no one thought that you could, I mean, we got an emoluments clause, but it turns out that whatever.
You need more lib call-ins. I want the lib call-ins, but I can barely get anybody to call in, so I take who I can get, okay?
Trump can't be prosecuted for any crime while president, and he can just launch a Bitcoin into the ether and literally earn billions of dollars over months. And I mean, I can still dimly remember a time when it was being debated whether or not members of Congress could go to functions, whether they had to declare the price of the food they were being served if it was a seated meal. I mean, it was like past hors d'oeuvres that could pass, but a seated meal was an emolument that invited real scrutiny around corruption and undue influence on our legislators, by pharmaceutical companies or whoever. You can now transact business directly with the Trump family, from any place on earth.
Sam, come back to my question. Yeah. My question is, are you concerned that President Trump will not relinquish power?
Ironically, I'm less concerned about that than anything I've talked about. But the truth is, I'm not, if you've listened to everything I've said.
I don't have a call-in number, but I have a Discord. If you join it, and I can link it in YouTube chat. That's where I hang out. That's where I stream from.
Said, I believe none of it is hypothetical, right? I'm complaining about stuff that's already happened. I'm complaining about the brand damage that's already been done to my country.
Sure, but I'm asking you a different question.
I think the chance that he's going to run for a third term effectively, that we will actually be faced with this eventuality, is very, very low. Okay. And I'm not...
okay, but he's like flirting with it. That's the whole point. So even if he... And to the extent that he may not be able to do it, that is also going to be more of a function of the fact that he is just very old. Not that he wouldn't want to.
Again, there are people who are better informed about the mechanics of all this, and unfortunately, one of those people is Steve Bannon. So yeah, I'm not saying I know something that Steve Bannon doesn't know about how all this works, because I certainly don't. But I just have to think that our system, that we've maintained enough guardrails in our just the basics of federalism, and the fact that this all has to be run at the state level, the elections at the state level. I have to think that we are going to be sufficiently allergic to that it's not going to happen.
Moving forward, the Charlie Kirk assassination was obviously something that left an imprint in all of our minds. It was profoundly shocking.
Terrible.
You make some very interesting comments criticizing the rights and the rights response to
this is what I was interested in seeing. These were the clips that I saw on Twitter that I didn't really have issue with.
Charlie Kirk assassination. So why don't we just go through it? You say what you thought, and then let's get into it.
Sure. Well, I was just starting my tour. I think I was doing my first event the day he was assassinated. So I had, like many people, there are many people in our orbit who were doing live events, and I think Ben Shapiro was in a similar situation where it's like, it's like the world stopped, and Live Nation got on the phone with everyone who they were working with and said, hey, listen, if you don't want to go out on stage, just let us know. But so it's just, and I said a few things about it, at those live events that I was doing that week. I mean, it was a terrible thing. It was terrible on every level. It was terrible just as a murder of a young father. It was terrible that his family was there. I mean, it was just awful. It's additionally terrible because a political assassination is genuinely dangerous because we are so combustible as a society. And the fact that we're this combustible, a lot of the onus goes to both sides, but I would put most of the onus, as will not surprise you, on the president and his cult, right? And I would say that the response to the assassination was highly asymmetrical.
I mean, he's spitting here. I don't even disagree with him. For once, I find myself in almost complete and total, almost like no caveats agreement with Sam Harris.
In ways that don't make Trump and Trumpism look good. I mean, I thought, so for instance, all the people right of center were watching those awful videos of Gen Z maniacs celebrate Kirk's murder. And obviously all of those people are dangerous morons on some level. And many of them, just obviously mentally ill too. I mean, these are not, it was not the cream of the crop of the woke intelligentsia.
Dangerous morons.
The sheer number of facial
with
piercings.
Their blue sky accounts and their TikToks.
You saw in those videos could have told you something. But
spoke too soon. Just when I said, I don't even, no caveats. I, agree with everything that he's saying here.
What you didn't have.
In the same conversation that we're talking about the way that the Trump administration invoked and weaponized Charlie Kirk's death for their own political aims, the conversation cannot proceed without bringing up the depravity of the TikTokers and the blue sky posters and the mean tweets and mean TikTok videos that they made.
Of left of center.
That is totally just in a vacuum. It's not that they, were dancing on his grave in response to the right or as a fuck you to what they were seeing. It's just like sociopathy or whatever, just like unbridled pathology on display by all of these thousands of people.
Were prominent people with big platforms, prominent media figures or, to say nothing of political figures, like, from Obama on down, say anything but this was horrible and we should never let it come to this in American politics, right?
And it's so clear based on the way that he talks about it, the fact that he was like, Hunter Biden could kill some kids and I wouldn't even care, frankly. Even if he was doing that in a basement and dismembering them, stuffing them in a fucking suitcase, who cares? I don't care about that. But then the way he so forcefully speaks about these TikTokers that were dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave or whatever in light of his assassination tells you where his priorities are at and what truly offends him.
There's no party.
Again, a hypothetical scenario where Hunter Biden has killed children. He said he wouldn't really care about that. Who gives a fuck? Because it pales in relative to the Trump administration's corruption. Who would even care about that? You'd be wasting your time to even talk about that. But then he has the energy still to talk about the depravity of TikTok users or whatever.
Left of center, real party for political assassination.
Again, TikToks.
And yet right of center, very prominent people from the president and Elon on down treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. Totally irresponsible, totally dishonest. I mean, these people were.
Jed Ted, thank you so much for the $1. Sorry you had to deal with that crazy J6 denier. He's not so bad. I miss debating more and keeps me young. But thank you for the donation.
Arsonists pretending to be firefighters. Elon jumped on X within minutes before Kirk was declared dead, certainly before his killer was caught, and said the left is the party of murder, right? And then I think some hours later he said, if they won't leave us in peace, there's nothing to do but fight or die, right? I mean, to 225 million people, right? So to have the richest guy in the world on the most politically important social media platform.
And he didn't just do that. He went to a rally in London and was saying the same shit to thousands and thousands of people
in the world. Say this sort of thing is just, it's beyond reckless. I mean, it's just sociopathic. It's just, he is just flinging matches into a landscape that has been just soaked in gasoline. And the soaking has been done mostly by Trump and Trumpism and just the grifters right of center, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. I mean, and I know you have your differences with those guys, and perhaps we'll get into it.
We have a lot of differences with those guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting how the landscape is fracturing right of center. I think it would be good to talk about all of that because I think it's more fractured than you guys think it is. I mean, I think there are more casualties than just Tucker and Candace there, or at least should be. But this was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria, right? So left of center, you had genuine lunatics who represent no one celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Finally, we contextualize it. There we go.
At a time when truth feels less line sin, this called true liberty to enroll can help the wretched world more clearly. Let's just pause that there. Isn't there an argument to be made, Sam, that the rhetoric of the left, calling everyone fascists and Nazis?
No. Next question. There's not an argument to be made. There is no parity between the individual random fucking people on TikTok with no power and the president of the United States and all of his fucking cronies. There is no comparison. None. Zero. I know you want there to be. There's nothing there. Next question. That's the only answer that should be given right now, but let's see what happens.
When quite patently they're neither fascist. Look, you can have your criticisms about Charlie Kirk's politics, but let's be honest, he was a right-wing conservative, a Christian conservative. He's not a fascist, he's not a Nazi. Yet that accusation had been made.
He was a fascist. He was a MAGA propagandist. He was a Christian nationalist. He was a fascist.
Time and time again, not only against Kirk, but also people of that particular branch of politics. Doesn't that incentivize these type of murders, this type of violence?
Well, it's more complicated than that because so Trump is not Hitler.
So now any criticism of MAGA, we're doing words is violence. Words is violence. If you forcefully criticize this administration and the lackeys and rubes part of it, and the propagandists and the media figures that are affiliated with this movement, you are actually doing a stochastic terrorism. You're the real one contributing to violence. They're just talking about, mass deport. They're just advocating for checks notes, mass deportations, forced births, eliminating people's due process rights. That's not violent. Okay, that's different.
I've never said he was. We're not living in Weimar Germany now in America, but he is a genuine wannabe authoritarian doing many authoritarian things and damaging our democracy with both hands every chance he gets, right? So I don't know, and we're just you're now asking me what I think about the prospect of him running for a third term in just overt defiance of the 22nd Amendment, right?
And we don't even have to talk about, on the subject of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was completely fine if Donald Trump had been installed as the president back in 2020, even though he lost the election. Totally fine with it. What more is there to say? Do we even have to flirt with the idea of a hypothetical third term? Would Charlie have supported? He would have supported it. He already tried to support the subversion of the election 2020 so that Donald Trump could be crowned president. It's not a mystery.
It's not fascism. I mean, fascism is the wrong term.
Wasn't he super racist? Yeah, it was kind of his whole thing.
Right? It's just got too much culturally specific and historically specific baggage attached to it. But authoritarian is the right term, and aspiring tyrant is the right term. And he's just not. The truth is, he's not effective enough. He's not ideological enough. He doesn't care about enough big things to worry me that much, right? I mean, if he were
this is really stupid from him now. He's saying he's an authoritarian, but I'm not worried. Why? He has done irreparable damage.
This is a point I've made to the consternation and confusion of many audiences. But the irony is, if he were a better person, he'd be a more dangerous person, right? If he were a smarter person, a more committed person, I mean, if he could possibly commit to something beyond himself, right? And make, he's
what is this fucking toothless shit, man? He is doing everything that you're worried about and more. He's already tried to do it once.
He'd be more dangerous, right? If he were less distractible.
Likely because Sam Harris is very rich. I mean, he's already outlined some of the most egregious violations of the law and the Constitution that have occurred under this administration. I guess he just doesn't really care because, again, it's not personally affecting him.
Sure. So I don't view him as a Hitler figure, but I do. Everyone who's calling him an authoritarian.
But something tells me that if Sam Harris were pulled off the street by a mass ICE agent and thrown in the back of a vehicle and were held somewhere without being told why they were being held, and subjected to an indefinite detention for charges unbeknownst to him, and nobody would talk to him, I think he would be speaking a little bit more forcefully about what this administration is doing and how it treats American citizens and how it understands the rule of law, which is to say that it does not, they don't care about it.
Which sounds a lot like fascist. And you know, you turn up the dial on authoritarianism, there's no important difference between what you're talking about and fascism. Then you're just talking about like the clothing and whether the Catholic Church was ever in the mix, and et cetera. So he's not as bad as Putin, right? But if we give him a chance to have as much power as he wants, where does he stop, right? He certainly doesn't, he would run for a third term. If we discovered that the 22nd Amendment just didn't apply, and there's just an open fairway between him and the Green, of course he's going to run for a third term. It's like he doesn't care about the spirit of the Constitution, where it's clearly meant.
He's gone full Israel shell. That comes toning down the anti-Trump rhetoric. I mean, this is kind of how Harris has always been. He has always liked Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. He has always been, I wouldn't say an outspoken critic of Donald Trump. Obviously, he's just kneecapped so much of the criticism that he was laying out in this moment. But he has always stated his disagreement with the Republican Party and Donald Trump and the valuation of him.
That you should not, it's not that you can't be elected twice, you can't be president twice.
So I take your point about Trump, but let's come back because they don't only say it about Trump.
So I didn't answer your question.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to the TikTok teens, please.
Yes, certain terms are inflammatory and imprecise, but it's a much grayer area than you're making it out to be. Mm-hmm. And I mean, many people would say that what I've just said in the hour so far about Trump is just a species of that very, irresponsibility of condemning him to the point where, okay, any sane person is going to look at this and say, okay, we have a political emergency, and anything is warranted in resistance to this, right? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we have a political emergency, right? And we need our institutions to function to contain the damage.
But do you not think that it's really important when you criticize your political enemies?
It's important to be honest.
But it's also important to be accurate. In the same way that you can think somebody's a terrible person and their politics are awful, it doesn't make them a pedophile, for instance.
Yeah.
And this kind of escalatory
no one is saying that.
Language, I personally think is highly dangerous. And when you live in a country like America,
at least Sam Harris is not saying it,
where you have access to guns and there's so many people with mental illnesses, I mean, that's
dangerous. Access to guns, dude. Who wants to expand that? That's the Republican territory.
Nobody uses more inflammatory language less responsibly than Trump and his enablers, right? I mean,
this came out literally is released a day before Donald Trump called for the execution of the traitorous Dems.
Again, Elon jumped on X and basically said, our political opponents are murderers. The left is the party of murder. There is no party of murder in America, right?
Like this. Trump is calling for 6 Democratic lawmakers who urge the military not to follow any illegal orders to be arrested, and he's reposting replies saying they should be hanged and calling them terrorists. It's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. We won't have a country anymore. An example must be set. President Donald J. Trump. He retruthed. Posted something that says, hang them, George Washington would. Traitors. Reposted. Domestic terrorist Democrats always causing chaos and destruction, destroying people's lives. I think they should be charged with sedition. Also save those tapes and run them when the next demo commie is in office. I mean, literally.
Right. Trump in his address to the nation immediately after Kirk's death effectively said in so many words, not just that these Gen Z maniacs on TikTok were responsible for his death. He effectively said that his mainstream political opponents were culpable for murder, right? Which is just not true. Again, everyone from Obama on down said this is fucking horrible, right? We have to pull back from the brink here. This is not acceptable on any level. And then you had people bending over backwards to sane wash Kirk's actual politics. Ezra Klein jumps on his opinion column at the New York Times and says Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, for which he got no end of left of center. Everyone was being sensitive. Everyone,
of course, you love that.
Any real platform was being sensitive, and what you had right of center were just, with the important exception of Kirk's wife, during her eulogy, right?
Oh my God. She said these evildoers are going to face fucking, like, they're going to pay for what they did to my husband. She wasn't fucking, like, gracious or kind. If you want to selectively only look at what she said, where she was like, I forgive him. Dude, this wife is going to cry out like a battle cry or whatever the fuck for what they did. Hold on. If I put, Erica Kirk comments. Jesus. If I just put they.
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk.
Okay.
Inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Like, am I going to pearl clutch and say this is violence or whatever? No, not really. But like to act like she was trying to turn the temperature down or she was being measured and so gracious and magnanimous and like kind in a way that she didn't need to be. No, she wasn't. She was completely fine pouring gasoline on the fucking fire. My God. Oops.
On a very different note. I mean, Stephen Miller's eulogy was madness. It was fascistic madness. I mean, this is right. I mean, like Stephen Miller is a character, apart from the fact that he's Jewish, is a character right out of Weimar, right? I mean, he's a lunatic in how he messages into this combustible environment. I mean, do you remember? Did you watch his speech?
I didn't watch his speech.
Okay, you should watch his speech. It was the most insanely vituperative,
What does vituperative mean?
just expressive of pure hatred for everyone left of center. I mean, just you people are nothing. We will destroy you. You have awakened a dragon. You have no idea what you.
He like literally started off that speech with like a Facebook quote on top of it.
And the not so much from him, but from other people on the dais that day, there was just this volcanic expression of Christian nationalist kind of just. I mean, it's just pure moral confusion and political hysteria from my point of view. It was their George Floyd moment again. Yes, without the riots and obviously.
Well, that's quite a big deal, Sam.
No,
but this is what I was going to bring up.
Wait, the what?
I mean, it's just pure moral confusion and political hysteria from my point of view. It was their George Floyd moment again. Yes, without the riots and
like,
obviously.
why did they hand them these bones? I don't get it. It's so fucking cucked.
Big deal, Sam.
No,
but this is what I was going to bring up.
Like, as soon as he does that, they're just going to forget everything else that he's fucking talking about, and they're going to immediately start grabbing onto that and be like, oh, thank God. He brought up the left. We can shit on him now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
It's a big deal, but it's not, it is a bigger deal to have the President of the United States come before the country and say, basically, half of mainstream America is a terrorist organization. Like those are not his words. That was the subtext of everything he said in that address to the nation. It was completely of a piece with Elon's tweets, right?
The George Floyd thing, I think you're going way too far, Sam, and here's why.
There's no daylight between us about the George Floyd.
Why are we talking about George Floyd? Oh, wait, because Sam Harris brought it up out of nowhere. He didn't need to.
Riots. I mean, we view it in precisely the same way. I just view Trump differently.
Hold on. What I'm saying is something else.
Let's stop talking about this administration and let's start talking about things that happened in 2020 with respect. Like, why are we doing this?
We agree that burning down cities and taking over districts in America and
what city was burned down?
Police stations and killing a lot of black people and these moronic chants of defund the police, which led to more black people being killed in their communities and in the cities. All of that's crazy, right? And wrong. Well, what I noticed, and I'm just telling you what I noticed, right? is when Charlie Kirk was murdered in this way, which I thought was horrific.
What do you think of Erica Kirk's forgiveness at the memorial? Cringe, stupid, performative, dumb. I cannot believe there was anybody actually trying to give her props for that shit. Like, really? You're that sorry, lady? Why don't you go say anything to Donald Trump about the fact that we're removing Jimmy Kimmel, or like we're openly intimidating, using the FCC chair to openly intimidate dissidents? It's like, and it's even a joke to say what Jimmy Kimmel said was like him being critical of Charlie Kirk. He was what he said was just literally true. Like, all of the shit that, like, again, if you forgive him, then go out there and say, all of the shit that the right is doing right now in my husband's name is disgusting. I disavow it. It's un-American. I don't support it. I forgive him. And he's going to be held to account in a court of law. And we shouldn't be doing all this cancel culture shit. If she doesn't pair her forgiveness with any of that, then it doesn't mean anything. It's just this empty virtue signal. It's just her trying to paint herself as just so, she's just so, again, magnanimous, and she's such a good person. That's it.
And I think we do know, as far as I can tell, that it was politically motivated. And I would argue, you may disagree, but for me, the word Nazi and fascist,
those little demon gifts, they're Neopets.
has a very unique dimension to it, which is we have been trained as a culture to view these people as a specific threat to the democratic order, to minorities. It's when we think of a Nazi, we think of someone who's going to take over the country, destroy democracy, and murder millions of people. Yeah. That's what a Nazi is. So what happened was...
I do think there... Yeah,
let me finish my point. What happened was a lot of people on the right, and even people like you... And
okay, but why are we even getting into what is or is not a Nazi? Sam Harris has already said he's not going to call him even like a fascist. He's not going to call him a Nazi because he said there's too much baggage. He's just calling him an authoritarian. But what does Constantine focus on? Let's define what a Nazi is. I'm going to define it in such a way that excludes the MAGA movement and Donald Trump. You're going to let me finish my point. And even though you've already said you're not making that argument, other people out there on Blue Sky and TikTok and like people not in this conversation right now, they say those things. So let's address them here. And you can be the person that does it.
People like us who are not even on the right have been called those terms by some people, in your case, for being critical of
popcorn today, dude. I have like in popcorn withdrawal. I haven't been having popcorn because of these fucking canker sores in my mouth.
Islam, in our case, for questioning the insanity of the left, etc. Right? In my view, that is putting a target on people's back. But the other point is, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, it was horrific for anyone really watching it and what happened. Did you worry for 1 second that there's going to be streets burning in America? Did you worry that police stations were going to be burning down? Did you worry about any of that? Because I didn't.
No, but again, the reason why it's an unfair, it's a valid point, but it's not as significant.
Okay, but
as
did you imagine that there would be commentators taken off the airwaves because their comments displeased Donald Trump and his administration? That's the only question you need to ask, and you should be asking in response to that.
Making it out to seem so, and I have a piece with a point that many people made during the elections, right? When businesses and Beverly Hills are boarding up their windows, right, in anticipation of political.
I thought you were eating that yesterday. No, peanuts, which I need to not snack on.
Chaos. Should the election go one way or the other? Many people, right of center, pointed out, okay, the people are boarding up those windows not because they think Trumpists are going to start looting Williams-Sonoma.
Also, like, I don't know when they filmed this, but it cannot go, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, hated by the left for years, and she has been in politics for over 5 years now. She has always painted herself to be a victim of cancel culture and the Islamist, like all the same shit that they're saying, okay? There's no love for her from Democrats, from progressives, from liberals, socialists, literally anybody who's left of MAGA should like or does like Marjorie Taylor Greene. When did she have to hire a security detail for her own safety? After MAGA came for her. After Donald Trump called her a traitor for saying that the Epstein files should be released. That's when she feared for her safety.
Should Trump lose, right? There was just one side that was being worried about in those moments. And it was indecent on some level not to notice that, right? Same point. Mm-hmm. It's just so that, yes, it is true that the left, and especially the black community, expresses itself in that way when the unhappiness gets dialed
especially up. It's the left, and in particular the blacks. Thank you, Sam.
11. What I worry about on the right is is of much greater concern ultimately, and it's hardcore political violence, like Timothy McVeigh style, truck bomb violence, and real militias, really committed and trained people who have been training for years, some of whom are Nazis, right? I mean, they're not German Nazis, but they're neo-Nazis. There's much more of that on the right. When you look at just the
also the idea that like, why would you wouldn't expect there to be, why would they need riots for one? The person who is accused of killing Charlie Kirk was apprehended. He is going to face accountability. He's going to face a trial. I already forgot his name. Tyler Robinson or whatever is that kid's name. No thanks to Kash Patel, but because of a tip or his father like turning him in. So why would there be a need for a fucking riot? There were protests and riots because it was looking like for a second Derek Chauvin was not going to face any repercussions for killing this man. That was why people were upset. The other thing that can't be ignored, they have control of the executive branch, they have control of the Supreme Court, they have control of both houses of Congress. Why would you need to? If you want to do evil shit in this world, you have the administrative state to do that. That's why they were doing like white collar crime shit in response to this. They're weaponizing, they're going after people's livelihoods. They don't need to burn anything down. They have access to levers of power that people on the left and random antisocial people that are engaged in rioting, to the extent that that even happened in 2020, which it really didn't. That's why those people did that. There was justice here, and they have Trump on their side. They don't need to do any of that. They're getting all they want.
Fringes of gun culture. And again, this all predates this moment. I mean, we could have had this conversation 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. There's much more, the powder keg of real political violence and civil unrest in this country that is consequential. It's not just looting and burning, but like, it's your AR-15s that you've been polishing for years and training on for years, and you've got 10,000 rounds of ammunition already stored for this purpose. Those people are right of center. Right, and that
is it not telling that you have to go back to Timothy McVeigh? I mean, that's what the 1996.
Well, there are other. That's just the big.
Wong's Violin, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you for enduring that with dignity, grace, and integrity. Oh, you mean the debate? That was fun. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate the support.
When there are other examples of, even just in this recent cycle, and this is the thing that was so dishonest about Trump's address to the nation. He talked about political violence and political assassination as though it was well established that it was only a left-wing thing. But even with Kirk's assassination, it still, in recent memory, has been more of a right-wing thing. I mean, there's simply more incidents of right-wing.
What is this shit? Left-wing versus right-wing terrorist attacks and plots in the United States. This is from CSIS Warfare, Regular Threats and Terrorism Program. What do you want to bet that the methodology is skewed in such a way to guarantee this outcome so that you can see it like this? Because even Trump's administration did not come to this conclusion. Hold on. If I put violence... Where is it? I can't find it. Hold on. Trump admin quietly removes post on government website saying the right is engaged in terrorism. It was this. DOJ quietly deletes study after Kirk's death that says right-wing extremists engage in far more political violence. Far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, an archived version of the study reads. This was September 16th of this year. So what the hell is this? CSIS left-wing terrorism. Left-wing terrorism and political violence in the United States, what the data tells us. Why does this look this way? Charlie Kirk, they did this after Kirk. The tragic killing of political commentator and conservative activist Charlie Kirk has once again put the spotlight on political violence in the United States, with figures on both sides of the political aisle decrying extremism on the other. To understand the danger of political violence today and to find the best solutions for reducing it, it is important to understand the overall threat landscape and how both left and right-wing violence have evolved and could change in the future. Our analysis of terrorism trends in the U.S. shows that indeed left-wing violence has risen in the last 10 years, particularly since Donald Trump's rise to political prominence in 2016. Although it has risen from very low levels and remains much lower than historical levels of violence carried out by right-wing and jihadist attackers. Dude, even what they're citing doesn't even support that. Like, there's different points where it's like, yeah, the right still did the majority of it, but there's like a brief uptick, even if I grant this study to them. More contentious politics in the U.S. and the expansion of the MAGA movement appeared to have re-energized violent left-wing extremists. The left-wing movement as a whole has not returned to its violent heights of the 60s and 70s, but the number of terrorist incidents involving left-wing extremists so far this year puts 2025 on pace to be the left's most violent year in more than 3 decades. Moreover, 2025 marks the first time in more than 30 years that left-wing attacks outnumber those from the far right. All with the caveat that we don't even know how they do this. Let's see. This brief defines left-wing terrorism as that which is motivated by an opposition to capitalism, imperialism, or colonialism, black nationalism, support for queer rights, support for environmental causes or animal rights, adherence to pro-communist, pro-socialist beliefs or anti-fascist rhetoric, opposition to government authority under the belief it is a tool of oppression responsible for social injustices, support for decentralized political and social systems, such as anarchism or partisan extremism where violence is justified against political opponents and parties perceived as advancing right-wing agendas. Right-wing terrorism as used in this analysis includes incidents motivated by ideas of racial or ethnic supremacy, opposition to government authority, believing it is tyrannical and illegitimate, misogyny, including incels, hatred on sexuality or gender identity, belief in the QAnon conspiracy theory, opposition to abortion, or partisan extremism where violence is justified against political opponents and parties perceived as advancing left-wing agendas. Note that terms such as left-wing terrorism and right-wing terrorism as used in this brief do not correspond to mainstream political parties in the U.S., such as the Democratic and Republican parties, nor do they correspond to the overwhelming majority of political liberals and conservatives in the United States. In many cases, clear ideological categorization of perpetrators is difficult. Former FBI Director Christopher Wray once referred to a salad bar of ideologies where perpetrators of violence choose among an array of causes, many of which do not align with the traditional left-right dichotomy or other easy ideological classification. In other cases, perpetrators may not have political motives despite their targets. For example, Thomas Crooks, who tried to assassinate then-candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, in July 2024, reportedly searched online before his attack for locations where both Trump and then-President Joe Biden would be publicly speaking. While it's possible Crooks had political motives, FBI reports and journalist investigations suggest the explanation was more likely a mix of personal issues. So they're on the rise according to this. But I want to see what's an example of incidences. Because, like, I know what they mean, how they're categorizing it. They categorize Luigi Mangione as a left-wing terror, like a left-wing attack. Since 2020, only 2 fatalities have resulted from left-wing terrorist attacks in the U.S. Luigi Mangione's assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City in December 2024, and Michael Rowanell's fatal shooting of right-wing protester Aaron Danielson in Portland, Oregon in August 2020. If the Kirk killing is included, as it seems likely, it would be a 3rd fatality. Right-wing and jihadist attacks, by contrast, have caused far higher fatalities. Left-wing Luigi was personal. It is weird that they don't even caveat it with like allegedly or whatever. They're just assuming that he's guilty. Which, fine, but like why include him in the methodology for this? Or it's like, again, like how can the guy who like tried to kill Trump, that is not understood as like political violence necessarily, or like that's motivated by personal issues, but then Luigi Mangione, they categorize that as left-wing violence because of the target. I don't understand how they reconcile that. Weird.
Political violence, including assassination.
But I do find it funny that, again, like they're inserting this or whatever to like try to give the impression that, like, again, even if you granted this, it would still be an acute trend. It would be, or maybe the start of it. That same report still said overwhelmingly it's on the right.
assassination or attempted assassination. And then there's just ambiguous ones, which is frankly a crazy person who's not ideological and represents nobody. But
Luigi is left wing. Where's the evidence that he was left wing? From what I saw, he was like a Silicon Valley, or like not a Silicon Valley, but like the types of material and things that he read and like promoted were like didn't he have some like libertarian leanings even?
Oh, I mean, just it's like the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer was a punchline right of center. I mean, literally, Kirk himself used it as a punchline. Elon himself has used it as a punchline. Trump himself has used it as a punchline. It's literally been a laugh line for all three of them. This guy was almost killed with a hammer by a guy who is somewhat ideological, also probably crazy, but certainly right of center, who was planning to torture Nancy Pelosi should she be home, right? This was not funny. And
then
again,
people on the right laughed about that.
That level of callousness and recklessness and cruelty that you're worried about in using a term like Nazi indiscriminately, so much. There's been a
I agree that his personal ideology was incoherent, but the attack itself was a left-wing motivation, if that makes sense. But what's left-wing about it, other than just like the victim? Or are you basing that off of like the manifesto?
Fire hose of that on the right, right? Yes, there are people on the left who are dangerous idiots. I will be the first to admit, but it is different when it's coming from the Oval Office. It's different when it's coming from people. It's like for every one of those people who, the Gen Z maniacs who made a video celebrating Kirk's death, there's an equivalent lunatic on the right who's much closer to power, right? Like people who've got like Laura Loomer's phone number in their phone are crazy and dangerous, right? I mean, like this is not, there's a fever swamp as you move.
Careful, Sam. That might be a personal dig at the people that you're talking to.
Right of center. And again, we'll talk about Tucker and Candace and Nick Fuentes. Like as you begin to move rightward and toward the weird, right? And you get into QAnon and you start glad handing all the anti-Semites and conspiracy theorists. It gets very, very weird, very, very dark, and very, very well armed in a way that isn't mirrored on the left. And that's an important difference. I'm not worried about, yes, who's gonna, if you tell me that Louis Vuitton is being looted in Beverly Hills, I'm pretty sure I know who's doing it. I'm not as worried about that.
But also health insurance fucks everyone in this country. It's not right or left. Yep. I mean, when people learned of who had been killed, was anyone confused about why he might have done it? If he had killed the CEO of, some random Fortune 500, like, oh, why did you kill the CEO of LinkedIn? Why did you kill the CEO of Staples? There would be confusion there. People would not understand the motivations necessarily. They heard that he killed a healthcare CEO. Everybody knew.
If you're a Triggernometry fan,
even Charlie Kirk, did he play defense for it? No, but he was like, what did he say? I probably have a link to it. Charlie Kirk. If I put maybe Luigi, I think I have a link. I'll find it.
And you said that this was a George Floyd moment for the right. You weren't saying that Charlie Kirk and George Floyd are equivalent in who they were as people.
No, thank you for connecting that.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Apologies for the people already typing.
Yeah, because you know how people like to then I don't need to explain that.
It was a George Floyd moment in the sense that the level of emotionality and lack of caution and lack of honesty around.
Okay, I found it. It was this.
Yesterday we were in.
Okay, here's everything you need to know about CEO assassin. This was 11 months ago from the late Chuck Kirk over here. I go to 458 where he talks about it.
Reporter on this, and I find it to be very disturbing. The widespread internet reaction of the lack of remorse for the death of this CEO is very noteworthy. This CEO, Brian Thompson, did not deserve to be murdered in the street at all. Not everyone necessarily agrees with that. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are celebrating the death of Brian Thompson. The death penalty with no pre-trial due process, Now, vigilante justice in this way is completely
Due process is not one of the things that he actually cared about, to be clear.
wrong. However, let's just take a step back and say, what is it that would drive the American people to believe that Brian Thompson, not the American people, but some people, enough where it's noteworthy, okay? Not some fringe on the internet, to believe that a CEO and a father of two who's doing his job deserves to be murdered. And it is a deeper and darker picture into how broken health insurance is in this country. In some ways, of course, this is a mental health issue. This guy's obviously been
Like Charlie Kirk, this moron, this ghoul, this idiot, capable of more introspection and asking the secondary and tertiary questions that come with seeing mass approval of the death of this man, which shouldn't have happened, than what the Triggernometry boys are exercising here.
Found the messaging was equivalent. Right now, it's not, again, it different from coming from.
And I only showed you that because, I mean, could you say that's like a left-wing thing? But again, you have one of the most notable MAGA propagandists willing to entertain the discussion that he feels is necessary if you truly want to understand why there were people celebrating the death in the first place or going free Luigi and championing, being willing to champion Luigi Mangione.
From different people and different levels with different implications. But yeah, I mean, what I saw at Kirk's memorial, you know, some of it was fine and some of it was actually...
It was a political rally.
Beautiful and inspiring.
Oh my
and some
God.
of it was...
Name one part of that was beautiful and inspiring. When Ben Carson is up there, like, barred out, trying to get to the end of his sentence? Or was it when Stephen Miller is giving, like, a Goebbels speech? Which is giving him too much credit.
Just
Or maybe it was the fireworks display when Erica Kirk was coming out. Maybe that was the beautiful moment he was talking about.
a patent explosion of Christian nationalism and, you know, an appeal...
Barred out. Like he took downers.
to theocracy.
But I
right?
shouldn't say that. Ben Carson's kind of just like sleepy.
And again, a kind of I mean, Elon's tweet was all of this in crystal form. It's like to say that the left is the party of murder, right? Which is going to be interpreted as not just the fringe of the fringe of the fringe, you know, in some trans cult somewhere who happen to have guns. No, the left is synonymous in that statement with effectively the Democratic Party, right? I mean, just the mainstream political opponents of Trump. It's totally irresponsible, right? And that's a level of demonization. I mean, what we have to, I mean, to take this from the kind of the highest level. I mean, like this comment is true now, and it'll be true 50 years from now. What we have to surmount here to live sanely are two things: tribalism and dogmatism. I mean, like the tribalism and dogmatism are the generic, you know, software flaws in our politics, in our culture, and in our, you know, personal psychology, you know, and social psychology that make solving all of these collective problems impossible, right? I mean, and it just the antithesis of both of those things is intellectual honesty. I mean, one of the reasons
what no material analysis does to a motherfucker. We're going to try to understand political polarization strictly on ideological grounds. We're not going to try to actually do any analysis that involves anything other than thoughts in people's heads and ideas.
This is why I criticize religion so much, is that religion's the only area of culture where tribalism and dogmatism get this new gloss, and they seem like virtues. They can be made to pass as virtues, moral virtues, you know, moral necessities, intellectual virtues. You know, we call the dogmatism of religion faith, right? When you don't have good reasons for what you believe, and you're immune to the good reasons of others that are countering your beliefs, and there are certain conversations you refuse to have because you've got these cherished beliefs that you want to guard from all streams of evidence or argument, right? We call that faith, but no, that's just dogmatism, right? In fact, the word dogmatism is it's a Catholic term, it's a Latin term. Dogma is a good word in Catholicism, right? I mean, it's not pejorative, but in the political space, you know, tribalism and dogma. What's wrong with identity politics? What's wrong with the woke mob and cancel culture and all the blasphemy tests, left of center, and all that? That it is the tribalism and dogmatism of.
What's up with Sam's eyebrows? Looks surprised. I think he's kind of always looked like that, to be honest.
All of that. And insofar as it's mirrored on the right, it's the same problem. It just has different nouns and verbs associated with it.
Well, look, I'm glad actually that we're talking about the right, because one of the things that we've been talking about...
Are you, though? Are you glad that they're talking about the right? Really? Because literally every single time there's been the opportunity to talk about the right, you just want to pivot back to the left and Hunter Biden and things that happened in 2020 and Joe Biden and Antifa and literally anything else.
The show, more and more, is seeing the right, and who have always marketed themselves as a party of, shall we say, facts and logic, even though that's a hack term. And then you look at the way some of them are going, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of facts and even less logic.
Right.
So
how are you guys dealing with that? I mean, you have...
I'm one of the people who came up with the concept of the woke right.
Right.
And everyone who
The
is woke
concept that doesn't mean anything.
right is really happy that I've come up with it.
They're delighted.
They're delighted. They love it. They're so great.
Well,
I have a 60 IQ.
They think it's a
I came up with this nonsense term.
specious. You're joking, or they just think it's...
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
No, they hate it because it's accurate.
Okay, so I thought you were saying that they thought it was not accurate.
I get the sense from the way you asked the question that you are with the people who think we are on the right.
No. I've been tracking how you've been navigating this, but I mean, I think it's just important to acknowledge and to acknowledge to your audience that there's something to navigate here. I mean, like you and I have a different relationship to this ecosystem, so it's a different challenge. But
the way we think about it is very simple. It's that I always forget his full title, the former Foreign Secretary of the British Foreign Secretary. What's his name? Lord Palmerston? Palmer?
Oh yeah, Lord Palmerston.
Lord Palmerston. He said, "We have no permanent alliances. We have permanent interests, and it's to them that we owe allegiance." And that's we're coming at it from the perspective of what is true.
But what about friendships? Actual friendships.
I'm capable of being friends with whom I disagree. I disagreed with what you said on our podcast 3 years ago. I consider you.
Well, what is? I don't want to relitigate all of that, perhaps. But what did you disagree with?
Oh, let's not bother with that. We've done a whole 45 minutes on it.
Oh, okay. Don't want to get into it. Might pull apart my argument. Might have to actually explain my disagreement with you, even though I have to. Like he has literally no ground to stand on. Again, Hunter Biden does not fucking matter when you're comparing it to the corruption of the Trump administration. That is just true. Even if he said it in a really fucking stupid way.
But I don't think I heard your disagreement apart.
Yeah, I can't be bothered.
Okay.
We've dealt with it.
Right,
it's only happened 3 years ago. What's the point?
Okay.
What I'm saying is...
Oh my God. George Floyd happened like 4 years ago. What's the point? You could do this with literally anything. Why talk about anything if your statute of limitations is 3 years? Why are you talking about anything that happened like more than 3 years ago? You were completely fine talking about BLM riots. You were completely fine talking about George Floyd. You were completely fine talking about Hunter Biden laptop. You were completely fine talking about all of this shit until I pull apart your argument.
There are, of course, exceptions to this, but I'm capable of being friends
with... It's like I don't even know how so many people get led around by this guy. He's such...
I was never friends with the people who are going tonto right now.
Right.
Because I always knew they were going to be crazy and I never made friends with them in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I just think the crater that we're talking about is bigger than I think you think it is, and some of your friends are in it.
Tell me more.
So, I mean, Rogan is implicated in all of this in a way that and Rogan, I've considered Rogan a friend for years. But we're sort of out of touch now, and I think there's probably a reason for that. I mean, he's like specifically like he has not answered my texts. I tried to give him some knowing that I was going to have to comment publicly about some of the interviews he's done, and I think how irresponsible he's been with his platform. I reached out to him by text, and he hasn't responded to those texts. So perhaps my text got lost in the mail, but usually he's pretty good on his text. So, and I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm conflicted around the ethics of all of this. I mean, like I feel terrible talking about Joe, and yet he's got the biggest platform on planet Earth, or nearly so, and I think he's done an immense amount of harm to our national conversation, our political conversation. So, like, I couldn't have done, like, you guys were just on his podcast. I watched that. I couldn't have had the conversation you had with him there because I would have had to have said this, and presumably he wouldn't have liked it. And there's a lot to talk about. I thought the interview he had with Trump was incredibly consequential and incredibly...
So you're friends with Rogan, but apparently you want to air out him not responding to text in public. This seems so personal for no reason. Is there any other kind of dispute with Sam Harris other than petty?
Irresponsible, right? I mean, he didn't ask a single difficult question of Trump and just helped midwife his lies. I mean, among which was the 2020 election was stolen lie, right? I mean, like
no, as we saw last night, were it not for Joe Rogan, we would not have gotten that amazing clip of Donald Trump saying he was going to release the JFK files and MLK assassination files, but then Mike Pompeo and other very smart people who might be implicated said, you probably shouldn't do that, so he changed his mind.
That's a shattering lie for a former president to have told in our society, and to have half the society believe it. It's a perpetual invitation to violence. It gave us the violence of January 6th. Things could have been a lot worse, etc. If you have the biggest platform on earth, you can't just have the kind of conversation that Joe had with Trump, and then open the door to everyone else to have their version of that irresponsible conversation. So many people think that this was the 2024 was the podcast election. I agree it was the podcast election, but what it was many people following Joe's lead in being completely irresponsible with how
He's
they
been talking for an hour straight with one eyebrow up. I mean, they've barely had to, like, they haven't really said anything.
use their platform.
Because he doesn't ask any questions.
And
When he tried to, he let Constantine wiggle out of it instead of pointing out the fact, like, dude, I've been yapping this whole time. Answer one question.
And to be specific there, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk to certain people. Joe can talk to anyone he wants to, right? I mean, I think there are certain people you probably shouldn't talk to, but there are certain people that if you're going to talk to them, given that you have a big platform, and literally tens of millions of people in Joe's case, you have a responsibility to do more than just establish good vibes with them and make them seem normal, especially if they're not normal, and especially if they're trafficking in lies and half-truths that are going to delude a significant percentage of your audience, and that are deluding you as the host because you haven't done your homework. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, his conversation with Daryl Cooper, completely irresponsible, right? I mean, we're living in an age of, Daryl Cooper is a fake historian.
It is so funny to hear Sam Harris, of all people, talk about irresponsible platforming. This is a guy who had this very disagreement with Ezra Klein over his discussion of race realism and his conversations with Murray over the bell curve. Like, fighting accusations of that, saying, I just want to do thought experiments. I just want to be able to talk about the ideas, and all of these woke PC SJWs just can't handle their feelings. And now he's turning around and making the exact same sorts of soy platforming arguments against Joe Rogan when it's against people he doesn't fucking like.
Trafficking in David Irving's lies about the Holocaust.
Daryl Cooper's a straight up neo-Nazi. I know he's the guy who is Churchill was really the enemy of the real villain of World War II or something like that.
Right, he bounces from Tucker's podcast to Joe's podcast. On those two podcasts alone, he gets a larger audience, perhaps than any real historian ever has had in the history of history. Right? I mean,
probably
it has to be over 50 million people who saw those two interviews combined.
His Rogan episode didn't do very well.
Yeah. Between Joe and Tucker.
Oh my God! It's such a big platform that even a low-performing view or video, an episode from Joe Rogan is still monumental.
Look, you got to separate Tucker from Joe. It's a completely different conversation.
It's not a completely different conversation. In fact, you could argue that Joe's was worse because Joe's happened after Tucker. There was a mess to clean up, which Joe, rather than clean up that mess, he basically, with his imprimatur as the host who knew everything about Daryl Cooper, who'd done all the homework and listened to 30 hours of Cooper's podcast on the matter, he could sign a blank check morally, assuring his audience that Cooper's a good guy, not an anti-Semite. All of this is good faith, and that the thing he just had said on Tucker, there's nothing wrong with it. It's all just a tempest in a teapot, and people are lying, besmirching him, and it's just libtard hysterics who are having a bad reaction to the truth getting out on some level. And he's done it with RFK Jr. He's done it with all kinds of maniacs, right? I mean, these are people who are, in many cases, liars. Some of them are probably mentally ill, right? Some of them just have character defects where they just love to touch find me a third rail and I'm going to touch it. No matter how combustible our society is, no matter how little I know, I'm just going to keep touching the button to see what goes off. Dave Smith, again, Dave Smith is not a morally sane voice about the war in Gaza, right? Now he is the person he is because of what Joe has made him, right? And that debate with Douglas, I've commented on with Douglas about what I thought went wrong there, but all of this has created immense harm in our culture, right? We're all in the business of building culture. Culture is the operating system of our society, right? I mean, everything we care about is a matter of culture working better and better, or worse and worse, right? Whether we can solve any of the collective action problems we need to solve, whether our species survives is entirely a story, apart from an asteroid impact, it's entirely a story of whether we can sort our culture out enough so as not to annihilate ourselves. And you literally have people doubting whether the Holocaust was even a thing in the context of the greatest explosion of anti-Semitism we have seen in our lifetime, in the middle of a very clear clash between aspiring Islamist theocracy globally and the West, and Israel being the tip of the spear of all of that, massive moral confusion being spread in our society around that, quite consequentially so. And Joe is doing as much as anybody to spread that confusion, and he doesn't know it. I mean, I think Joe is a good guy. I don't think he wants to harm anybody. I would not say the same about Tucker Carlson. I mean, I think they're completely different types of people. But I mean, it's a disaster what has happened on Joe's podcast, politically and culturally. Yeah, he's done thousands of podcasts. Thousands of them are great, right?
Big Harris, Dave Smith is wrong frequently, but not on Israel. I mean, like, Sam Harris is like a massive, like, pro-Israel dude. He was like never going to like anything he had to say.
But his approach to this, he's taken absolutely no responsibility as a journalist or as an intellectual or as a historian or as a scientist, because he doesn't view himself as a journalist or an intellectual or historian or a scientist. Has a comic, and he's just shooting the shit with people, and he's just exploring his interests, and great. It's Joe Rogan University. But he has to recognize that he's doing more than that. He's doing more than that just by virtue of having the audience that he has. But he's also doing more than that because he has this taste for conspiracy theories. He's got this taste for contrarian and anti-establishment views and the debunking of the elites, right? He's bought into that side. Like the scales are not just balanced in a truly open-minded and kind of intellectually disinterested way. No, he's got an appetite for the false flag operation, right? Like if there's something, if the non-standard view can be spun at all, he wants to hear about it, and that acts like a bug light for maniacs. I mean, then you just get these. There's an endless number of people who seem to have the right.
I mean, I don't know that it would go. So I share a lot of these criticisms of Joe Rogan, but I don't want it to get to the point that you can't even discuss conspiracism. I think it's just the way that Joe Rogan goes about the discussions and who ends up being kind of placed as an authority on these things is what's unfortunate. It's not that the conversation is happening at all. It's the way he goes about doing it.
Credentials, and many people who don't obviously have the right credentials, like Dave Smith, but you can get an endless number of people with PhDs or MDs or whatever the requisite degree is, who are crazy.
But I mean, yeah, in a just world, Dave Smith would not have been the one arguing against Murray in that debate.
Right, or just terrible people, right? When you have a platform like Joe has, you have a responsibility to not just lay yourself open and your audience open to a fire hose of bullshit and half-truth and lies.
Isn't there
unfiltered?
Chances are, if you're a Triggernometry fan, you understand the importance of free speech and privacy. And you'll also probably know the founder of Unplugged, Eric Prince, because he's been against with the ARB fund.
Okay, but isn't there also a way that you could say, look, you know, some of these ideas are going to be bullshit, some of them are half-truth, some are going to be highly controversial, which in a few years' time you look at in the cold light of day and was like, well, it was unpleasant, but it was true.
Okay, wait a minute.
Like
Joe,
stuff about COVID, for example.
Okay, but at the time, I called.
Who is Eric Prince?
Called that correctly.
Yeah, but
everybody. I mean, that was so easy to see as an instance of left-wing, politically correct overreach, right? Like calling the lab leak hypothesis racist at the time. I mean, the very hour, the first instant of this happening, every sane person who's not indoctrinated into
Did you say lab leak hypothesis and not conspiracy, even though there's never been evidence for this?
Wokeism at that moment saw, okay, that's bullshit.
I'm pretty sure even our CIA says no. They're like the claim was that like there is like a 0.0001% chance that it could have come out of a lab leak. Fine.
I don't think you're remembering this correctly, with all due respect. I remember, and just tell you our perspective as people who make videos on YouTube, right? That we were having conversations about, are we allowed to have this particular discussion about COVID or masks or vaccines or whatever?
Okay, that's a bigger conversation.
And the Wuhan thing, because if you'd said that was the case at the time you were not allowed to say it, YouTube would literally nuke you.
Oh my God. Okay. I didn't know this. Really showing my leftist bona fides here. Eric Prince, an American businessman, investor, author, and former U.S. Navy SEAL officer who's the founder of Blackwater mercenary group. Now it all makes sense.
Your YouTube channel, right? So when Joe pushed back on it, which I'm grateful to him for doing on that thing, he was leading the way in challenging some of this public health nonsense, right?
Yeah, so yes, if you want me to say that some conspiracy theories...
Joe Rogan leading the way in challenging the public health nonsense. So true.
They're true? Yes. So conspiracy theory, Alex Jones is going to get it right some of the time. That doesn't vindicate Alex Jones. Alex Jones,
broken clock, literally.
Jones is a madman who has created tremendous harm. Full stop. It doesn't matter how long the list of things is that he was right about. I mean, he's
about how you arrive at the conclusions, not just having the right answer.
Is endorsing every crazy conspiracy allegation. Some are going to be, at some point, you're going to say, oh yeah, this thing that seemed totally implausible and even irresponsible to entertain, turns out that was right. The CIA did do that.
But it's also on a more prosaic level, like school closures. We had Boris Johnson, our former Prime Minister, who actually said the school closures that went on in the UK were wrong and it damaged a whole generation of children. And maybe if there'd been more people to push back on that, we could have actually dealt with it.
You can count on one hand. I mean, so the postmortem on COVID, I mean, I guarantee you that the postmortem on COVID that passes for truth in Joe's world is not true. Like, I mean, on Joe's account, COVID was just a cold. The vaccines were fucking dangerous, right? And may have killed a lot of people. In Brett Weinstein's world, the vaccines killed millions of people, right? And et cetera, right? So all of that's upside down, right? But yes, there were some very clear moments where the mainstream political messaging, or public health messaging, was disastrously bad and or dishonest, and that was super consequential. And there were things were kept closed for much longer than they should have been.
All of this happened under Trump. How does he not point that out? The overwhelming majority of the most critical aspects of the pandemic happened under Donald J. Trump. The lockdowns, everything that they're complaining about, the vaccine, that's Operation Warp Speed. That's like the one thing Trump could try to claim credit for. Oh wait, he can't because he gets attacked by his base.
We were not nearly as flexible as we should have been in just understanding this was a moving object, and with each new variant, things were changing, and that the science.
Trump literally appointed Mike Pence to head the COVID response team.
Catching up to the problem, and there's lots of scientific uncertainty at every stage along the way, and there are people covering their ass, and it's not a pandemic, right? Well, no. But it's just whatever. Again, if you just add up the indiscretions of people covering their ass and people not knowing what they're talking about, and it being a moving target, and us doing lots of stuff for the first time is really difficult, and lots of people also dying, and there being a real risk of the healthcare system collapsing.
Doing lots of stuff for the first time, there weren't protocols that could have been followed. That again, he makes it sound like all of the death that occurred. There was a point where literally it was a 9/11's worth of deaths from COVID every single day. It was 2,200 Americans were dying. He's making it sound like we couldn't have seen this coming. People die all the time. Nobody knew what to do. None of that is true. None of that is true. Trump disassembled the pandemic preparedness response team. I'm pretty sure was assembled under the Bush administration, but even then, this is not the first epidemic. It's not the first pandemic. It is not there had been scientists warning that there could be a global pandemic.
It explains 99% of how badly we handled it. But the lessons being drawn from how badly we handled it.
No, it doesn't. It is it's pure incompetence.
In many, many cases are the wrong lessons. I mean, we're living in a land of hallucinations right of center around what should have been learned from COVID. I mean, again, COVID.
They don't there's nothing for them to learn from COVID because they don't think COVID exists. They think it's fake. It
was a dress rehearsal for something quite a bit worse that we up the dress rehearsal, and I mean, I hope someone's learned actionable lessons that can be implemented in real time next time. But what I
hopefully someone
fear has happened is
again,
that
lessons didn't need to be learned. Lessons were learned because of the failure to manage that situation properly.
Sure, we're actually less prepared for a worse pandemic because of how badly we learned the lessons of our failure.
Well, no, I agree with you. And I think there is no doubt that COVID broke a lot of brains. And by the way, I can't speak for Joe, obviously, but I suspect if you speak to him, he'll feel that you went crazy over COVID.
Yeah,
and
no,
if I speak
100%. He has no idea, but one of us is right? He's
You could both be wrong.
No, okay. I guarantee you that there is
just kidding
a consensus understanding around what happened during COVID that is not in Joe's brain or in the brain of most of his audience. And it's in broad strokes the best understanding we have. It's not to say that we know down to the last person who died of COVID, but within an order of magnitude, we know what happened, right? And that's not what Joe is saying about COVID.
Let me make the point I was going to make, which was more about why COVID affected a lot of people the way that it did, and broke people's brains is a strong statement. I use it because I do feel that happened. There was, and I'm not talking about Joe specifically, I just mean that a lot of people felt this way. Not felt this way. A lot of people ended up being much more conspiratorial coming out than they came in, right?
And what was their partisan persuasion, Constantine? Care to elaborate on that?
Because we had this thing called public health, and we had this other thing called scientific truth, right?
Yeah, okay, with you. There's public health and then scientific truth.
We went so far over.
And whatever you're going to outline happened in between. Now we have RFK Jr., an anti-vaxxer, head of HHS, who is now altering government websites to remove what they call disinformation surrounding the link between autism and vaccines.
And these two things are in tension, because if you're trying to communicate nuanced, complicated, ultimately unverifiable scientific theories or hypotheses to a public with an average IQ who are in panic and fear, scared for their lives, they're being fed all kinds of crazy stuff in the media.
You should have asked the guy in Discord if he thought COVID was a hoax. There were many, many things I would have loved to ask him, but I think we know the answer to that.
You have to take the scientific...
I do worry about COVID debates, though, because I always wonder if that's going to get me clapped for, like, COVID disinfo or something.
Truth. And you have to... This is best case scenario. This is why people being corrupt without Fauci having funded the lab in China, all of this other stuff, right? Just in a perfect world. And you have to condense that complex scientific truth into public health messaging.
Yeah,
and
which is a political process.
And that process ended up going so far over to public health, and then you add on top of other things.
There was too much of an emphasis on public health and the science under Trump and his handling of COVID. Yes, people are often saying this. That's usually the criticism people have of Donald Trump, is that he was just too evidence-based.
That happened, cover-ups of certain things that we now know to be true, or as best we can, like where COVID came from, etc. That a lot of people went, well, this thing you told me in the interest of public health was actually just you lying, right? Because it turned out not to be true.
Well, but in many of those cases, it was not just people lying.
I know, I know. But if you're being bombarded with messages and told you're a terrible person for not believing them, and you then discover that those messages were actually false, most people are going to say, I have been lied to.
Yeah.
Right?
I have this timeline that I can't even remember what segment I made this for, of all of the different major points of failure at the beginning of the pandemic that Trump is responsible for. And we're going to go through some of them right now very quickly. This is, I didn't do it, Trump says of disbanding pandemics office. This was reported March 13th of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yamiche Alcindor from PBS NewsHour. My first question is, you said that you don't take responsibility, but you did disband the White House pandemic office, and the officials that were working in that office left this administration abruptly. So what responsibility do you take to that? And the officials that worked in that office said that the White House lost valuable time because that office wasn't disbanded. What do you make of that?
Well, I just think it's a nasty question, because what we've done is, and Tony has said numerous times that we've saved thousands of lives because of the quick closing. And when you say me, I didn't do it. We have a group of people. I could ask perhaps my administration, but I could perhaps ask Tony about that, because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know
We're
about
spending,
about the
I don't know.
reorganization?
So denying that he did that. As the U.S. grapples with the novel coronavirus pandemic, President Trump said on Friday he didn't know anything about a reorganization of the National Security Council that dismantled a key pandemics office nearly 2 years ago. The head of that team, Rear Admiral Timothy Zeimer, left suddenly after the team was disbanded in 2018, along with other members of the office. He had been tasked with how the country responds to a threat like the novel coronavirus. We're doing a great job. Trump on Friday declared a national emergency to tackle the COVID-19 outbreak. The number of cases in the U.S. has so far climbed above 1,600, and public health officials have shared concerns in recent days that the U.S. does not have enough tests or hospital beds, among other supplies, to handle a widespread outbreak. This is a 2017 article from, this actually, I probably have to go to remove paywall, from Foreign Affairs, warning the Trump administration of a pandemic that they ignored. Ready for a global pandemic? The Trump administration may be woefully underprepared. November 21st, 2017. Again, 2017. Talking about deadly strain of influenza, shut down schools, 1918 flu pandemic. What has the U.S. government done to prepare for such scenarios? Since 2003-04, when the H5N1 bird flu spread across the globe, the American response to these health threats has been to establish a range of preparedness programs intended to prevent and respond to pandemics and other biological dangers. For instance, the U.S. government funded research by the National Institute of Health, or NIH, into threatening pathogens, which is crucial for the development of new medicines and vaccines. To aid this effort, the government created a body called BARDA to focus on finding treatments. The federal government fortified its strategic national stockpile, a storehouse for vaccines, antidotes, antibiotics, and other critical medicines, and developed procedures for distributing these supplies to cities in the event of a crisis. All of this, unfortunately, President Donald Trump has not indicated so far that his admin takes this issue seriously. Initially, his 2018 proposed budget slashed funding for such programs by 9%, or $1.25 billion from the preceding year, which would be the largest reduction in over a decade. If this budget had been enacted, it would have imposed a 13% cut to the CDC, preparedness and response programs, an 11% cut to the hospital preparedness program, and hundreds of millions of dollars in cuts to state grants from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Other cuts would have hurt or entirely eliminated related programs at the Department of Homeland Security, the NIH, the FBI, USAID, among others. Fortunately, Congress reversed many of the proposed cuts during its appropriations process. So they were not prepared for this. They could have been. This was 3 years ago. This is a poll, 2020, showing Republicans are far less likely to be concerned about the pandemic and the coronavirus. A new poll shows a startling partisan divide on the dangers of the coronavirus. Most Democrats are a lot more worried than Republicans. This is March 15th, 2020. A new NBC News/Wall Street Journal poll has revealed sharp partisan divides between Americans over the coronavirus pandemic. The poll found 68% of Dems are worried that someone in their family could catch the virus, while just 40% of Republicans and 45% of independents share that concern. The gulf in perception over an outwardly non-political issue underscores how signals from politicians and media outlets have played a critical role in shaping how seriously Americans are taking a viral outbreak that has overwhelmed healthcare systems and triggered mass quarantines in several countries around the world. Please keep in mind that Konstantin Kisin of Triggernometry literally just said that the reason why the Trump administration, which he won't name, because then he'd have to talk about the fact that all of this happened under Trump, the reason why was because there was too much of a fucking emphasis on evidence. And that's why Republicans cared less and not Dems. Nearly 80% of Democrats believe the worst is yet to come, but just 40% of Republicans and 57% of independents believe that. This was, again, March 15th, 2020. This is a reporter asking Trump, what do you say to Americans that are scared?
What do you say to Americans who are watching you right now who are scared?
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say.
You're a terrible reporter. This is 5 years ago, March 20th, 2020. Then, by the end of the year, U.S. coronavirus deaths regularly averaging more than 2,000 Americans per day. U.S. could approve vaccine in mere days, but toll is expected to be great in coming weeks. December 9th, 2020. This was all the way back in February 2020, when Pence will control all coronavirus messaging from health officials. The White House's attempt to impose a more disciplined approach to comms about the virus was undermined by Trump, who complained the news media was overstating the threat. Then Trump lies and claims he always knew that the coronavirus would be a pandemic. President tried to rewrite history with advising Americans about the coronavirus. His own words prove him wrong. This was March 17, 2020. For weeks, President Trump has minimized the coronavirus, mocked concern about it, treated the risk from it cavalierly. On Tuesday, he took to the White House lectern and made a remarkable assertion. He knew it was a pandemic all along. This is a pandemic, Mr. Trump told reporters. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. This is what Mr. Trump actually said over the past 2 months. On January 22nd, asked by a CNBC reporter whether there were worries about a pandemic, the president replied, "No, not at all. We have it totally under control. It's one person coming in from China, and we have it under control. It's going to be fine." February 26th, we're going to be open pretty soon. We're going to pretty soon at only 5. We're going to be pretty soon at only 5 people. And we could be at just 1 or 2 people over the next short period of time. So we've had very good luck with reported cases. On February 27th, it's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. On March 7th, standing next to Bolso at Mar-a-Lago, asked if he was concerned that the virus was spreading to Washington. "No, I'm not concerned at all. No, I'm not. No, we've done a great job." At least 3 members of the Brazilian delegation and 1 Trump donor at the Mar-a-Lago event tested positive for the virus. On March 16th, leaving the White House briefing room. He warning that the outbreak would wash away his summer, so it could be right in that period of time where it washes through. Other people don't like that term, where it washes through. Like, he showed a propaganda video. It was just like time after time after time. Trump downplaying it. This is not even getting into Bob Woodward's book showing that he did this. Trump tells Woodward he deliberately downplayed coronavirus threat. This is September 10th, 2020. A new book by Bob Woodward reveals that President Trump thought the threat posed by the coronavirus was much worse than what he revealed publicly. Woodward's book Rage is due out next week. Several times during the Trump admin, a whistleblower has accused the president of wrongdoing. This time, in effect, the whistleblower is the president himself. Recordings show he said one thing on TV and another off camera. He made misleading claims about the pandemic, a life or death matter affecting almost every single American. The journalist Bob Woodward documented this. He interviewed the president. With the president's permission, he recorded the interviews now published by the Washington Post. In them, the president said how serious the pandemic was, although he later told the public something else. It is best to listen to his statements in the order they happened. And then he talks about, like, they go through the timeline of how he did that. The Trump admin disbanding the pandemic response team that he denied. This was April 3rd, 2020. Trump administration cut pandemic early warning program in September. Just pointless. Like how do you even, when I say it's pointless talking to these people, because what are you even supposed to do when this is the level of discourse that they're operating on? That's how brazenly they lie.
Right? And so we've ended up in a very conspiratorial world, partly, I think, because of what happened during COVID. And by the way, if you lock people in their homes for 2 years, some of them are going to loop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But part of the burden that our public health authorities couldn't effectively shoulder was that they were messaging into a polluted information landscape that was poised to be this conspiratorial and this distrustful.
Who was locked in for 2 years? Who wasn't? Every single American, apparently. Like, this world that they described where there was, again, lockdowns to that extent. Can I have one authoritarianism, please? Can I have the universe where we did that and we didn't have 2,000 Americans on average dying every single fucking day from this disease?
Full of authority. And in large measure, independent media is culpable for that. I mean, it's the Candace Owens of the world and the Joes of the world who were calling bullshit where things were actually bullshit and calling bullshit on absolutely standard science. And I mean, the people who Joe had on his podcast again and again, Brett Weinstein and all the other ivermectin cultists, that was genuinely harmful, right? It's not that they were wrong about everything, but they were wrong about most things. And it was dangerous.
But what about the vaccine, when you have people coming out going, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to be able to pass it on?
There was a moment that, before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats.
That's true.
That's bizarre.
Yes, it is true. It's not bizarre. We know exactly why that happened. There was a study that was commissioned that found that the one thing you needed to know that could give you the most amount of information about the health of a county as far as how they were handling the pandemic and the individual people within that county was if you knew their partisan affiliation. Because if you knew their partisan affiliation, you knew they were more likely to suffer from COVID, to have not gotten the vaccine, to have known somebody who died from it. It all traced back to their partisanship more than any other individual piece of information could indicate to you.
Shouldn't be that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's political. That's the consequence of political. Yeah, that's political messaging.
Obesity, age, all of that.
As far as I know,
Republicans tend to be older, right? But it was not factoring.
I believe that's just purely a matter of vaccine hesitancy.
So your claim is, just so that I understand, what you're saying is right of center people got anti-vax messaging, didn't take the vaccine, and all other things being equal, died at a higher rate.
Right.
That's your claim.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And honestly, Joe was a super spreader of those ideas. Right. So last I looked, I haven't looked at these data for
it's funny that he calls him like a super spreader of these ideas, like using the language like that.
Months, but within the last, I think I did a podcast a couple of months ago, and the authority who I had on at the time, Mark Lipsitch, I believe, signed off on these numbers. Do you have these numbers? How many people in the United States do you think died from COVID? How many do you think were saved by the vaccine? How many do you think died who shouldn't have died?
They don't know. They don't care about those numbers.
Based on vaccine hesitancy.
I don't know.
Right. Okay,
I don't think there's any way of knowing, if I'm going to be honest with you, Sam.
Well, no, there's a way of, there's not a way of knowing exactly, but there's a way of knowing you can triangulate on these numbers in many, but based on excess deaths and just reported deaths. And I mean, the epidemiology of this is not mysticism. I mean, there's a scientific understanding of just how people die and how many people are likely to die in any given society in any given moment. We're not off by a factor of 10, right? Let's say we're off by 20%, but we're not. This is not like we think X and it's really 1/10 of X, right?
These two chuckle fuck should have a weekly dismemberment by Sam Harris. Redolette, you have come in at the point where he is finally, like ruthlessly and kind of unequivocally pushing back on them because they are just dead wrong on the COVID shit. Everything else, he has given them bones and ways out and made caveats and offered concessions that he had no business offering to them because they won't give him a fucking inch. This is the one thing where they're absolutely getting fucking schooled on because they don't have anything to support their arguments. Nothing.
Something like 1.2 million Americans died from COVID, right? Now,
from or with?
From COVID is the reason they died.
Oh my God.
Right? Not that they got hit by a bus and they also had COVID. Okay. Now that's
shameless trying to insinuate that the figure that he just gave is like, oh, but they didn't actually die of COVID. What if that number includes people that had it, but it wasn't the cause of death?
Not the bubonic plague in the 14th century, but it's also not a cold, right? It's most of those people were old. Most of those people are not fit young men who didn't want to take the vaccine because they heard about the heightened risk of myocarditis, right? I mean, there was all kinds of wrinkles there. It mattered, how old you were, in addition to being obese, et cetera. But this was a real health challenge before we got the vaccines. Now, how many people do we think died because of vaccine hesitancy, who wouldn't have died had everyone who could have gotten the vaccine gotten vaccinated? That number's around 300,000.
What is this? This number is likely from a peer-reviewed analysis by the Kaiser Family Foundation that cites over 232,000 preventable COVID-19 deaths in the U.S. among unvaccinated adults. The study represents data from May 30th, 2021 to September 3rd, 2022. Link to study in description.
Right now, that's a lot of people. Again, most of those people are...
I thought it was going to be some like shitty attempt at a debunk, but it looks like there was nothing that they could find, I guess.
Almost certainly old. They're not 4-year-olds. I mean, it's like 1,000 kids or something like 1,000 kids died from COVID. But 300,000 people, it used to be a lot of people. Now, like in
it's a huge number.
Yeah, but so what did it mean to have the world's largest podcast basically endlessly messaging against the vaccine? I mean, Joe can say he's not anti-vax, but the primary message around the COVID vaccine and COVID itself, coming from his podcast and coming from the so-called experts he had on, was that the vaccines are fucking dangerous, man. The vaccines, again, Brett Weinstein told us that the vaccine is likely to kill something like 17 million people. Right?
I saw a credible estimate of something like 17 million deaths globally from this technology. So
17 million deaths from the COVID vax?
Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach
who could have known this guy was going to be a fucking grifter?
a number like that with a technology this dangerous.
Only he had done something to put him on the map that he completely misrepresented and lied about on Tucker Carlson's show, no less, when he was still on Fox. They could have given us some insight into what he would go on to do.
There's anything like that happening. Right? That is a complete hallucination. So it was a problem that some of the biggest podcasts in the world, I mean, it's not just Joe, but Joe's was certainly among the biggest, had an appetite for this contrarian take on everything, such that let's just stick a mic in front of RFK Jr. I mean, he might be president. RFK, tell us what you think, right? He is a confabulation machine, right? It's some of it's lying, some of it's delusion, some of it's, I don't know what is wrong with the person, but
I get your point, Simon. I think you make good, like, look, in terms of, let me tell you what we said on Triggernometry about this, and it's relevant to the point I'm going to make. I said specifically, I don't remember, Francis can speak for himself. If I were elderly or overweight, I'd definitely take the vaccine. And given that I've had COVID twice, I probably have a lot of natural immunity, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of left it there. And it's ultimately up to you. Speak to your doctor. The most important thing is that you take professional advice on this. That's what we always said, right?
And if you've got comorbidity.
Yeah, like Joe Rogan. You should listen to the people that Joe Rogan has on.
Yeah. But
That's
if
what
I
we've
were
always said.
75 years old and morbidly obese, I'd be taking the vaccine. That's what we said repeatedly, right?
I mean, just to give you a point of reference, that's my view of it as well. Like I haven't been vaccinated in years.
I wasn't finished, and it's relevant, right? But what I also said is government tyranny that we experienced in relation to the pandemic was an outrage. What an outrage.
Well, at what point was it
Okay, blame Trump. He was in charge. Blame Trump.
an outrage? Not in the first
No,
lockdown.
and like, what did you experience? You're not even an American, dude.
Second lockdown onwards.
Right. Okay.
In our country. So in our country, we locked down the first time. Then it became very, very clear that lockdowns don't actually work, right? And do a lot of harm.
It's not true.
And we kept locking down.
And lockdowns on their own don't even work. It's you need masks, social distancing, and vaccines.
And we kept wearing these fucking masks that don't work and all this other nonsense. Complete garbage.
Oh my God, masks don't work. Did you just say masks don't work? Oh my God.
Right.
While being told, no, the virus didn't come from a lab in China. No, Fauci is the best guy ever. All of this other stuff.
I get it. I mean, it's
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that being the case, the question, a lot of people
and
will.
That's not even like that has already been like settled science for a hot minute. This is a study from Tulane University. A coronavirus pandemic sparked by nature, not bioengineering. It is literally impossible, given the structure of this particular virus, that it could have been man-made. It's not possible. The coronavirus behind the global COVID-19 pandemic likely evolved from nature and not a lab, according to a new genetic study, Nature Medicine, co-authored by a Tulane University virologist. We determined that SARS-CoV-2 originated through natural processes by comparing the genetic sequences and protein structures of other coronaviruses to those of new virus that cause COVID-19, said senior author Robert F. Gary, PhD, professor of microbiology and immunology at Tulane University School of Medicine. It is very close to a bat virus. The adaptations that the virus has made to affect humans are actually very different than what you would expect if you were designing it using computational models and biological engineering. Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses that can cause illnesses ranging widely in severity. The first known severe illness caused by a coronavirus emerged with the 2003 Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, or SARS, outbreak in China. A second outbreak of severe illness began in 2012 in Saudi Arabia with the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, or MERS. Last year, Chinese authorities alerted the WHO of an outbreak of a novel strain of coronavirus causing severe illnesses, which was subsequently named SARS-CoV-2. As of March 17, 2020, over 179,000 cases of COVID have been documented, although many more mild cases have likely gone undiagnosed. The virus has killed over 7,400 people. Shortly after the outbreak, Chinese scientists sequenced the genome of the novel coronavirus and made the data available to researchers worldwide. The resulting data has shown that the epidemic has been expanding because of human-to-human transition after an initial intro into the human population. Researchers use the sequencing data to explore the origins and evolution of SARS-CoV-2 by focusing in on several telltale features of the virus, and this is the most important part. They analyze the genetic template for spike proteins, armatures on the outside of the virus that it uses to grab and penetrate the outer walls of human and animal cells. More specifically, they focus on two important features of the spike protein: the receptor binding domain, or RBD, a kind of grappling hook that grips onto host cells, and the cleavage site, a molecular can opener that opens the virus to crack open and enter host cells. These proteins had evolved to efficiently target a molecular feature on the outside of human cells, involving regulating blood pressure. It was so effective at binding the human cells that the scientists concluded it was the result of natural selection and not the product of genetic engineering. If someone were seeking to engineer a new coronavirus as a pathogen, they would have constructed it from the backbone of a virus known to cause illness. But the scientists found that the SARS-CoV-2 backbone differed substantially from those of already known coronaviruses and mostly resembled related viruses found in bats and pangolins. This is not... They're still flirting with this when this was a study that came out like in 2020. Like it's like already settled science. There's like the lab leak theory is like completely garbage. There is nothing to it.
Will agree with what you're saying. A lot of people will disagree with what you're saying. But the question for me is, what do you think should be the case? Because my view is people are free and they can listen to information and they can make their own decisions. They can listen to Triggernometry and go, Constantine and Francis think you should probably speak to your doctor. They can listen to Joe and get whatever perspective they get from that, and they can make their own decision. That sounds quite dangerous, but I worry that whatever it is that is the opposite of that is also really dangerous, where you are now deciding that, it's a pandemic, therefore these people shouldn't, I don't know what it is that you think should have happened, other than perhaps calling on Joe to, as you said, take more responsibility. But what else should happen in relation to this? What's the answer?
Well, it depends on how bad the disease is. And
so what should have happened during COVID?
Well, we should have acknowledged that we were catching up to reality, right? Like we didn't understand how it was spreading. I mean, there was that period where we thought, it was spreading based on contact with packages. We're all wiping down packages, the fomite transmission, right? It took a while to even acknowledge that it was airborne. And therefore it took a while to acknowledge that lockdowns would be less effective and maybe even totally ineffective. it took a while to understand that it wasn't
That's not even true. Lockdowns never stopped being ineffective just because the way it was transmitted was through the air and not just because of touch.
Bad for kids and was pretty damn bad for the elderly. Many diseases are the opposite of that, or at least that they hit kids and the elderly kind of equally.
I think the Spanish flu actually targeted the young more than it did the elderly.
Yeah. So if this had been, the bodies of elementary school children had been stacking up like cordwood, we would have had a very different risk tolerance.
No, actually, Sam, are you kidding? This is Burger America where everybody has a fucking gun. How many kids fucking die in school shootings and we don't do anything about that? They wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a major difference.
And we would have been right to have a very different risk tolerance. The lockdown would have been far more like China, however ineffectual that would have been. It remains to be seen what we should do given the specifics as we come to understand them. And at every point along the way, we should have figured out how to message around scientific uncertainty better than we did. But the problem, again, is we're messaging into a space that is super conspiratorial, hyper-partisan, where people are using any expression of...
That was a result. That is not a constant. It didn't even need to be that way. I don't understand why he acts like, no, they were like so ideologically captured. There was no way to overcome. Like, if I put Vox... COVID messaging, they talk about no, it's not this. They talk about what they could have done with the messaging and how it all got screwed up from the start. Maybe is it why masks became political? They talk about this.
This is U.S. Congressman Louis Gohmert.
Yeah, how America screwed up messaging on masks. Maybe let's see if it's this. This dude's a fucking moron from Texas.
Unlike many of his colleagues, he often refused to wear a mask in Congress. And then he tested positive for COVID-19. But in an interview, he suggested that he got COVID-19 because of the times he did wear a mask.
I might have put some of the virus onto the mask and breathed it in.
Gohmert's distrust of masks is actually shared by a ton of Americans. A poll in July asked Americans how often they wear a mask. Among Democrats, almost everyone said they wore a mask in public, but significantly fewer Republicans said so. Yet the messaging from public health officials today is clear. Wearing a mask helps stop the spread of COVID-19. So where did this communication break down? How was something as simple as wearing a mask allowed to become political? In October of 2001, the U.S. bungled a different public health crisis. Someone sent envelopes of deadly anthrax to media organizations and government offices. First, the Secretary of Health and Human Services went on TV and speculated about how the first victim might have gotten it.
We do know that he drank water out of a stream.
Why are you giving us that too?
Just because he was an outdoorsman, and there's a possibility
I
that
don't remember what's going to happen next, but I bet a bunch of people are going to be freaking out like, oh my God, can you get it through water? Are the waterways in the United States poisoned?
all kinds of possibilities.
Oh, no.
We don't know. We don't know yet.
As the crisis continued, different officials gave different conflicting information. No one was really in charge of communicating to the public. And it led the U.S. Centers for Disease Control to make this, the Crisis and Emergency Risk Communication Guide, or CIRC. It's a guide.
That's why this stuff existed. They're acting like we couldn't have known. We had to learn the lesson the hard way. We didn't. There were already regulations that they ignored.
How to communicate during a public health crisis.
The CIRC guidelines are really a reflection of the lessons that were learned from failures.
Glenn Nowak used to be in charge of communications for
these failures already happened in past incidents.
The CDC. He's used the CIRC and even wrote some of it. And he says one of the biggest lessons from the anthrax attack is what the CIRC now calls the most important role in a crisis, and the key to preventing mass confusion, having a single person as the spokesperson.
It really helps to have one primary voice, one
And I think
primary
they end up showing clips of like Trump literally trying to take the mic from Fauci.
face.
The CIRC says the spokesperson should be someone who is familiar with the subject matter and can talk about it clearly and confidently.
A lot of communications, particularly in a public health crisis, is about setting, guiding, and managing people's expectations. And it's important early on to not just talk about what you know, but what you don't know.
Essentially, the spokesperson needs to be seen as trustworthy and credible, which is one reason you don't want your spokesperson to be a politician, because it's really hard for any politician to be seen as credible by everyone.
They often only resonate with those who support them, and they don't resonate with those who did not vote for them.
That doesn't mean political leaders can't be involved in public health communication. They just can't take the lead on the science. A good example of a government following these principles during COVID-19 was in New Zealand, where the Prime Minister was at many of the daily briefings, but wasn't leading it.
As is our usual practice, I'll begin by handing over to Dr. Bloomfield.
What's important is that everybody is on the same page with respect to the overall messaging.
But in the US, there hasn't been a clear spokesperson or a clear message. Press conferences were led by President Trump and would feature politicians as well as public health experts, and they often contradicted each other.
We do. And this was probably like my most controversial COVID take or whatever, is that I thought that Fauci should have resigned a lot just very, very early on, especially after like mistakes that he made with respect to messaging. And when you saw like how he was very, very trusted among Democrats, but he was not trusted among Republicans whatsoever. But Republicans needed to be the ones listening to somebody on the shit that they trusted. So I thought at that point he could no longer serve in that capacity and should have gone away, even though he is obviously, qualified to have led these meetings.
Expect more cases.
When you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero.
Especially when it came to guiding those expectations.
We will have coronavirus in the fall.
It may not come back at all. Developing very rapidly a vaccine.
That could be a year to a year and a half.
These conflicts asked many Americans to pick a side. Who do you believe? The president or public health officials?
Or Fauci.
Medical experts. Dr. Anthony Fauci seems to favor what the Democrats want.
Although, again, it was funny how much they were triggered by Fauci.
Fauci,
it still continues to be funny, even with all of the deadly stats surrounding this.
Appears to believe he's in charge of the country. It's important that we listen to our elected leaders, not the medical bureaucracy.
That breakdown between public health officials and politicians.
Yeah, politician definitely more trustworthy than a medical expert.
Can get especially dangerous if the information starts to change, which it almost always does during a crisis.
You need to remind people very frequently that you're going to be making changes based on the growing body of knowledge, and that as a result, it's going to look like you're being inconsistent. But more importantly, you're learning what works best.
Early on, the CDC advised people not to wear masks. But as they learned more about the new virus, they changed the guidelines.
What has changed in our recommendation? We now know from recent studies that a significant portion of individuals with coronavirus lack symptoms. CDC is always looking at the data. We've told you that from the beginning. Dr. Birx says it every single press conference. We're looking at the data.
I just banned some dipshit in my channel with a new account called Fauci Ouchie or some shit, apparently still relevant in loser circles. I mean, this entire Sam Harris conversation, I shouldn't say the entire thing, but like probably a majority of it has censored on things that literally did not even happen in the last year, but the last several years under a different presidency.
Evolving our recommendations.
But this shift wasn't supported by Trump personally.
The masks, it's going to be really a voluntary thing. You can do it. You don't have to do it. I'm choosing not to do it.
Soon, masks became the symbol of the war between Trump and the medical experts.
I think it's a political hoax.
No, I don't wear a mask.
Shame on you for voting for a mask. And I say Trump 2020.
By June, more Republicans trusted Trump than the CDC for facts about the coronavirus. It was exactly the scenario the communication guidelines had been written to avoid.
What's frustrating is knowing that many of the challenges are self-inflicted wounds.
Self-inflicted.
Or there are things that could have been avoided based on past experience.
In 2001, the U.S. got lucky. The anthrax attacks eventually stopped. The problem went away. In 2020, the U.S. made the same mistakes. But we haven't been so lucky.
This was August 22nd, 2020.
Uncertainty as a means to discredit the authority, right? Like so. I mean, this is the asymmetric warfare.
They lost their shit over Ebola and H1N1.
That has always been true. Whenever a scientist gets on, it used to be CNN, not so much anymore because nobody's watching. But you got 6 minutes on CNN as a scientist to talk about climate change or anything. Mm-hmm. The moment you begin to calibrate your statement with the completely normal degree of scientific caution and uncertainty and humility appropriate to a scientific presentation among scientists, to the general public, it sounds like, oh, this guy, you could drive a truck through all the holes in this guy's account, right? Like even he says he's not sure, right? So why am I going to take the vaccine, right? So I mean, we're in some. So the political imperative of public health messaging has to deal with the fact that on some level it's very easy to see how a feeling of paternalism creeps in because you're worried about people taking the nuanced truth the wrong way, right? And that invites again, this temptation should never be taken, but it invites the prospect of a noble lie or a noble half-truth, right? Which again is a disaster, but it's easy to see how people get lured in that direction because they're talking to Candace Owens, right? I mean, on some level, when you look at what Candace herself was doing on Twitter around COVID, it was madness.
Did you know that the biggest threat to your...
Oh my God.
On flat earthers. And at the end of it, they interviewed this scientist from NASA and they said, oh, you must find this funny and blah, blah, blah. And she went, well, no, because what that tells me is that scientists aren't doing their jobs. If conspiracies like flat earth is allowed to propagate and people are talking about it, it's because we're not doing our jobs. We are flawed in our communication. Would you not say that is also an issue as well? That the scientists aren't actually communicating effectively?
Absolutely. But there's it's worth acknowledging how difficult a task it is when they're talking to people who have been...
COVID's death rates gave the anti-intellectual dipshits a lot of bravado. If it had anything even sniffing Ebola or Marburg rates, or even 1/4 of those rates, they'd have shut the fuck up. But that main character syndrome shit dragged in on longer than it had to. I mean, it's still going on as far as I'm concerned, because this is all of the sentiments that they're talking about, like the anti-mask sentiment, it's acting like, like politicians are more trustworthy than public health officials and experts. Like, all of this is carried forward, unfortunately. If there was another pandemic tomorrow, it would be even more disastrous than 2020, which is hard to believe, but I truly, truly think that. There
are many different kind of orbits of ignorance here, but I mean, there's a very clear kind of religious anti-science orbit where it's just, this is, their worldview is anchored to something else other than empirical science, right? And so there's a massive amount of distrust of science just as science coming from, functionally half of our society. I mean, probably more like 35% of America is devout in precisely this way, where it's like evolution is...
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hard because it doesn't, a lot of independents, unfortunately, tend to side with the right as far as their skepticism and vaccine hesitancy and all of that. So I think he is closer when he says, half of society thinks that, but it's not, half of them are not Republicans. It's closer to what he's saying, 35%.
Just bullshit, right? Like this, we did not, my great-great-great-grandma was not a monkey, and I'm not going to be told otherwise, right? That's where the understanding of the relevant science stops. And then there's lots of kind of anti-science cultishness around specifically things like vaccines. I mean, it was a perfect storm. A pandemic is a kind of perfect storm because it taps into subculture. Specifically, the anti-vax subculture got weaponized during COVID in a way that was, it might have been waiting for it, but it was quite effective. It was a little bit. I mean, it was just as effective, bizarrely effective, and hysterical and destabilizing as the weaponization that we've seen around Gaza against Israel. It's like, how did Israel got attacked on October 7th?
Those are just like each other. Good one, dude.
Absolute barbarians, unambiguously so. I mean, the moral high ground could not be more clear. The very people who were raped and killed and tortured and kidnapped were the peaceniks in Israel, right? Not the ultra-Orthodox religious maniacs on the Jewish side or the settlers, right? I mean, just the very people who are, you would think would do the most PR damage to the Hamas side of the story, and yet magically, they've managed to weaponize the information landscape in such a way that, I mean, wherever it wasn't already destroyed by the ambient level of anti-Semitism that exists in the world, Israel's reputation has been completely destroyed over the war in Gaza.
Oh no! Who did that to poor Israel? Is it really just global anti-Semitism, or is it their actions?
By having lost an information war.
They also haven't helped themselves, Sam.
No, they haven't even tried.
No, they haven't. Yeah.
Then why'd you leave that out until he pushed it? Dumb fuck.
Number one. And number two, you have people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir who've been in the cabinet going around and saying things that are quite frankly just beyond the pale as well.
But there's just two of them.
I mean, literally the point that I was going to make is that what bothers me about when people bring up Ben-Gvir and Smotrich is that they try to make, and Netanyahu, goals no doubt, okay, but they try to make it seem like it's just these three villains or whatever, as if it's not a broader issue within the entire fucking Knesset.
Yeah. There's only two anyone can name.
Yeah.
And but that when you hold that up against the reality of religious fanaticism on the other side, it's just, we're not talking about
and Israeli society broadly.
I'm glad we're moving onto that issue,
It's
because
most of
you
the country. I mean, yeah, it's like it's mutually. It's like, again, either it's the only democracy in the Middle East, or all of those people in the government, even though they were democratically elected, are not a reflection of the citizenry, and they're completely distinct and separate somehow. But then it's not a democracy at that point. So don't say it's a democracy.
mentioned earlier that you don't think the ceasefire is likely to lead to peace in the Middle East. Why?
I just think it's too deep a problem. I mean, I think, one, Hamas is,
Because they don't actually care about peace. It's not about that.
agreeing to a ceasefire insofar as they are.
This
I mean,
was
now
not even it was a hostage exchange. It wasn't even like a ceasefire.
killing their fellow Palestinians. And strangely, there's not much complaint about that coming from Hollywood or any.
Because of the famine that Israel is instituting, I think that kind of takes precedent over any Palestinians that are being killed by Hamas in this moment.
The ceasefire people, left of center, who ostensibly are worried about Palestinians. But, they would agree to a ceasefire so as to regroup, to live, to fight another day, right? I mean, these are people who are going to be happily shopping in whatever mall that the Kushners and the Trumps and the Witkoffs build.
Regroup with what? With what tanks? With what air support? With what weapons? Their rockets? What are you talking about, dude? They don't have anything.
Gaza City.
If you had to rank Hamas and their military capabilities, and you had to weigh it against Israel's capabilities, if you just ranked every single Middle Eastern country as far as their military capacity, where would Israel be, and where would Hamas be? It shouldn't even be ranked.
In a few short years, should all this work out? They're a death cult, right? They're real jihadists who really want things. They're not transactional. They're not secretly hoping to just be wealthy or just be. I'm sure there's some peripheral, cynical people who might be like that, but the true believers are true believers, and they're in a religious war, not just with Israel, but with.
And then emphasizing the religious aspect of it.
Everyone who's not Muslim.
But
right?
this is not you will have a very, very hard time understanding this if you try to analyze it through the lens of predominantly understanding it as a religious conflict.
Even Muslims as well.
Even Muslims who they consider to be apostates.
He's worried about Hamas, I guess, getting the global caliphate off the ground, even though they've beefed with ISIS, and ISIS calls them infidels, and the fact that most of their women in Gaza are uncovered, and there's co-ed schools, they can't even Islamize fucking Gaza. There's not even a Gaza caliphate, and he probably is genuinely concerned about Hamas establishing some fucking global Islamic caliphate if they had some power.
So when viewed from, this whole peace process is not credible from the point of view of real jihadists, right? They're the people who are representing.
Correct. True.
The other Arab interests. They're the crown prince of
the Arab interests.
Wherever is just another apostate who would be condemned by Al Qaeda or the Islamic State or Al Shabaab or any of the other organizations.
I can't tell if he's suggesting that Mohammed bin Salman actually gives a fuck about the Palestine question. He has literally said, I personally don't care about it very much, but my people do. So he pretends to be in support nominally of Palestine, but he doesn't actually give a fuck.
Including Hamas. I'm not saying all jihadists are the same, but they're the same in this regard, and they really are committed to a longer-term project of winning a religious war.
But that's why the original Trump plan, it imposed dismantlement and disarmament of Hamas as part of its terms. Now, that hasn't transpired, but basically everyone in the region other than Iran and Hamas agrees that Hamas cannot be
kind of the most important parties to get on board, right?
allowed to remain in power in Gaza. So the question is, can you get beyond that?
Everybody else has agreed about the fate of this this area, except the people in that region. Don't you think they're kind of the most important people whose consent you probably need to get that off the ground? No?
If you listen to our discussion with Joe, I made this point, which was about the Kushner plan, as I understand it, is
every other Western country doesn't think that Donald Trump should be president. Maybe there should be a coup.
And get the moderate Arabs to work with Israel in opposition to Iran. You have to get rid of Hamas for that to happen, and then you get them all trading together and then they hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about the wealthy monarchs of the region who have the so-called Arab street to worry about. And the Arab street in, all the scores of countries, I mean, there's 50 plus Muslim majority countries, not all Arab, is highly radicalized. It's not as radicalized as the Palestinians. I mean, the Palestinians Hamas is still popular among the Palestinians, especially in the West Bank.
No, they're not. Hamas has never been popular among Palestinians.
I think it's true to say that they would win an election in the
If
West
you
Bank.
want to do like a separate claim about like how many Palestinians support October 7th and talk about that data, that would be a separate thing. But if you're talking about the support that Hamas enjoys from Palestinians, it doesn't exist.
Today.
Also, as well, Sam, we need
like their approvals in like the 30s. If they were to win, it's because there's not really opposition to them right now.
to take into account that the first thing that they
He
did
said in the West Bank, so I didn't even catch that. I was looking at something else. If he said in the West Bank, it is even more wrong.
when Israel stopped bombing Gaza was it then went out and shot people it regarded as traitors, kneecaped them, tortured them, all the rest of them.
You can't be certain that the opinion polls reflect people's genuine
Yeah, but you
sentiment.
can be certain of the level of religious fanaticism in the area. You know, what people care about, I mean, they care about, above all, like the top of the list would be...
Even though you've got, like, what, over 90% of Israeli Jews that are completely fine with transfer?
Any desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. Like, there's no number of kids you can kill that matters more than that. And that's bizarre. I mean, that's insane. That's morally upside down to have a culture that is framing their...
How about the religious fanaticists that are desecrating that area in the first place in ways that is illegal under domestic Israeli law? They were trying to do animal sacrifices in that fucking mosque.
Or moral concerns around religious fiction. Right. I mean, there are many cultures like that, but Islamic culture is the world over has the worst version of that. Right. I mean, it's, again, like you and I could say something, the three of us could say something on this podcast sufficiently provocative or do something like burn a Quran that could literally cause embassies to burn tomorrow in a dozen countries. I mean, it's like that's the world we're living in. The most...
That's not the world we're living in. That is not the world we're living in. The world that we're living in is a bunch of Christian nationalists and Christian Zionists that control the United States government and are currently exporting despotism.
Muslim community the world over.
It's not an Islamic caliphate. It is not Sharia law. It is not Muslims. It is not Jews. It is Christians. It is these fanatical Christian nationalists that run this government. And we're like the most powerful country in the world. So we dominate the world.
Is uniquely combustible based on the significance of religious symbols. And they're not uniquely combustible. I mean, they don't, we've seen protest after protest over things like cartoons and the naming of a teddy bear. We have not seen protests.
Naming of a teddy bear?
Certainly not sizable ones. Over what an outrage it is that groups like Hamas or Hezbollah or Al-Shabaab or Al-Qaeda or Lashkar-e-Taiba or Boko Haram or any of these jihadist and Islamist groups over the fact that they have committed atrocities against now practically countless...
Yeah, there's a shortage of condemnation of Hamas and radical jihadis and Islamists in the Western media.
Innocent people, most of whom are Muslim, right? Like, how can you not have 100,000 people turning up in the streets of London to protest the Islamic State at its height? Where were those protests? Where were all the Muslims who were desperate to disavow jihadism?
Because you're talking about problems and human rights abuses as a result of oppressive regimes and issues with internal governance. You are not talking about a war. You are not talking about a genocide. You are not talking about conflicts between nations. That is why you're not going to see that sort of international response in solidarity with countries that have people that are under the oppressive boots of these fucking regimes.
So the Islamic State, what you had is you had people dropping out of medical school.
Like London is not, like, Europe is not endorsing that. That is the difference. The United States is not endorsing that. We are funding this genocide. The European Union funds this genocide. Australia funds this. That's why they care more, because the tax dollars go to it. They have no say over what Hamas is doing. They have no say over what the Saudi prince is doing. You have say over what your government is doing and which allies they support.
in London, or people dropping out of the London School of Economics to go join the Islamic State to take Yazidi women as sex slaves, and then bragging about.
It's like, again, he's like, just described Hamas as like, Hamas doesn't even care about what Palestinians think. So why are they going to care about what Americans think of them?
About it on Twitter, right? And where were the protests? No, the protests were over the Danish cartoons, right?
What's your point, Sam?
What they care, the center of gravity for far too much of this community of 2 billion people in the world over, is around religious pride and humiliation, religious symbolism. It's not around the real consequential body count of, violence and peacemaking, right?
Sam is too dumb to understand Israel is pushing Palestinians to support Hamas and terrorism due to occupation. He doesn't care to know, like, what is the root causes of all of these things. If you want to talk about, like, again, he was talking about how, like, you have people that are dogmatic and they don't want to interact with people that challenge their preconceived notions. And it's just confirmation bias gone, run amok. This entire section of this podcast episode has literally just turned into the ramblings of a man who refuses to engage in good faith or be exposed to anything that contradicts what he is saying here.
It's not about it. Most of the world and
Danish cartoon fiasco was 2000. We're literally having to reach back 20 years into the past to be like, what about this? What about that?
Certainly most of the Muslim world doesn't care when Muslims kill other Muslims.
What are you talking about, dude? What is this, like, this black on black crime, but in the Middle East, this sloppy Muslims don't care when other Muslims die?
Jews do it. Most of the world doesn't care when Muslims kill Christians.
But they care when Jews do it? He's like trying to suggest that, like, Palestinians would be okay with Israel's actions towards them if instead of it being Jews, it was Christians. It was Muslims. As if there aren't even interfaith conflicts between Muslims, dude, which he knows about. Like Shia and Sunni, dude. It literally, these like religious conflicts that come down to disagreements over whether or not Muhammad's brother-in-law or his cousin is a prophet or not.
Christians. Right? I mean, it's strange. I mean, this is something I'm genuine.
And as if that doesn't, you don't even like, and he's also trying to pretend that sort of like factionalism doesn't exist between Christians, between Catholics and Protestants.
Surprised about and confused about. I'm not quite sure why.
Like, fucking go talk to some Irish people. They probably beg to differ.
Fundamentalist Christians aren't more agitated around the murder of Christians in sub-Saharan Africa by Muslims. I mean, right now, the Islamic State is cutting the heads off of
But it
Christians.
could happen with any cartoon at any time. That's true. I haven't thought about that one.
It's Nigeria.
Nigeria, and maybe also Uganda, but it's definitely Nigeria. It's like, you would think that would be a pretty big deal. It's not. It's no. It's the most inflammatory thing on earth is Jews killing Muslims in the Holy Land. So I mean, we need. I mean, yes, we desperately need a war of ideas, if not an actual civil war within the Muslim world in scores of countries.
Also, that is just the case with everything. He is acting like, again, why is an interfaith dispute like different than an intrafaith dispute? The same reason why when you have deaths that are like, when you have a homicide that occurs between a black individual and a white individual, that is understood a lot differently than when it's white on white crime or black on black crime. Even before you've even established there is a racial motivation in that instance. Like, that is already a more contentious crime.
Nullify the cancer of jihadism. I mean,
like, whether it should be is a separate question. But whether it is, or like how common that is not unique to Muslims at all.
Islam plus jihadism is going to prove totally unworkable for open societies.
Okay, thank you.
In the future, there's no way of assimilating jihadists. It's not. I mean, what
Who is trying to assimilate jihadists?
Experiencing in the UK right now is what it's like to have 6% of your society be Muslim, and some percentage of those Muslims to want to live under Sharia law, and some percentage of those Muslims to happily create, so-called grooming gangs because it's in line with their view of.
Now this is just like a Drew Pavlou interview.
How you think about infidel young girls.
You need to watch his older 2000 shit. He's been saying this nonsense since then. Oh, I'm very familiar with the hits, believe me.
And you're trying to absorb all that, and you got Tommy Robinson out there complaining. The Muslim community has to figure out how to purge itself of this level of religious
The Muslim
fanaticism.
community, this monolithic, all of the Muslims with a hive mind. I like it. It is so fascinating to watch, especially when they're like really, really pro-Israel, like he is. To watch them apply the same sorts of anti-Semitic tropes, but to Muslims, treating Muslims as this like monolithic hive mind that all consult and like move together globally.
And
like, I was listening to this earlier today. Trigger warning, Ezra Klein. Groiper.
If by the stroke of good fortune.
Okay. When he starts talking about the, like, anti-Semitism. Hold on. There's no way anti-Semitism is only mentioned once. About global. It was at the beginning where he was talking about this. And like analyzing how Tucker Carlson, or sorry, not Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes gets like extreme ideas like laundered into a message that seems otherwise not that crazy. Let's see. Tucker Carlson.
Believe that, you know, anti-Semitism made massive. You see this in France, feeling they're kind of pushed into the anti-Semitism of a declining aristocracy, right? Tucker is this kind of comes from this preppy background. Father was an ambassador, stepmother's, you know, Swanson, and, you know, sees an America that's not the way he wants it to be, that's declining, that doesn't look the way he looks like, that has norms that he doesn't look, you know, doesn't share. And you have Fuentes, who comes from, you know, he didn't go to college, he dropped out of college, comes from a modest background. He is dripping with resentment to a world that he feels doesn't have a place for him. In
a self-described proud incel.
Yeah, and also very interesting that he does not try to hide it or pretend that he is not, you know, socially maladjusted in some way. And that lends him authenticity and makes people gravitate towards it. So yeah, that is the most perfect, in that interview, in that moment, the most perfect encapsulation of anti-Semitic politics. Declining aristocracy, held down, dissatisfied kind of mob. Bringing them together, and you have a kind of coalition in itself.
Let's get into that interview. I want to play a clip for you that almost felt to me like the heart of it.
Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, there are significant numbers of Jews in Europe. But
and like, again, we're watching this so we can draw rhetorical parallels to the way that Sam Harris talks about Islamists, jihadists. When he's Muslims, he just comes out and says he's talking about all Muslims.
Also in the United States. And because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people, they're unassimilable, they resist assimilation for thousands of years. And I think that's a good thing. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago. They do. And so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's...
They're often thinking about, the Jews are often thinking about the Roman Empire. What?
Me saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
Well, there's no question about that, your last point, for sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course, since the Second World War.
All right, that's what you might call a rich text.
Yeah, sure.
How do you read it?
Well, I mean, he's an extremely talented rhetorician and communicator, and he does a few things. He presents a vocabulary that does not sound shocking to people, that uses words and terminology that wouldn't frighten people, that sounds like a rational discussion of politics, a rational comment on politics. And then weaved into this is all of the material of classic anti-Semitism. The Jews are an unassimilable group, self-interested, internationally organized very tightly and all talking to each other and kind of working as one mind, who don't have the interests of their host, at heart, have their own interests at heart, and are animated by a deep hostility to the people that surround them, to the societies they find themselves, a hatred towards Christians, towards white people, so on and so forth. That is classic anti-Semitism. But
exactly. So let's apply this rubric and the schema that he has just outlined flawlessly to how Sam Harris talks about Muslims and see if you really see any major differences.
Nigeria and maybe also Uganda, but it's definitely Nigeria. It's like you would think that would be a pretty big deal. It's not. It's no. It's the most inflammatory thing on earth is Jews killing Muslims in the Holy Land. So I mean, we need. I mean, yes, we desperately need a war of ideas, if not an actual civil war within the Muslim world in scores of countries to.
And why do we need this civil war? Because they all think like a hive mind, and they can all agree that they hate the Jews and that they want to blow themselves up in the name of Muhammad.
Nullify the cancer of jihadism. I mean, Islam plus jihadism is going to prove totally unworkable for open societies everywhere.
They can't assimilate because it's unworkable.
In the future, there's no way of assimilating jihadists. It's not. I mean, what
you
you're
literally said you can't assimilate. He doesn't say Muslims. He says jihadists.
Experiencing in the UK right now is what it's like to have 6% of your society be Muslim, and some percentage of those Muslims to want to live under Sharia law, and some percentage of those Muslims to happily.
And like again, 6% is bringing the Europe and like London and certain areas of like the West down to its knees, this tiny, tiny minority. And even then he cuts it down further and further, because then you have these 6% of Muslims, and then from there you have more extreme people within it, and it goes on and on, like until the point that you have like individual people within that percentage point.
Create, so-called grooming gangs, because it's in line with their view of...
They conspire to do grooming gangs. They're on the same page about that, though.
How you think about infidel young girls. And you're trying to absorb all that, and you got Tommy Robinson out there complaining.
Again, how they think about young girls, like we're not at a point where we're having a national conversation that centers prominent MAGA figures like Megyn Kelly doing this sort of downplaying of Jeffrey Epstein by saying 15-year-olds are barely legal, that what he did, like how he engaged, that is even though it's trivially obvious, it must be stated out loud and repeatedly and underscored that it would have been worse if he abused a 6-year-old instead of a 15-year-old.
The Muslim
a thing
community
that nobody was saying
has to figure out how to purge itself of this level of religious fanaticism, and
if they can't, they are fundamentally incompatible with their way of life. They cannot assimilate.
These specific commitments around things like punishing apostasy and blasphemy.
This rubric aside, what did you think of that Ezra Klein video? I thought it was kind of cringe, and how they talked like boomers. I mean, I don't really, like, how do you mean that you thought it was cringe that they talk like boomers? Like, I did think that analysis was insightful, but I stopped watching because I'm interested in maybe reviewing it with Smug.
I mean,
Not saying I agree, but Nick's argument is better because he feigns empathy with Jewish people and justifies their nationalism. Sam paints Muslims as barbaric. Yeah, and I honestly think that you would... I don't even disagree, because again, that is why Nick is more talented with these things, and Sam kind of will introduce these sorts of like... It's not that they're unfamiliar, but they're definitely charged words like the jihadist and whatever. Like, he is trying to evoke strong language to scare people and fearmonger about Muslims. But I think that Sam Harris you would hear him sound more like Nick Fuentes in a world that was more hostile and non-permissive of Islamophobia and more specifically anti-Muslim bigotry.
And
but because this type of bigotry, this doesn't just not get you canceled. This helps get you views. This helps get you a platform. This helps win you elections when you speak this way about this group of people, as opposed to when you do it about Jewish people or Christians. It doesn't work.
Most of the time, maybe they'll do that.
Not that I think that, you should be able to say that about Christians and Jews, obviously. It's just that Muslims should be brought in line with that standard. And the fact that is not acceptable.
Under pressure, maybe they'll do that, but they're not tending to do it organically.
Well, this is where Saudi and the UAE are interesting, right? Because they are trying to do this. They're trying to replace Islamism with a more moderate version, plus economic growth. Yeah. So that young men in particular have things
but they can't really do that.
To do, and
Saudi Arabia can't do that. If they stray too far, they're not going to be given any power from the religious leaders outside, and then they lose access to all their fortune and wealth. So they literally have a financial incentive to not stray too much from the religious teachings, and they cannot liberalize their society that much.
A purpose in life and a family to feed and all this other stuff, and are not drawn towards these sorts of ideologies. Well, you seem skeptical about that.
Literally dismembering people and having slavery equals more modern version of Islam to these people, yes.
Yeah, because I think these religious commitments are sincere for many, many millions of people. And also, it's just for everyone. I mean, wealth is not enough on some level. I mean, this is many people think they need religion. I mean, you're certainly aware of this, and you're talking about this more. And I mean, you and I view this differently. I think the burden is on us to understand that the real depths of human flourishing need to be talked about in ways that are non-sectarian. Right? I mean, the truth is non-sectarian. The truth is not Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Jewish. So that's true of physics, and it's also true of the mind, right? Whatever's possible for us mentally and emotionally and socially, and whatever happens after death, and it's like to believe otherwise is to believe that one isolated community 2,000 years ago that had no access to science or even scientific values, much less scientific tools, got it perfectly right, and everyone else got it.
Straighterade, you're somewhat missing what Harris is doing here and where the genesis of this argument comes from. This is a common political science trope sourced from the Huntington Clash of Civilizations. He's making a piece of Westphalia-style argument. He's arguing that such a style of peace would mirror what happened in Europe with the 30 Years' War and 80 Years' War. Saw for essay, but you should look up Huntington's book if you're not aware of it already. I guess I will look into that because I do want to see how much what Sam Harris is like spinning here is influenced by that.
Got it wrong, right? So one of these revealed texts is true, despite the fact that none of them seem to recognize that slavery was a problem morally, among other things. They know nothing about DNA or electricity or information science or the real scale of the cosmos or how disease spreads or anything, but they can tell you how to sacrifice a goat.
Oh my God.
And they've got some good wisdom in there too, but they don't have a monopoly on that.
Jesus Christ, dude. Why does he think this? This is just not even true. He is acting like they don't have that. These countries are like, he just like claimed the Middle East is like devoid of science. Yes, that all they know how to do is sacrifice goats.
Because the Greeks had that and the Buddhists had that, and it's the golden rule exists in many different contexts, and even
though they were just saying that the Saudis and the UAE are examples of like these democracies that are, or these theocracies that are nonetheless, you are seeing economic transformation and increased industrialization.
Monkeys seem to intuit some basic version of it. When you treat them unfairly, or reward one with a cucumber and another with a grape, they tend to not like that. Whatever's true about us spiritually and ethically is deeper than culture, and is certainly deeper than any ancient culture, right? And the fact that the world was partitioned by language barriers,
they had to end on something that they can all agree on, which is that they fucking hate Muslims.
Geographical barriers for thousands of years and everyone came up with different books, is an artifact that we have to recognize as an artifact. It's specious, it's spurious, it's not the actual foundation of our moral knowledge or anything else. And when you go into the Bible and read it,
yeah, Ron's nuclear program that was based on goat raising. That's what I understood, and he's just confirming that. So,
and purport to find wisdom there, even if you're a fundamentalist.
And also, it's like if they're just a bunch of goat fuckers, why are they such a threat then? Why can't you defeat them?
Fundamentalists are picking and choosing the stuff that they think is wise and stuff they think is better left ignored. And they're doing that on the basis of a larger cultural conversation.
It's like, with this, it's like, okay, then you're scared of like your cultural identity and the West being like brought to its knees by a bunch of goat fuckers and people in turbans and sandals. That's how you would describe it. No? How is that the case? If you have all this you have all this industrialization, you have all these scientific advancements, you're so much more smarter than them on average, you reject dogmatism. Why are you brought to your knees by these regressive, backwards, internally weak countries that are constantly killing each other?
It is secular, and that has moved on. So it's like the fact that you're still not trying to figure out whether you should kill somebody for working on the Sabbath if you're Jewish and reading the Pentateuch, or whether you really need to hunt witches in your community for the crime of witchcraft, right? But the fact that you can ignore all that and just take the so-called good stuff, again, that's an editing procedure that is the gold standard of that is your own moral intuitions that have been tuned up by your engagement with the 21st century, your inevitable engagement with the 21st century and a wider secular culture.
Moral intuition.
So none of these religions have a monopoly on anything other than their own sectarian ignorance and tribalism and dogmatism.
Very cool.
And all of that is best disavowed, and we can have a real conversation about what is truly transcultural and deeper than the artifacts of whatever grandma had in her bag.
Yeah, just disavow religion, bro. Just first they need to disavow religion, then we'll speak to them. For that, there is no speaking. There's only bomb dropping.
Before
I don't make the rules. They just need to. I wish they could just disavow the goat fucking.
We knew anything about biology or the human brain or etc.
Does he think that there's like no doctors in the Middle East, that they don't have scientists and surgeons and like epidemiologists and they're like nuclear physicists?
Most of the world doesn't see it that way. Most of the world is mightily attached to whatever they got at mother's knee about.
This guy really hates religion. No, he really hates Muslims.
The unique
he
sanctity.
kind of just uses the anti-theism as the smokescreen for that.
They have a specific book and what happens after death, and they've organized their lives around it.
Because he's like really into meditation. Even though you shouldn't be into all of this like woo-woo fucking crunchy mom crystal shit if you were really, really that opposed to mysticism of any kind.
And in the case of Islam, you're talking about a much wider culture that has been insulated from modernity to a remarkable degree and has not had the same kinds of collisions with
I can't get over the goat fucking comment. You guys, like, it is just so fucking racist for him to say that. It's insane.
Rationality or science or secular politics. And so on some level, it's like we're dealing with the Christians of the 14th century in many, many places, and even on the streets of London.
Sam,
such a relaxing voice for such a dumb man. I mean, that's like most of his argument is like him staying calm no matter what.
An absolute pleasure as always having you on the show. The final question is always the same. What's the one thing we're not talking about that we really should be?
Before Sam answers the final question, at the end of the interview,
oh my God.
Know who have paid for wokeism.
I think we're not talking about solving coordination problems that by definition are global in scale. Like, I mean, so much of what we've talked about so far represents a massive opportunity cost around the problems that really are huge that we can't even think about solving. It's like, we haven't talked about AI, right? So AI is a global
we haven't even talked about AI.
phenomenon now. It's going to impose whatever global risks it imposes on us.
Okay, he's talking about risks. I thought he was gonna be like this like pro AI dude.
To get out of this arms race condition and develop this technology sanely in a way that's going to be compatible with our flourishing or even our survival is going to require cooperation that we just can't figure out how to even begin to engineer, right? I mean, how do we get the entire world on the same page around what is safe and ethical around
That's
AI?
not going to happen.
And so many other problems. I mean, the next pandemic is another coordination problem that we're just so But coordination problems are specifically interesting because
I know that's supposed to be. It's like name one thing, and I noticed that there was still like almost 3 minutes left on this. He spent that long answering that question of like, what's something that we should be talking about more. I bet you most guests are able to answer that in under 10 to 30 seconds. Sam Harris is like a 3-minute answer.
Fail
he
to
just fucking loves the sound of his own voice. It's insane.
Solve them even when everyone wants the same thing, right? Like it's not just people having different interests or seeing trade-offs differently. We can all fail together because we simply haven't figured out how to move collectively, even when everyone could be incentivized to do that, and everyone has the same basic interest. So.
There you go, an uplifting message from Sam Harris to finish on. All right, head on over to Substack where we ask Sam your question.
Okay, no. How about you head on over to the follow button if you're not following me already on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, subscribe to me and hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live and like the stream because it'll push it out to other people. You can also head over to the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. If you want to support me, you can also subscribe to me on Twitch, give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime sub. Get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Can also use the super chat function, although I'm about to end stream, so you probably don't want to do that. At the very, very end, let's see who else is live and where I'm sending you guys. I didn't get to the Brace Belden video with Taylor Lorenz, so that'll have to be tomorrow, but... yeah, let's see. Oh, Adam Khan's live. Okay. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm sending you over to Adam Khan, who is a TikToker who started debating or live streaming. He does like Jubilee shit. Hopefully he allows redirects. Let me see. Adam Khan. No. Oh, no, he doesn't allow redirects. Damn it. Okay, so you guys are going to Riverboat Jack. All right, and it's Trans Day of Remembrance, apparently. My bad for not realizing that. And if... okay, Twitch. Who is live on Twitch? Where are you guys going? Let's see. I will send you guys to USA Hole. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, you guys want to go to Pisco? Okay, we'll go to Pisco on Twitch. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't know when. We have lots to do, though. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.